We're back, friends. Another series of CCT in South America. We're kicking off another South American series here for Season 2 of CCT. We're kind of winding down to the end of these particular series, right, in Season 2 now. And yeah, we've got more South American action to bring you, of course. There have been lots of known names who have come out on top in this particular side of the pond, and we're going to see how it starts off here. But Matt, first of all, how are you?
Oh, lovely pleasantries, Trav. I like this part of the broadcast, right? I'm good. I've had a grand day. Kind of feel a little bit aggrieved that we didn't get our previous series because of the forfeit, but hopefully we get double the entertainment here in this game to make up for it. And Trav, I can see you've come prepared, man. You are really excited about this game, and you want to catch all the action because he's got his goggles on, guys. He's going to be catching everything today.
Exactly. What I can tell you as well is that the reason that Nitro unfortunately had to forfeit against Dusty Roots is down to these VRS rules, right? They had to have the core. They didn't have the core anymore, which means their invite is kind of void, so they were forced to forfeit. So Dusty Roots get a clean 1-0 start to this particular group stage. But if you just have a quick glance, of course, at the group stage of who we've got in here, there are a few known teams that we've kind of kept our eye on over the course of however long. And I think for me, it's always more interesting when we get to the playoff stage, because right now there are so many teams in South America that are trying to make a name for themselves at this level. It's weird because I feel like so many of them are more much of a muchness. You know, there's not really anyone that jumps off the page at me, other than maybe a couple of players on Tropo do VSM, or a Dusty Roots player, or someone on like Yuara or whatever. I need to be excited by someone here.
I feel like there's a big shift going on in the South American scene in general right now. It seems like there's a lot of moving and shaking going on just in terms of orgs and players and stability within teams. I think it's like a great reset, so it is tough to kind of get excited about some of these projects and these players until we see a little bit more sustenance from them. However, we are going to learn a little bit more about some teams and players today. Elevate against Bounty Hunters FE is the matchup that we have lined up here for you people. And, well, we can bring up Elevate first here, I guess. There's definitely going to be some more recognizable name value. Players that we've seen quite a lot more in action. Zeddy, definitely the man to watch here on this team, I reckon. He's been a pretty exciting prospect for a while. He's put up some good numbers in recent games as well, just 22 years old. Freak is a guy I got to see the other day in the Familia roster, so chopping and changing going on there. Duo Zero, also a guy who's caught some attention lately. I think Shorts I'm almost certain Shorts the IGL here. He's definitely the most experienced player. Yeah, no, 100%. You're right. That's what it is. That's the giveaway. The glasses and the beard. Joke there. We actually almost have identical glasses, him and I. Funny enough, but no, I think it's the experience more, Trav. It's the experience. He's been playing for a while, longer than anybody else here, I'm pretty sure. So that's more what I was going off of.
Yeah, and as well, I think, you know, Lash is another player that I've also seen a little bit of around the scene. I think he was on Yuara, and I did have a couple of instances where I had a chance to cover them, and I've seen some okay work from them. But as we said, like, you know, Elevate, they're not in a terrible position right now. I think they're actually one of the sort of dark horses almost of the season, not to win it, but to at least make, you know, some sort of playoff run, perhaps. They managed to beat Tropo do VSM in one of the Ace American Masters Blast qualifiers, and they also beat 9Z in that qualifier. And don't get me wrong, like, I know 9Z were in a weird situation. They had
that's still a huge result for these guys, man.
Yeah, it's absolutely a huge result. I mean, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt on that result, because even though 9Z had Yell standing in, right, you know, Yell's a storied player. It might get me wrong, he's probably not that warmed up. Maybe it was a it was a forced move at the time, 9Z having to play with their coach. But he's a storied player, and they should have been able to win that game, but they didn't. Elevate did, and it was a pretty impressive win against a team with the sort of name value of 9Z. So that's definitely a reason why I think this is going to be a very difficult game for their opponents this evening.
I mean, no games on HLTV in the past 3 weeks, but I'm almost certain they're playing games that aren't on HLTV, right?
Yeah.
So it's not like they're not going to it's not like there's going to be ring rust coming into this one. But let's flip the script. Let's have a look at their opponents, Bounty Hunters FE. Now, I am not familiar with any of these players. I'll just lay that out on the table. I'm keen to see some emerging talent, some other talent coming through from the region. Of course, Imperial FE has been under the spotlight recently. Brazilian org, of course, not a Brazilian team itself.
Yeah.
So I guess we get to dig a little bit deeper in terms of the FE region here in South America.
Yeah, exactly. And as well, right, it's important to mention that these guys are in ESL Impact, right? Like there is a situation here. There's an argument saying, okay, well, they have got there, and they deserve to be there. So they're in the ESL Impact League for a reason. I've not seen much from them at all, but I have seen some of their individuals perform in other tournaments in the FE women's scene quite often. I think there's one very obvious one that's easy to remember on HLTV, at least when you look, is Cara de Banana. Fantastic alias. Absolutely love it. But for the sake of fast moments in casting, that's quite a mouthful. So I'm going to stick with Cara. If there's
I'll go with Cara as well.
Yeah, if
no
there's a manic
there.
clutch, I will stick with Cara. But I think reality. Like, I'm not going to steer away from reality here. Like, this should be a really easy 2-0 for Elevate, and this is all about experience for an ESL Impact team in this sort of league.
Prav, how could you? What a sin as a commentator, just calling it as it is, giving your genuine, honest opinion, not making it out like this is a open-end. No, I'm joking. I appreciate that. I think far too often what you get from games and sometimes casters in general is just that they try and make every game seem like it's somewhat competitive, or there's an aspect here or there. And I think it's important to do the game justice by being brutally honest about what you expect going into it, so that if anything ever does happen where there is an upset or there's a close game, that then shows you what an impressive result it was for the underdog, because there was basically no chance coming into it for them. So
yeah,
that's where we're coming from. We're not like hate watching right now, guys, just for anybody who might get that twisted.
Exactly. It's everyone has rightly said over the course of however many years, with especially this year, of course, with how Imperial Valkyries have got themselves into the events, like, got to treat everyone equally, got to make sure you're fair, and I feel like that's exactly the right thing to do, right? Treat them as you would treat anyone else, and when I treat them, when I treat someone how I treat anyone else, that's kindly, and with a fair aspect to it as well, of course. So, I try my best. But here's the veto anyway.
Yeah.
We've got Dust 2, we've got Ancient, and we've got Mirage. Probably the most expected maps, I would say, actually, in this series. Again, Train keeps dodging me. I don't know how.
I can't believe you haven't seen it yet. That's insane, bro.
Listen, it's not.
That is crazy.
It's not played that much. It's only really played by.
I know.
Ecstatic,
no fair.
Right? Ecstatic are the one team.
But it's been in the pool for how long now?
I know.
6 weeks?
I know, but Ecstatic are the one team that pick it, play it, and have great results on it, and I haven't really had a chance to cover them. So, yeah, it's I don't know. It's painful. Either way. Dust 2, Ancient, Mirage, the pick, of course, coming through for Bounty Hunters FE of Dust 2. Probably, I think it's one of the maps that I have seen them play, some of their individuals play at least, historically in other ESL Impact leagues, with maybe when the players are on different organizations or different rosters, full stop, right? So, ready to jump in right now and see how this one will go. Elevate, as we say, with some decent results in the South American scene 3 weeks ago or so. I'm expecting this to be pretty decent.
Honestly, coming into this, I thought that Bounty Hunters FE were going to have a really tough time, and I think it's gotten even rougher off the back of the veto. Dust 2 and Ancient are two maps that Elevate have had their best results on, and it's not like it's just 2 or 3 maps played either. I mean, they're right up there with some of their most played maps. Dust 2 is their most played map, and Bounty Hunters have picked that, so maybe they've gone and done some anti-stratting. Maybe they've gone and watched some of the source material out there, and they've got a few plans up their sleeves. So we're going to have to wait and see if there's a method to their madness here.
Yeah, well, we shall find out. There's nothing toward B tunnels for Lash to worry about at the moment. The take has been toward Long. Flash in the corner to take a little peek on that corner. We do know that Lash and his teammate pushing in toward the tunnels will be seeing nothing there. It's a full Long take, and the smoke will come through for the cross. Here comes a Flash, and it could be a big lineup. Ready, a quick trade. for Dynasty. Actually, it forces Diozera back in toward the Gandalf position, so he's just playing safely, knowing that Short is ready to peek with him from that elbow box as well. But Lash is already on that big flank. Ara will get caught off guard. 3 players on site. Plant is successful, and Vi will get one more. They are pressuring Diozera in toward that Gandalf position, but he does well to find one of his own. Short finishes off the round, and a plant, which is good for bounty hunters, but Elevate will take it.
I really like the way that Diozera plays that. The way that he just tucks himself in towards Gandalf, doesn't actually take any fights until his teammates are in position so that he can play off of them as well. Chances do well to get onto the bomb site, but it never felt like Elevate were in any concern in terms of actually losing control of the round. And the T side are going to go for an investment here. Hero AK, 3 Mac 10s on Dust 2. Let's see how they're going to try and bring these SMGs into the equation. Dynasty sells their Mac 10 and then buys up another one. Okay, alright. Some indecision there, but we got there eventually. A burst into B makes sense here with all these S-Travel through mid as well. Probably your best options available.
Yeah, they got enough utility for it as well. I mean, they got the plant and they got a couple of kills. So, of course, we can see that, I think, going by what yeah, it is right. Vi is the one who sacrificed herself for 11 to take the AK. She's only got a Deagle to work with and no armor. So, Zeddy, what can he do? How many can he get? Thankfully, he's got rifle support, otherwise he would have been out of bullets from the MP9 pretty quickly. Trade will come through.
Oh, no.
Actually, 2 trades come through, but unfortunately, there's already a very quick rotation coming in from Short, and that means that's going to be difficult to say. Short coming from Short. They are playing Dust 2. I've just realised that. But yeah, they will manage to get the round in their favour with 3 players alive.
I wonder if he is a shorter guy, or if it's like his favourite part on the map. I mean, I don't know.
If he has called himself Short, and he is Short, that is Short King energy.
Energy right there.
I love that.
Yeah. That's the attitude as well, just riding it. Either way, 11 had to get the trade there, Trav, onto the player in the corner on the bomb site with the AK. That was 11's goal. Unfortunately, they weren't able to, and the round just kind of unravels from there because it's just 3 versus 1. And now it's an anti-eco. A chance here for Elevate to rack up some cash, but they have to respect the pistols.
Yeah, that one Deagle was looking to get one, and it did get one. One thing I want to say as well about just South American Counter-Strike in general right now, I feel like it's a bit of a mess. Like, there's only really 1 or 2 teams that I feel like have made changes that I actually agree with. I mean, Payne is an obvious one. Davides was an absolute lock of a call, and they've looked amazing since picking him up. But every other South American team at sort of the tier 2 level has been sort of all over the place, making changes here and there. I think a great example for me right now would be Bestia going with Pank, then immediately him moving to Odic, so they moved to a different direction now, Bestia, with a different Brazilian player. It's like,
yeah,
I need something to get excited about in terms of a move. Red Canids look like they're on awful form right now. I don't know what 9Z are up to with their changes. It's just, it feels very wishy-washy at the moment in this region.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of saying in the pregame. It feels like there's a great reset going on right now in South America. Will it be for better or for worse? Seems like quite a few orgs may have departed the space as well. You're just seeing a lot of mixers and unorged teams playing in these competitions. So, yeah, I hope for some stability. Lots of good players floating around. You just got to get the right combinations. And I'm happy to see Leo on Bestia. I mean, he's kind of been out in the wilderness for a while. He was decent in that Zero Nation team after being an exciting prospect and then just kind of disappeared into obsolescency. But either way, this round, certainly not obsolete. It is very important gun round here for the T side to try and get themselves on the board. There's an open play for Kara as well, and they're just posting themselves up across the map.
They'd be expecting Elevate to go a bit more aggressive than they are. They're treating it this round with the due respect it deserves. Dynasty will try and push forward, but unfortunately Diozera has an advanced and elevated angle, keeping himself in touch with his org's name. Of course, we had actually a little discussion before we went live about Elevate and the history of the organization, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they had some North American players, very storied names, which we'll get into in the beginnings of their run. But more recently, of course, they had the Timbermen roster that they signed with Josh Mix as well, their coach, and they had an opportunity to do something, but it didn't really last a whole lot of time. So they've moved regions, and it seems to be doing well for them with some of their recent results.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a pretty good team going for them right now. I think they've got a good group of players. I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to accomplish here under this Elevate banner. Of course, though, like you said, does go back to some very, very big names. And I remember when I was starting to strike, like 2015, was it 2016? I can't remember exactly. I'll have to pull up the rosters again. But, you know, the likes of the guys who were just studs when I started watching, like, they weren't very well-known North American players, but they were studs, man, like Roka and Professor Chaos. Of course, some other big names, which I don't remember seeing on the team as much, like Rush and Delige and Hiko as well. But I even remember Warden and Desi. Like, these are just names that were
I know.
kind of top of the list of riflers in the scene. Warden, I think he was like a pretty good IGL as well back then. I remember Storm, XP3, the Frenchman, who was always coaching in North America as well.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these names, I feel like, especially Desi, right? I feel like that's a name that's especially memorable purely due to the fact that was like, that era was the peak of Rank S streaming on Twitch. Like,
yeah, fair enough. Actually,
Tarek, you know, Stewie, like everyone just, they farmed viewership back then, and of course deserved it because it was one of the most entertaining periods of watching Counter-Strike on Twitch that I can ever remember. I have strong nostalgia bias, but it's not bias, it's the truth toward that era.
And fair enough, man. It's close to your heart.
Used to fall asleep.
Pop into the B-bomb site. A pop into the B-bomb site here, and it's actually a pretty good first frag found. Zeddy has a job to do. That HE grenade will certainly tenderize a few, but he still does get overrun. Short gets one back, brings it into an even numbers game. There's also utility, but this was an eco round here for the T side, and this is very winnable.
Thankfully for Elevate, they throw that kit on Freak, so I think that he's in a position to help out with this one, and they're going to get this flash primed now. Them in through window. Nina is underneath that window and actually avoids that flash well. Trade will come through from 11. Now there's a chance to win their first round of this game. Lash trying to clutch. Lovely flick on Dynasty, but he's actually having to push forward and playing around the big box. Decent timing. 11 just about playing with him here. And even though there's no kit picked up, means that this round is done. Whatever happens. And the kill will come through either way.
Perfectly played by the T side. There's very good trade as Elevate try and come back into the bomb side through the window. It cost them 2 players. They get 1 in return. This frag here on Zeddy was the key kill that he's not able to inflict any more damage before he goes down, because that would have netted a man advantage for Elevate on the retake all of a sudden. But Bounty Hunter's FE on the board through the way of a well-worked pop, it must be said. Good util usage there to get into the B-bomb site. Nice pop flash initially, and then just overwhelming the defense. Yeah,
absolutely. And also, one thing I will say, too, is you could see Lash staring around on the floor there at the end of the round. He was looking for a rifle to make that clutch actually easier rather than having to use the AWP. So, very clearly.
I don't know where it was either, to be fair.
I think that the kit was also dropped too. And obviously that would have been outside the doors or underneath the window as they were jumping in.
Yeah.
So, 11 doesn't actually get caught there. That's a great frag to nab. And HE will follow them out of the round, chase them home, tuck them into bed.
Yeah, that was good response with the util there, man, to get the trade back at least. Oh, Vi gone searching. Does Lash expect this? Does he actually clear the corner? Doesn't look like he's anticipating it at all. He's just going to walk straight into the crosshair. Vi is tucked into the cubby right now. She doesn't actually want to activate. And oh, does Lash spot the gun barrel of the leg? Not quite. The timing, it's all about the timing right now. Vi doesn't want to activate because she's trying to circumvent rotations right now instead of trying to pressure the B-bomb site. So that means Lash will get by and find a frag as a result. So many people getting past Vi right now. Oh, man. And now she's the only one left alive.
Oh, that's so unfortunate because the main problem there for Vi is that Lash doesn't really make much noise on his rotation until he's finally in window.
Yeah.
And then once he is in window, they know, but it's too late. And also for Vi, in her position, she hears both of the other 2 CTs rotating through lower tunnel. I was staring at that on the minimap as it was happening. It was like she didn't know whether to activate toward the AWP holding from window or to flank the 2 lower tunnels players. And unfortunately, once the decision was made, it was a smidgen too late.
Yeah, you're bang on there. The fact that Lash doesn't like pull out his knife and then run up the ramp is what actually allows for him to stay alive there. The discretion is the big difference maker. You can't really fault Vi in that position for maybe not being a bit more active, because when you're there by yourself, you definitely kind of relied on more as the lurker. It's not like you're expected to actually pressure through middle and pressure the B bomb side as well. Okay, well, back to the pistols now for the C side. Utility. They popped into the B bomb side. This time they're going to try and head towards Long. Freak has an AK here, though. They're going to use the smoke grenade to try and burst on him at a moment's notice. Again, great flashes. Okay, we love to see it.
Yeah, well delayed there. Burst as that flash came through. When I saw, you know, Freak, I was saying that, yeah, Elias makes me think of Freakazoid, but obviously it's frequency. So it's like
sure.
completely different way of saying it. It almost catches me off guard. That is a very, very good incendiary there, actually. It'll be smoked by Rendinia. Her way up on the angle. One dig towards short, very close, and there was an elbow player to worry about, unfortunately. And they're just going to pressure further forward. Now 3, make that 4 players actually pushing forward here, crouching below the short and long position. Carl will get 1, but it will be only 1. Zera get himself a quad kill.
When last did you see an incendiary being so effective, Trav? I can't recall, man. I mean, so much damage done there from the flames, and then good follow-up spam through the smoke as well to just chip those players who were crossing, made the fire that much more deadly.
Hateful grenades.
Yeah. You mean just hating the incendiary in general, or that incendiary was fueled with hate?
No. Like, I hate the incendiary as a grenade.
Yeah, me too, man. Like, come on. Can't be as bad as it is. The thing is it's like, the game is already favoring the T side to a degree in ways that it never used to. You can't, like, punish the CTs even more now. They're already struggling as it stands. What I mean is, that peaks are so much more favorable here in CS2 than they ever were in CSGO. There definitely was, like, a peaking meta in CSGO as well, but not to the same degree. Not this crazy wide swing meta. And how do you counter that? With good util. And now you kind of muted the util efficiency for the CTs. Like, good luck, man.
Yeah. It's frustrating. That's a nice shot from Lash. This is that mid smoke blooms, and yeah, also even more nade damage was done early round from that lower tunnels HE from short. Unfortunately, Bounty Hunters FE have taken quite a lot of hurt from that particular piece of utility on a couple of rounds in a row now. Lash has also rotated back toward the right position, as he will have 4 players coming his way.
There isn't really a flow about Bounty Hunter's AP game right now. It's going through the first phase, get control, stood around. What someone's dropped into CT, but doesn't really look like there's much going on. They're going to actually change things up and then try and go into this B bomb site through the middle. Time is of the essence, and Elevate are actually just toying with them, but they have to be careful. Oh my goodness. Zeddy is likely to be alive. Short is going to time his peak really nicely, and Zeddy will lock down the B bomb site. I like the idea. I just think that the players had to be pressuring middle sooner than the player who dropped off of short there, to just try and help that player dropping off short to keep that CT player focused on mid.
Yeah, I think the protocols that I've seen so far really aren't, you know, that bad. They've had some good ideas. They've burst long, for example, on a good timing. They've got opening kills toward B with some of their you know, flash execute, especially, you know, the one round they won was with that fast-moving Tech 9 to get up close and personal. Worked out well. Yeah, it's those sort of rounds where you just tell, just maybe not exactly on the same page when it comes to their timings, but that's what you learn for and play these officials for.
I do agree with you, though. They're doing their basics well. They are doing the basics nicely. Freak has taken up a more passive position. He's not just out in the open this time, and he will be blinded and forced back, but inflicts quite a lot of damage. Nothing fatal, but still has chipped these players down. And Lash, well, just always seems to find himself at the forefront of the action. He's quite fortunate that there's no one peeked off that flash. He would have been out in the open. Lash on the flash. Wants to try and smash these players into the ground. Turn them into mash. I don't know, Trav, I thought I'd throw a British one in there for you.
I mean, what is more British?
You're not a mash enjoyer?
Oh, I love mash, but like, what's more British to you? Is it like fish and chips or pie and mash? I don't know.
Honestly, I'm more inclined to say pie and mash, just because fish and chips is like, I don't just see that as a British thing. I've kind of seen that everywhere around the world. Maybe it used to be, you know,
Okay.
very specifically British, but it's not how I see it in my world. You know, we have amazing fish and chips here, so it's not like it's
About beans
more
on
unique
toast?
in that regard. That's very British, yeah. Beans on toast, English breakfast. You guys eat some really weird meat and like black pudding and haggis. I don't know if that's more the Scots, but
More Scottish sort of thing, yeah. I don't know.
Honestly, I don't get the black pudding thing.
Yeah, like, you know me, I don't either. But, yeah, I think there are some things which are known as absolute classics, i.e. beans on toast. I've never liked it, so.
Me neither. Beans are like, I like beans in general, but baked beans in that tomato sauce is just slop, man. Like, honestly, like that's what we used to get in the cafeteria at aftercare when I was like 10 years old, when they were on a budget. So I guess, you know, there were some war times in the UK, rationing and all the rest. It's what they
Yeah.
had available.
I mean, you're not wrong. Okay, we've got a spawn here for Kara
Yes.
to have a peek in toward B. How patient will she be able to be there? That is the question. There's many peeks coming that way, and that's probably the right way to go about it. Just not only hold it before the smoke goes up, leave your rifles there, and then leave. Try and go make more impact happen somewhere else. Already a quick 1-for-1.
Yeah.
Dynasty will get their kill. How many players called Destiny? I think there's like 2 or 3 separate professionals called Destiny. I wanted to say Destiny. That could be
They've
fatal.
changed it up.
Oh,
Nice, there we go. Dynasty's destiny was death, ultimately.
unfortunately, and that nade has happened now 3 times, and they haven't been able to avoid. Unfortunately.
Yeah, it's on the money. I like the way Elevate have started this round here because they've got a good lead. They're in a strong position, so they can afford to kind of take a bit more of a risk. Just stick their elbows out a little bit more, try and suffocate bounty hunters. And they've done well in this round. The T side will still be able to make their way out long, but how do they actually get onto the bomb side from here? We see Kara's Zorp maybe try and find the line. Problem is, it's not like Elevate's actually giving anything away. They're playing proper Counter-Strike right now.
Yeah, as I said, it's not like they're just running around the map
Agreed.
aimlessly. They are doing the right things on the CT side here. 11 will
I'm
work their
proud.
way out
Bottom
mid.
man.
20 seconds. The kill needs to come through here, and it will toward Lash. He wasn't expecting that timing whatsoever. Now, he can actually, maybe, you know, look at the position from Zeddy. He can maybe do something with this. Peeking from the B tunnels, there we go. Grabs the kill on 11, and it forces the long players to have to duel. Short will get taken down, and they do know, I think they do know, there's a Gandalf player. The plant will be attempting to come through, and it will, but the long player will get caught. And Freak is there in time to help out. So bomb plot will come through. I think the second time, or actually third time, sorry, they've had a plant after the pistol, of course. But Elevate will get the retake done.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that the molly actually misses on Gandalf because they get the player, they get the kill on the player who's out on the catwalk in the open. If the molly had forced the other player out, he may have actually gone down as well. That would have left Zeddy in the 1 versus 2. So there, that miss molly that lands on the roof, unfortunate, means that Freak is able to just stay tucked into the corner and then activate on his own timing.
Yeah.
So that's 9-1 now. Elevate's in complete control. Remember, this is Bounty Hunter's FE's map pick, so this is not what they would have been hoping for.
We've got another quicker B play coming through.
Ow.
Unfortunately, these nades are going to hurt so much. Oh, it's painful. And, you know, when you go for a B rush, or a B contact at least, right, with util, with flashes over the top, with a timing that maybe Elevate aren't expecting, it looks great. We saw that with the pistols they had, where they won their 1 round. Unfortunately, this was pure W key from minute 1, and there were already 3 players in position, not just the bombardment of util.
Elevate read quickly. They read that one to perfection. They knew exactly what was coming their way. If I'm Bounty Hunter's FE, if I'm the coach, what I'm saying is, listen, they're going to get aggressive now. They're going to push. They're going to try and make plays. They're going to get a little bit more risky. Let's just double off. Let's post up on angles, and let's try and punish the aggression. But Dio Zera, what a way for him to open up. He wants some more, but he will eventually get taken down, punished for his sins. And you know what? The attention of the tunnel player has now been taken away from Lowers, and Brendinia with the Mac 10 will get a frag as a result. But, oh my goodness, it's a very short-lived sort of celebration success there, because a big double kill coming through from the long player, and Zeddy will finish off the job.
Like, they kind of saved that round until the last round of the half, right? Where they actually decided to go for something aggressive on CT. They'd kept it really stock solid for the entirety of the half. This round, Diazero just says, okay, I either spawn I'm going to push up mid, take a duel. Works out nicely. Did get traded, of course, in the end, but he already got his 2. And after all that madness came through, the long player pushed through those long doors. Get a couple of kills easily, as they weren't looking at that position.
Well, Bounty Hunters FE are in trouble. I mean, this was their map pick, and we were kind of questioning their decision to actually pick their opponent's most played and arguably their best map. It was a bold move, Cotton, but one that ultimately doesn't look like it'll pay off.
Nice shot from Kara. He's got help toward lower tons here. I don't think Dozo has any idea of that possibility. Oh, the Molotov would be so frustrating. Actually going to force Bohemia forward. There we go. Lebanon will then peek from short to kill short. I love that. And now Lash is in the last one alive in this 1 versus 4. But you've got to be careful here because he's got the bomb on his back still. He's got a P250 and he's got Kevlar and a smoke. He's got everything he could possibly want here to win this clutch.
And time. He's got time as well. Another important factor to consider. If I'm him, I'm just staying tucked in the corner right now. He wants to go a lot earlier than he needs to. Oh, be careful. Okay. He's going to spot out the 2 players on the bomb side, but he can't actually land the shot necessary. Dynasty will finish off the job, and the CT side have doubled up their round count here. Good job to open up with a pistol. I like the way that they posture themselves in the start of the round here. They're not like in a shell, cowering the bomb site. They're on the front right now. Even forced out by the molly made it look awkward and uncomfortable for them, but they found a way to make it work.
Yeah, actually, weirdly, the Molotov that came through ultimately spelled the demise of the 2 Elevate players in Tunnel, right? They had to get forced down into those dualies. It's a good catch for Bounty Hunters FE. We've got the Scout on Kara, MP9, 2 FAMASs, and another MP9 on Vi. Zera, should say Lash, sorry, is the only one choosing to force up. And again, we see this strat that I'm not a huge lover of. That's buying a scout second round, but happens at every level.
It's become such a popular option. It's become so popular. You're seeing it basically every single Dust 2 game these days when the T side loses the pistol with no bomb plant. From the highest level of the game down to tier 2, tier 3, I'm seeing it all the time. Almost every single Dust 2 game these days, Trav.
Yeah, which is, I guess, just it's so important to damage the economy of your opponents. You really want to try and do some damage. And right thing is being done here by Kara. She'll get the information and fall back and play 5 versus 5. Problem is here...
Where did that nade go? Oh, sorry.
I don't know, actually. There's a big problem here with this one, though, I'm afraid, and that's the fact that they are playing retake, the right thing to do, and Kara will get her kill toward Lash, but problem is, lack of a defuse kit. They're going to have to get here on time, and there's still a scout to face. It's a good angle for it. More tags being done, more damage being done. This MP9 needs to activate, and they will. Everyone will go down, and they do have time, I believe, so that's been sorted out well.
Okay, I was also a little bit nervous there for a moment. I mean, Kara, for me, was kind of the anchor in pit that could just hold a line of sight on the bombs. Once she went down, then it got a little bit nervy, but the short player comes to the party in time there, and when all the focus is towards ramp, long, and CT, they're able to activate and get the kills there to lock in the round. Now, I'm just surprised Elevated and forced by in that previous round, honestly. Going for the more conservative approach, it means it's going to be AK's full util here. Another scout for Lash. This is the thinking, right? You get the scouts that, like you say, you give yourself a lot more potential to damage your opponent's economy and just get kills and impact the round. And the consequence, in inverted commas, is that you just have to play with the scouts in the next round again. It's not like you were going to get an AWP anyway, right? So...
yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, I wouldn't actually want a scout. I'd want a Galil or an AK if it were me, but end of the day, he's a sniper. He makes it work on D2 more often than not, I'm sure.
Alright, well, let's see how Elevate go about their business here. What is the plan in the round going to be? I'd imagine they're not going to get too elaborate with it. You don't need to when you have such superior firepower. Covering their bases, making sure that there isn't any early aggression here from the CT side, not really playing for control. It's actually just heavily prioritizing long on the bomb sites right now. A lot of the map actually on offer here for the T side. You can see they're just pressuring short right now. Flash, so that Bounty Hunters FE are worried about and the cat push into A, and then just going to make their way back into tunnels and probably try and split, I'm assuming, or might just be the full tunnels burst.
Dynasty's done the right thing by delaying the smoke until there's any presence at all. And actually, they're going to move away. This is really bad timing on this one, I'm afraid, to move away from the site.
Not even a big fake. Oh. Thankfully, that smoke has kept Elevator at bay, but how have they not clocked it? Bounty Hunters have to have realized by now there's no further pressure on that A-bomb site. They happen to be, and they're just going to get locked out of the site by virtue of util. Oh.
Yeah, this is one of those rounds, isn't it? Where we could even see a 5v5. They're going to give it a look, but it's too late, I'm afraid. Yes, they're a lucky mid. They're going to have to go and check for him, but there's nothing you can do. Bendinia will go down. And yeah, they were so convinced that the B split play was going to include like 3 out mid rather than like 3 or 4 in tunnels, and they could have stopped at least like the first 2 by doubling up mid rather than doubling up B. But at the end of the day, you got to focus on the bomb site.
Yeah, it's just that it's not even like there was a massive fake where they were flashing over long and they were swinging short and pressuring like with 2 or 3 and trying to just do something cute. It was just, you know, early util up short and then one guy smoking A and then radio silence for 10 or 15 seconds, and Bounty Hunters just never reacted after that. Not going to be allowed to save most of their guns either. Vi wants a FAMAS, and I was going to say that might actually cost her her life. Wants to upgrade from the FAMAS rather, but that's, yeah, well worked round from Elevate. Everything went according to plan, gifted the bomb site, and they're on map point.
She wanted the Air on S badly off the ground there. Why not? Nice upgrade to grab means they can actually get, I think, 2 or 3 in this round. They definitely got 2. They have, okay, they got 2 M4s, yeah.
Yeah.
I have to keep reminding myself now that the A4 is also 2900.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't seemed like it's had a huge effect. There's no more M4 though. 11 has decided they're going straight up middle here, and unfortunately they walked straight into a crosshair of the AK. And Short was going back to throw utility in middle and just had his wits about him. Doesn't get caught off by that forward position. Oh, Zeddy. 2 players on the opposite side as that smoke fades. It does go one and done. There are a number of teammates there to get the trade. Dynasty doesn't want to give up the position. That's a good little bit of trigger discipline there, but this is a 4 versus 2 trap.
Yeah, Kara is very stuck. Lash will take one and Short will take the other. It's an expected early result for Elevate on Dust 2. They will take it very comfortably indeed. And now, of course, Matt, it's not just that factor, right? It's the fact they go onto their map pick where they may be a little bit more comfortable. We did mention earlier that, you know, Elevate actually haven't played an official on HLTV for 3 weeks. It's the same sort of boat for Bounty Hunters FE. They're only just going to be getting back to their HLTV officials in the next few weeks, right, with their ESL Impact games. So yeah, I think Elevate on Dust 2, they played actually quite a respectful CT side, I would say, until that last round. Sure. And the rounds that Bounty Hunters FE won were actually quite well thought out and recovered well, especially that one against the Eco, where they could have easily lost that. They had every right protocol in place, but obviously the better team on the map.
I will still kind of question the decision there for them to pick Dust 2 coming into the series, because it's not like they showed us any innovation or any counter-strats or anti-stratting or any major game plans. It felt like they just picked that map because maybe that's what they've practiced. But I think when you're the underdog, when you're such an overwhelming underdog, you can't afford to pick your opponent's best map as well. You've already got the odds stacked against you so heavily. So I just, don't really fancy that decision at the end of the day. Either way, that's what they went with, and it didn't work out. And that means we're going to have Ancient up next, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, that is the expected, probably the expected result for Elevate. They were looking to find an expected result on Ancient as well. We'll see if they can complete a 2-0 after the break. I think things will be getting much easier for Bounty Hunters FE because Elevate have one of the best maps coming up next. It's Ancient, of course. Looking back at their history, the core, of course, which were Bad News Chickens. I've had good recent results on that map earlier on in this year. I've, of course, gone to Elevate. The cores were back sort of intact, and they've beaten Uara, they've beaten Tropo de VSM pretty comfortably, and the most recent one, of course, being just those 2 or 3 weeks ago. So I'm expecting this to be a relatively quick 2-0.
I will say, I like how the Bad News name has stuck, right? As we're going to jump into Ancient now. You got Bad News Eagles first, Bad News Bears was out there.
Of course.
Or was Bad News Bears first before Bad News
Bad
Eagles?
News Bears were the instigators. They were the trailblazers.
First, right? I thought so. Yeah, I thought so. Then you have Bad News Eagles. In South Africa, we had Bad News Boks because our South African rugby team is called the Springboks.
Of
so
course,
it even ventured all the way here to South Africa. Bad News Boks. They got Bad News Chickens. I don't know about that one, man. That one we could workshop.
We'll see.
Here we go. Ancient. Can Bounty Hunters open up with a pistol round when Elevate have thrown a red room smoke and then gone straight through their own smoke. And they're going to wrap around into the same bomb site. Vi has a massive job to do and she's out in the open. And they're going to go into Temple. Okay, that's a first nice kill there.
Yeah, aware of the situation. And actually, as you say, somehow managing to avoid her as they go all the way through Temple. Only one player actually taking the fight. That smoke up toward Donut will make it very awkward, though. And now Zera has a job to do. Stuck in the corner. Only one. You're going to see, unfortunately, can't get a second, though. Zeddy will get the kill. And now 3 versus 3 on the retake. Trade still coming thick and fast. But there's one more Donut player, and there's the information. Zeddy will do the right thing. Hop back away. And Kara, unfortunately, is 1 HP. Anywhere, any shot anywhere, you're taking her down. So Elevate with a pretty aggressive strat. Didn't start off too well, but it ends well.
Actually, I really like that round. What I like about it is, first of all, the balls just go straight through that red room smoke. And then they time it really well with that deep donut smoke they've thrown as well. Such that when they come through Temple, when they've wrapped the entire way around through mid, through CT, through Temple, and plant the bomb gets planted just as that smoke starts to fade. So they've actually timed everything to perfection there, have Elevate. And a full eco is what's going to follow here for the CT side. There is a Zeus in play. Come on, 11. Come on, 11. Do the thing. Oh, USPs. This is getting scary. This is scrappy. Freak running out of ammo. We'll lock it down. Certainly not clean, but it's effective. Oh, here we go.
No, it's happening.
Do the thing.
Zeddy, why'd you have to check it? Come on.
Yeah, that's lame, bro, honestly.
Why on earth would you check your corners in a game like this?
I know.
That's crazy.
I mean, he must be fun at parties, Trav, honestly.
One nice USP double headshot from Dynasty, but that's all they have to talk about. And yeah, I mean, that is probably not the best Zeus position either, because the legs stick out as well.
Yeah, you're really hoping that they don't like peer in your direction before they commit to the push. Do you check your corners IRL, Trav?
IRL?
IRL, mate.
How so?
You gotta be checking, you know, as you walk into a room, just give a little peek, check your corners, little jiggle before you commit to a room,
alleyway.
just to make sure. Yeah, no, even in the house, you can never be too prepared. You've got to stay consistent. You practice it outside of the game, and you carry that into the game, mate. Telling you, I'm onto something here.
Oh, the timing on Elevate walking up ramp, I think it's going to be a bit awkward for Kara. There's the information on the fact they're going up. Short does go into 2 players, which means that Jag position is locked down, but Kara got caught. So 4v4 with the bomb down, only 1 kit on 11. And smoked off like this with Freak directly behind it. Diazera even locking out this big flank position. It's all down to this kill here, and it's perfect crosshair placement. Round over.
Yeah, indeed. That's the kill. That's basically the insurance policy here in the post plant, and just ensures there's no way back into the round for the CT side. And he may even be able to deny Dynasty getting out of Jag. There we go. Nice shots from Diozera. I'm sure Dio means God in Portuguese. So like God's era, basically, there, if you translate it.
Yeah, like No, I think Davideus, like a deus or a deity, sorry, as well.
Yeah.
It's like that sort of same sort of logic. I have to say I've been enjoying watching Davideus playing in some of the bigger events now, and like especially Scrawny, like having fun with how to say his name. Insane kill from Davideus. No, it just rolls off the tongue so good, man.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty good name.
Or as I like to call him, Dav1 Day $.
Ah, yes, the correct way to pronounce his name. the purest way of doing it.
Only real ones call him that.
Trav, at least he put a little bit of a spin on using his first name, right? He didn't just go straight up using the first name. Don't you hate it when people do that, Trav?
True. Entry in toward B, Diazo will manage to get the
kisses.
first, and this also should be comfortable for Elevate. It's only pistols, of course.
Have you ever thought about a name you would have used if it wasn't Trav? Like
The worst part is, the only one that I think I maybe could have gone to is Travioli, and that still includes my first name.
Okay. Yeah, it's a play on it, but I get you. I picked Trav over Travioli. Travioli is like a nice endearing name.
I think so. Apparently, there was a professional Smash player called Travis.
Must be Italian.
And
He's
there,
Italian, innit?
no, I think he's American, and his alias is Travioli. So I kind of was I've been nabbed, unfortunately, on that one. But
well, Trav works. It's a well-known name across the space at this point. I did Google what cara de banana translates to, and apparently it translates to banana face in Portuguese. I don't know how accurate that translation is. So take it with a pinch of salt, as Mendinia will try and open up a wound.
Oh, I like
and
that.
Salt into it. I like this a lot, Jeff, from the CT side. Fighting forward on the front lines right now, taking that fight to Elevate and bossing them as well.
yeah, actually, that was probably my favourite round of theirs from the series thus far. Going for something a little bit more aggressive. That's how you want to see. Especially on Ancient, to get control of certain pieces of the map. Lane and mid is the normal fight that comes through. And Brendinia holds down the line to perfection. With a bit of help from that Jag smoke push from 11. Need to be careful here, though, because it's Lash again. And we've seen him in a couple of clutches already, looking pretty dangerous. Information on the first, and not much damage taken. Here will go down with just the 2 kills, but there is a flank player, and that's done. No opportunity. Didn't have any information on that second player toward ramp. So Lash only gets the 1, and first CT round on Ancient. The bounty
That's
hunters
a statement. Yeah, it's a statement the way that they win that round. Honestly, just this is the standard, the default approach on CT side Ancient, I would say. Being able to contest for that early control, being happy to be on the front lines where things are getting messy and dirty. There's a lot of util, there's a lot going on as well, because you're fighting speedway, you're coming through smoke, you're fighting middle, but they kept some good composure. However, it can't just be around in isolation. We have to see some momentum being built up here for the CT side, as they have actually given up mid in the following round.
Power will be smoked off. Donut. Not as much information here for Bounty Hunter Zephy as we saw in that previous round, considering how much pacier it was. Zeddy, nice try, mate. That's not going to happen. Dynasty says, "How dare you?"
Not taking it, not having it is Dynasty. More of a job to be done on this B-bomb side, though. Fusil going to be raining on in. This is an important position that 11 finds themselves in right now. And they will come out on top of the gunfight. Finally a frag back here for the T side. And Akio will go away and open up the sides. Or will I didn't realize Vi was here as well. Going to be tucked into the corner. Nice timing on the swing from the MP9. Can't avoid the trade, but it will maintain the advantage.
2-player retake through CT, and Freak thinks that he needs to perhaps swing to recover it into an even situation again. That's usually the way to go, but he gets caught from the Kara AWP. And now Lash once again in the clutch, but stuck on site. And they'll now know he's still there as well. All 3 players about to face him, and a kill will come through from Brendinia. Nicely done.
Yeah, I mean, now we've seen two different avenues of winning rounds here for Bounty Hunters. We've seen the one where they're able to win out those early gunfights on the front lines, and now we've seen them where they've had to win some fights to get an advantage and then combine to make the retake happen. This is looking sustainable right now. There will be enough money here for Elevate to justify an investment. Probably just, yeah, one Galil to plug the gap. 3 could even drop an AWP here for Lash. I think that's what the conversation's about. There we go. We will spend the money. Okay. Even a timeout being used by Elevate as well.
And the right time for it, I think, too. I just watched Ash's new video. Coach from Gaming Legion, of course. He's got some great content. Talking about what does a coach actually do during a timeout? What does a community perceive they do?
Come on, guys. You've got this. Come on, everybody. Let's just bring it together. This round's really important. You can win this one, guys.
What does a coach actually do during a timeout? And what does the community perceive they do? And sure, there are some coaches that are more cheerleady, like you've just demonstrated, but it was a very interesting video, and I urge anyone to take 8 precious, puny minutes out of your day.
Oh, I don't know, Trav. My brain rot. I don't know if we can handle an 8-minute video. I need scenes, transitions, music.
Do you want Minecraft parkour and like Subway Surfers and...
I mean, even that gets a bit monotonous. I need something that's constantly changing. You know, like every 6 seconds, I'm now sliding onto a new reel. My brain's just captivated at the ever-shifting content. No, I'm joking.
The thing
I'm kidding.
The thing is, I know you're actually just not like that. Like, you're very...
I do enjoy my longer form content.
You like reading and stuff, so, yeah.
Yeah. Just kind of poking fun at the modern world. Either way, Dynasty poking forward. Does get 1 kill. There's a follow-up there from 11, but unfortunately they can't uphold their end of the bargain. I appreciate the effort there, trying to be proactive, but unfortunately it's worked out against them.
Yeah, a couple of great rounds in a row. But this is one of the more difficult ones now because they're picked down and the rotation is coming through with the bomb being herded over toward the A bomb site, which is currently got some Bounty Hunters players rotating in. And they are very aware of what's going on here. They've read this round really well. But it's a situation where they might be locked out of play here with the utility. The Freak is lurking.
He's heard the steps.
Oh, what's going on? Very whiffy, but gets it in the end. Brendinia, ooh, that's a lovely double. 2 headshots. Unfortunately, now she's so low. 19 HP. Again, kit's available, but this is going to be super difficult to back into the round from here. Shorts is holding the line as well. They've got no flash to push him off the angle. It's an immediate kill with the AWP. Puts Vi into a very tough situation. I think she knows that both players are in this position, but she's about to get pincered, and Short will get the quick scope in his favour.
Yeah, inadvertently just pushes into both players. Their crossfire is effective, and Elevate were in control throughout that round there after they get the 2-for-1 trade on the players pushing down ramp. Decides to just pivot to the opposite side of the map after this initial skirmish. And they're back to winning ways here. They are back to winning ways. Now, Trav, do you speak sign language? Do you know any ASL?
You know, it's
this
funny,
one's really basic.
Funny you should mention that, because I was watching a video on it the other day, but unfortunately I do not.
Okay, well, I think you'll know what Zeddy's ASL means right now. You can't really see it because of his Galil, unfortunately. But he's got his pinky, his index finger, and his thumb up. Do you know that one?
Does that
I think
mean
your hand actually has to be reversed the other direction?
Does that mean...
That's how I feel about you, Trav.
Does it mean El Bozo?
No, it means I love you.
Sorry, listen, if he put his fingers to his head like that, it would show as an L. I'm making a joke,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
That's true. No, you're right. It's okay. I was just trying to be all cute and loving, but you know what? It's fine. I'm gonna be passive-aggressive now instead.
That's fair enough. Everyone needs a bit of like passive-aggressive, like one or two comments in their like you know weeks, just to feel like you're.
I hate it.
Go on.
I hate I just hate passive aggressiveness in general. It's like tell me straight up, bro, how you're feeling.
Listen,
what's on your mind.
I agree, it's terrible, but sometimes you're just in a mood, bro. You're in a mood.
That's true.
And maybe passive aggressiveness is a way to silence extra anger that would otherwise be unnecessary.
That's fair. That's a good point. It's like a maybe the lesser of two evils in terms of trying to convey a point or something like that.
Yeah.
I get you.
I know. I agree with you on that point though, for sure.
What is another point we'll certainly agree on is that Bounty Hunters F, you have to win this round here. Otherwise, it starts to smack a Dust 2, gets out of control. Actually, I liked more what I've seen out of them on this map so far compared to what we saw on Dust 2. They got some good plans, good protocols. This was Elevate's map pick, in fact, but Bounty Hunters F have clearly brought something to the table here.
Yeah, and the way they've won their 2 rounds was, without a shadow of a doubt, the most impressive moments of their game thus far, and I did like to see that. They're going for it again. They're going for this aggressive play. Oh my word, Lash is basically full blind, and he's still got the kill on 11. Pretty crazy. Diazo will try and make his way out mid, but Kara is in his way, and she just gets back away through Red Room. So, good recovery kill.
Yeah, more out of the AWP here, necessary for Bounty Hunters FE. Look at the position Zeddy is in. He's actually going to opt to smoke up short. Does Brandinia go through that smoke? She's going to get into the cubby here. Oh, Zeddy can avoid the flash. This B-bomb site's got numbers, but is still a really awkward position they find themselves in. They have to try and fight forward because they don't have any control on the site itself. Because of the pressure from Zeddy, they've been funneled in towards ramp, and they've just committed straight to their demise. Maybe slightly poor spacing, but I don't think they're expecting Elevate to be so far forward. Vi will get one back on the flank, but herself and Kara barely make up 100 health here, so good luck in this 2v3. They might just have to accept their fate, and they will.
Yeah, definitely the right call to save here. So did you say, that the sign that Zeddy's making, right? So it's like the sort of, rock star sign with your thumb out,
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, precisely.
I'm trying to do that right now.
There we go. We can see it now while we're on his
Yeah.
booty. Can we go back to in production? I don't know if we can do that. That would be helpful.
But listen, I'm
Zeddy.
practicing doing that right now, and there we go. For some reason, I can do it with my left hand, but it hurts my middle finger to do it with my right hand.
That's peculiar.
I've discovered an issue with my hand now. So thank you, Zeddy. I'm about to go to the doctor. It's really painful. It's actually not. I'm lying.
God.
It's not actually that painful.
Okay.
It's just uncomfortable, when you try and force
You got to
your
improve
fingers.
that dexterity there, man. You got to just work on the stretching.
Listen, I'm
But if
gonna
you-
crack my fingers. Hang on, wait.
I can
There we
actually
go.
heard that. Oh goodness.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry. I can do that with all. I can crack my knuckles with my fingers. It's one of my.
Can you do like all 20 where you do the middle knuckles and the top knuckles?
No,
or-
I can only do one finger at a time, really, or multiple at a time. I can't crack my knuckles properly. But
Okay. But if you take that rockstar sign and then you reverse it so that it's the bottom of the hand facing forwards, that means I love you.
okay,
Yeah.
okay, good to know. I've learned something today, and that's what I appreciate. Short will get taken down as 11 goes aggressive. Again, another important recovery kill, and I do like the way they're kind of maneuvering around the map to try and find these, but Elevate right now do seem in control. 11 will be given the AWP for a good reason. All timing, that's unfortunate for Brendina. She'd actually got all the way round, but not able to get one of those kills from that big flank. Still had 2 Elevate players around that position in mid.
It's unfortunate. Such an important round. Desperately again, just trying to take the fight to their opponents, but it hasn't worked out the same sort of way it did in the first round that they won here on the half. And I do kind of like Vi's positioning. She's realized she has to try and play elsewhere, and she does know there could be a threat from A main, but that fight at range basically peaks into 2 players. It's going to cost her life, and again, they're just going to have to make the unfavorable decision, or the unsavory decision, probably a better way of making it. Does that even make sense? It's just like, it's a sour decision, right? Unsavory. That is a thing.
Yeah, unsavory is fine. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Sometimes some of those words where you're wondering if it's like insavory or unsavory. No, it's definitely unsavory.
It's even like when you say it, it's like, did I just make up a word? Like, it's one of those words that just sounds a bit weird. Oh, goodbye.
Oh, that's so...
I love the way 11 looks away in case it's a flash and then realizes it's an HE and just probably accepts their fate. And Kara, unfortunately, will follow suit. Dio0 sends her to Dio.
You think you're saving, you put all util down, you've got only one option of where to go because you're getting locked in, and unfortunate that that nade removes you from the equation. And you see that moment there when there's their own Freak maybe just a second look away, but timing was off for Brandinho, I'm afraid. That is the 8th for Elevate. Up against a lower investment round here as well, where Zephyr going to force himself aggressively. Good start. Zeddy will go down. Very, very blind with that great flash from Kara. Going to go aggressive with the MP9 here as well, but Freak is ready for that one. No whiffs on this occasion. They've already herded the bomb away.
Good work. Keeping things very simple right now. Our Elevate just going through their motions, going through the protocol. I think maybe, as I say, that Freak potentially overextends their ever so slightly, and that does actually shake the round up because Elevate's now going to try and go back through the bottom of middle. Good trade from Dio0. He wouldn't know, though, that that completely opens up the B bomb side, or maybe he does because he's on his horse right now. And you got Lash on A, and he gets a good shot at range. There's more where that came from as well. And Dio's got some decisions to make now. It actually looks like he's going to go and join up with his teammate. Maybe Vi is hoping that they're going B, or is she just already committing to the save here, Trav? Because saving makes no sense. This was an eco round for Bounty Hunters. They're going to buy in the next round. You're down 8-2. You've got to just roll the dice here.
I think she is hoping that we're going to go B. I think she will give it a look as well. Maybe there's one of those options where you could have maybe gone through mid, realizing where the last bit of information was, and you could have gone through Red Room through CT to either A or B. They're still not planted because they're just so wary of her being around this position right now. Finally, the utility will come through. Looks at the Molotov as if to say, why would you do that? I had my perfect timing. I was about to creep in and deny that plant and possibly win the round, but this piece of utility is very important. Great opening kill. That ammunition, though, is very low on the AK. She would have needed a one tap, and Lash caught her looking the wrong way anyway. So Elevate do figure out that slightly more difficult round.
Yeah, more challenging than they would have expected. I mean, there was actually a lot going on in that round there for Elevate as well, but I guess they were kind of able to roll with the punches quite nicely. 9-2, last round of the first half. I mean, the 2 rounds Bounty Hunters FE have won. It's not like they've just tripped over in one of those rounds, or Elevate didn't do anything, like kind of just gave the round up. Those were deserved wins, hard-fought wins, but haven't really been able to show that same sort of form. Would have liked to have seen them keep up with the same takes in middle, and the flashes for the T side just so damn good. Freaking capitalized, that's a 5v3 off the bat.
CT player spotted. Kara will have to strafe around the whole temple and wait for any aggression, but again it allows the plant, even with a couple of kits available. Levin's going to have to try and get into a position to help out, and they're a bit too far away right now. Dynasty pushing forward. They're going to go push as a duo, but big shadow advantage there for Lash. That doesn't help. And the trade on Dynasty will be collected by DL0. Elevate with a very, very solid half. And the 2 rounds Bounty Hunters FE won, I think, were pretty much perfectly played. But Elevate overall, of course, with a comfortable lead.
Yeah, an unassailable lead, I'd say. Sailing off into the sunset of the 1-0 bracket here in the Swiss stage. Of course, as you mentioned, this is the opening day. Opening round here of the Swiss stage for CCT South America. Series 8, the last series, Trav, here for Season 2.
Yeah.
We've got 20 in EU. We're busy with the last one there as well. We haven't finished 19 either, but it's been a hell of a journey here in Season 2. And actually, the global finals were recently announced as well, which is exciting.
Yeah, and of course, that's going to be one of those sort of more mixed Tier 2, Tier 1.5 events. It's going to be very important for VRS points. It won't last that long, right? It's like a 3-4 day event, so pretty impactful. Great flash from 11. Zeddy is more blind than a blind thing. That's actually aren't that blind, so I'm not going to use that saying. Short gets 1,
Okay.
but Dynasty has found 2 very quickly in response. It leaves it all down to Freak and Zera. Already, the latter has fallen. Freak is rotating in with the dualies. Decides to go for the spam in the end. Adjusts for the recoil, of course, when you go for those faster clicks with those dualies, but unsure about where Bounty Hunters are playing from, having to click each player. Well, now jumping to the side. But, of course, Kitless round's pretty much already done. They're going to push their way forward. I say it's already done. I think it is just all the beeps.
Oh, no!
The beeps just came through at the last second.
Ooh. Surely he holds that. Oh, man. I guess
I would have liked to see him
9
hold
seconds.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, just die for the cause. Go down with your ship there, Captain. I mean, good damage done. 1 versus 4. A really solid attempt. I think it would have been very close. Like, might have been worth just risking, honestly.
I do think it would have been like maybe 9 or 8, maybe 8.5. I completely agree with you. Why not just hold it? Yeah, I heard the beeps. I know, it was kind of immediate, right? And we know the beeps are a little bit off in this game, right? It's not actually a perfect indication, so.
But that's even more of a reason for him to have just gambled it.
I know. All he had to save were dualies, but logic is he can actually buy something with the kills he got, right? Still got his Kevlar.
Yeah, fair. And he's got the M4 now as well, so will be dangerous here in this round. But Bounty Hunter's FE, good pistol round coming through from them. Brute force approach on the B-bomb site prevails. Long road back here to avoid that 0-1 bracket in the opening of their Swiss stage run. But they've got an anti-force here. If they can make this one work. If they can, next one is free.
Now we'll be aware that M4 is in play. Doing the right thing by just waiting here, because Elevate have actually piled the pressure on in mid. They are going to try and pincer it, but timing could be pretty awkward. There's the information on the first player. Rick knows how important this M4 is. Now the 2 players will work their way out bottom mid. Oh, almost 3. I was actually quite close. One more player to worry about though. It's an MP9. Good trade, very important. And Zeddy will get caught by Kara pushing down the ramp. So, again, significant damage, but they figured out where that last player is. Can they herd the bomb around the corner? They just about can. But Short has an opportunity with this one because they are tagged up. 5-7. Go for a few wall bangs.
Yeah, I was thinking he should have gone for this route in the first place. I was going to say go around ramp. Maybe just try and track them down. But he's actually just going to save the gun here with Short. And that's Bounty Hunter's FE. Navigating their way through the force by again. It's not like they're playing timid Counter-Strike here. It's a solid showing from them in this round. I mean, the rounds that they've won, they've actually been convincing, Trap. It's just about the frequency with which we've seen this convincing display from them is not consistent enough. But there's some ingredients here to work with, man.
Yeah, Kara had no choice at the end there. Had to sprint at Short. Short was very aware that if they were coming that way, they weren't going to be able to survive to the bomb explosion. So, round 1, but economy in the bin. Worst possible feeling in Counter-Strike. When you win a round, you think, all's good, we won. Oh, we can't even buy an AK. Okay, they can buy one. Fair enough.
I know, it does feel even more punishing for the CT side sometimes if they win a round and then all 5 players end up dying and then they come in with like MP9s and Masters and it's like, is this really the reward we get, mate? They're going to force again though. I guess this is the right decision because they know how strapped the T side are for money right now.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of teams go for this method. It's kind of like anti-meta. It is meta when you know the damage has been done. Vi waits in the mid-smoke. Unfortunately, playing smoke fade in CS2 is not like it used to be once in CSGO. It's pretty 50-50 now as to how it works out for you. Usually
I think
the CT side favoured in that situation.
Especially at that range. I think at that range, you're really going to struggle to play the smoke fade successfully. When you're closer, maybe you have a better chance, but I'm right there with you. Being outside the smoke is definitely the favorable position or place to be in that sort of skirmish, as Short doesn't care about inside or outside the smoke. He'll just shoot through it.
Diazera still being annoying toward the back of the site, doing exactly the right thing. Playing time. Rendinia last alive, pushing forward, will get caught. Perfect round in that full force, all 5 staying alive. And very quietly as well, Freak has made his way up to 21-6 after that pistol he had, of course. So, yeah, he's having a great game.
Yeah, there's been a very good showing here coming through from some of the individuals for Elevators. They're now just 2 rounds away from locking this one in. We started the series an hour and 16 minutes ago. This is a rapid one, Trav. This is a quick one. That's going to be the full investment here as well from the T side. They kind of realize even if they're safe, it's not going to get them everything they want in the round afterwards, and then it's not like it's really worth trying to play for overtime from there. They're going to go all in through the smoke. Dio0 might run out of ammo. No. Bounty Hunters run out of players instead.
Look how quickly that works out, right? 2 rounds in a row, 5 players alive. Immediately you've got 7k, 5k in the bank. It's so important and impactful. Like to see the tack here. You know, you could.
And they've used all 3.
Yeah, you could be forgiven in this situation, being 12-4 down for just being like, you know, whatever, we're gonna lose. But right thing, like, you know, due care and attention. Try and sort out a strategy with what weapons you have.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they're discussing. I guess it is like just contextually talking about the round now with what they've got, like you say, what util they have, what they want to buy as well, to try and formulate some sort of a plan here. We need 2 smokes, 3 flashes of molly, something along those lines. Either way, 8 opportunities here for Elevate to finish off the job. Haven't really broken a sweat, but they certainly did come into this game and take it seriously. Despite the fact they were such massive favorites, they've given up a good amount of respect here, and as a result, it's not like anything's ever really gotten ugly or scrappy or concerning for them. Oh, bye. That's unfortunate.
Too pacey, kind of ahead of the play. They're going to time it actually nicely with the Tech9 pushing through, and suddenly, across the map, 11 with 2. Dynasty with 1 of their own. Now, it's getting a little bit more awkward, but Short and Lash might be able to figure this one out, because Dynasty was low after their heroics.
Wow.
And it leaves Kara in a 1 versus 2. P250 has the bomb. Look at his positioning. Look at the pathing there. No idea at all that Short had managed to go all the way around toward Cave. And it's an expected comfortable victory for Elevate. They're one of the teams that should be making playoffs in this particular series of CCT South America. And they will get it off to a very clean start.
Yeah, that's a convincing performance, and I like that they also do go through their motions and their protocols and processes correctly throughout that series, because what they've done now is created habits. It's not like they go into a game and think, okay, are we playing against a team who we should worry about? No? Okay, well, we can just run around and do anything we want. And then, oh, we're playing against someone we should worry about? Right, we have to switch on and remember all our protocols, guys. It's like, no, you're going through the exact same motions and processes regardless of who you're playing against, and that's the correct way to formulate the proper habits.
Absolutely, yeah. I think Elevate are in that sort of position right now as a team where they know they actually have the ability to get good wins against good level South American rosters. So, you know, take every game with that due care and attention, like I said. I think multiple teams which they've run close and beaten recently, which proved that. So we shall see how their future looks in this series of CCT. But of course, there are more games to come tonight. We've got Uno Mil. I'm butchering it. I apologize. Against Praso.
Uno Mil.
And Yawara versus Velox as well. I mentioned Yawara as one of those teams that kind of occasionally you see 1 or 2 players on a team like that which get a deserved upgrade in time to one of the sort of next tier up teams at this sort of level of CCT South America. So keep an eye on that game.
Revolts is him, Trav. Revolts is that man that you're referencing now currently. I think he's like 18 or 19 years old on Yawara. Worth keeping an eye on. But yeah, a completely open-end Swiss stage, I'd say here. It's not like there's 5 or 6 teams that should definitely be qualifying for the playoffs from here, right? It kind of feels like it is open-ended, and well, it'd be interesting to see who's able to reach the playoffs in the last CCT South America series. But yeah, we got a little robbed today, I feel like, Trav, after not having our first game between Dusty Roots and Nitro. That was a forfeit, obviously, not being able to field their BRS roster. And so we get a very short second series. I was hoping this one would be double the entertainment to make up for the game that we lost, but ultimately Elevate just cleaned house. And like you said, Unomile against Praso Clan coming up, and then Yawara Velox. So that's all we have for the good people, Trav.
I know, right? As you say, feel a little bit robbed because that first game never happened. We would have been on 2 BO3s, but only one for us today. We'll hand it over to some of our colleagues and see you all very soon.
track, can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back here. After some quick action in the morning, we're here with the late shift, looking forward to carrying forward the rest of the day. I'm Exner. I'm joined here alongside Why Not. We've got some more CCT South American action to carry you forward for the rest of the day, and I'm excited to get on into it here on the Swiss stage.
Yeah, the beginning is always a really telling time, right? Like, we get a little bit of information each time we get towards the ends of these CCTs, where these teams are playing the best of threes that mean elimination, but I think to begin and look at these teams right off the rip, we can see whether or not they've improved in that very short turnaround time, but still turnaround time where they can practice it out nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, it's been interesting to see what's kind of being made so far, out of the gates. We've got some quick matchups that I think a little bit unfortunate that Nitro forfeit, but their situation has kind of been a little bit weird in terms of what we've seen out of them so far. In last event with a pretty tough performance, and then rolling up into this one forfeiting, so their future a little bit uncertain. But I mean, looking about the future of today here more so, we're seeing more and more of these like rosters, these organizations, these groups come through here, maybe with less experience, but get opportunities to play throughout the Swiss stage, and for that, I'm certainly looking forward to seeing what these teams are made of here on the remaining. I mean, we know what Yawara can bring to the table and how efficient they can be, but overall, it's going to be a pretty exciting remainder of the day, seeing the form of these teams.
Supposedly, the Nitro team had been dropped by their organization and disbanded. So that kind
this was kind of expecting, but I didn't know that actually in full detail.
Considering this is like the beginning of the tournament, I think it's kind of maybe a little upsetting or frustrating to outside teams, seeing that they just accepted their invitation to forfeit right off the rip. But, whatever, I guess we'll move on and past it. As you say, we have more games to worry about. We're actually going to be casting in Uno Mil and Praso. That is the one that we will be starting off with, and Yawara and Velix later on. It's this Brazilian and Argentinian clash that's a tale as old as time as far as CCT goes, and it doesn't seem to be letting up any time soon because we're running it back twice. And this one, a little more, I would say, askew than the next, in my personal opinion. I think that we're looking towards breaking this one down and analyzing what these two rosters have been slowly devolving or evolving into in some ways and some others. I think that talking about Uno Mil first, though, is the easiest of the two because they are effectively the same team that they have been, just slowly trying to integrate Leo Monster, who I think is actually a really good piece for them.
Yeah, I mean, he's been absolutely incredible here so far, so I've been very impressed with what Leo Monster has been able to bring to the table for this squad. I think it's kind of, revived this team who's been going through it a little bit in terms of losing their organization here and struggling with that. So, bringing in a player like Leo Monster and actually being able to succeed with them is a big detail there. And they're experiencing that success out of the gates.
Yeah, they've been hitting a little bit of a stride in these best of threes recently. I mean, they've taken them over Bounty Hunters and Crew, as well as Nacho's Shinden, who, for those who aren't aware, we'll talk about it in a minute. Nacho was playing for this this Praso team before they got orged up, and he was one of their better pieces, and he got snatched. But yeah, talking about their best of ones, though, their ECL run has really not been all that great. As a matter of fact, it's been rather poor. They've been losing out in those best of ones pretty terribly, to be frank, with a pretty deep distance in the maps that they have taken in defeat. And taking in stride their victories and using that momentum here is going to be important. As we say, the beginnings of these CCTs tells what they have to offer for the rest. And maybe for the side of Uno Mil, just trying to show that ranking superiority in the HLTV and Valve Global rankings and really open up the Swiss stage with a win against a team who are given resources to try and close that gap, though, with that new organization in Praso.
Yeah. I mean, I'm interested to see what they can make happen there with this squad, with this organization. Obviously, again, you're kind of dealing with a team with a couple of like more experienced players, more they've been in the scene for quite some time here, but they've also struggled to hit those heights in a scene where I would say Argentina is very quickly rising here. I think you're seeing a lot of teams and players come through with a lot of motivation.
I agree.
So I'm excited to see that scene get lifted up, but it's a big question mark of how much success this squad can experience with the rosters. How much can these younger guys really elevate the ceiling of this team? And I mean, obviously the Swiss stage is a good example of how to find that out.
And listen, I don't really want to put them down all that much, but I feel like you have to agree that this team, in many of their victories as well as their losses, put a lot of weight on Pav. Like, he just has so much that he has to do in order to drag them across a lot of these. And frankly, I think that if they're going to move forwards in losing Nacho and picking up RZK and trying to make it work in an organization and trying to make it look like that this was the right move for them to sign, I think that it's going to take a lot more than just him in some of these games to be able to say, yeah, we have a core that we can believe in. Because I think that as far as Argentinian teams goes, this is like the younger brother of them all. This is one of the least experienced at a higher level, and generally speaking, one of the least accomplished of them still participating in CCT, unfortunately enough to say.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking to try and despite all of the reps that they have here as a team, again, prove that they can elevate to the next level.
Yeah.
And, that would probably just be, for a lot of these players, locking in a playoff position, right? Getting past the Swiss stage, which, is easier said than done in South America, but it's something that I think this team kind of requires. And as much as the competition that they're going up against has had their struggles and best of ones, I do think that Uno Mille has been able to beat just about some of the tougher competition. And, that doesn't necessarily mean they're out of this one by any means, but it does make it very difficult to offer up that success consistently in a best of three versus a squad, which they have been pretty good at.
Yeah, and talking about Pav just a little bit more, I mean, he's been playing with Lency and Hez since season 1 of CCT. So, I mean, it's been quite a bit since that point, right? Like we've come a long way since that stage in their development, but that was on Boca Juniors. That was, I think, actually they had managed to place in the top 4 at the time of their highest peak, and that was crazy, honestly, to say out loud, almost 3 years ago. Like that is a crazy thing to think about how deep this goes. So the core is still there. We've seen them do some damage before, but trying to make themselves, either the team that they once were, the individuals that they once were, whatever the case may be, really relying on somebody like RZK to step into the shoes of a Nacho and try and be that piece that was missing. That's always kind of a hard thing to, put on a player, but I mean, just looking forwards into the future of them having, as previously mentioned, having been signed from that La Champions League team, RZK kind of needs to elevate himself to their level if that's going to be the signing that gets them here. I like playing against Legacy recently. They got thrashed. It was a 13-0. That's not something they can have happen regularly. And they have time to recorrect, but I don't know how much time that really is.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult task here. Starts in the veto, which I'd be interested to see. I mean, obviously, both of these rosters like a bit of dust too, so I'm kind of expecting that to lean into the decider. I do like the train pick out of the gates. That, makes me a little excited to see them try to come through with a little bit of creativity, maybe throw their opposition off foot out of the gates. And as a team that I would consider an underdog, picking into train without having played it in an official is the perfect opportunity to try and sneak a underdog victory downrange. So I do like that quite a bit. And then seeing Dust 2 is kind of expected as a decider there because, neither one of these teams is going to be banning that map. It makes for an interesting series, and I do think it opens up the door here potentially for the possibility of an upset, which would be big for this team.
Yeah, I'm definitely feeling the potential of a 3-mapper at the very least. Going that distance, I mean, being Dust 2 and also having their highest win percentage on it. I mean, Uno Mille are no strangers to that map. They've got a lot of different reps on it. Very tight games in their most recent lost streak of, I believe, 4 or 5 games on it, but talking about the train pick a little bit more in depth, because that's where we're going to start things. You say that it's a perfect place to try and, swing out a little bit of an early upset in the veto as well as maybe in the series. And I think that that's definitely a viable way of play for a team that has a lot to prove. And maybe this could be a staple map for them because, I guess the scare of that is, let's say it worked, right? Like, let's say that they pull away with that train and they lose the series or win the series. Doesn't really matter. You go into the rest of CCT and a lot of these teams that play up against you are probably going to be banning that if they know that you have that as a bit of a curveball if they don't play it, regularly anyways. Like that's just kind of something that I hope looks really good out the gate and that they can use as a secret weapon, less so as like a crutch, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and that does what kind of feel like that's the case here at the moment when you kind of lean into picking this map without, many reps here or any reps at all in this case. But we'll see how it fares up here very shortly as we're ready to hop on into the action.
Oh, baby.
You got to be careful, sometimes picking into this one, and new maps in general out of the gates without much experience, it can be a huge trap. Even though you feel like the underdog, you can kind of look like, you've picked into your own demise here. So, it's up for them to look good on this map and look good on the T side in particular.
Gotta have something prepped at the very least on this map to even consider that to be the case, so let's hope that is. As the dual Berettas go absolutely flooding up through the bottom of those B steps, they're instantly shut down. It's Lenchi and RZK to go flawless in those duels, losing Hez initially, but now having to react around the other sides of the map. The bomb's kind of on its own.
We're taking his time with that one. Reels in, does lock it in, needs a little bit of backup here and some support on that long-range duel. Picks up the dual Berettas. Still with plenty of ammo there. Lindsay wisely, not overextending, does kind of run it back there. Calls in for his assistance, calls in for his support, reads the aggression well. Going to close out the pistol, despite a scary start with those dual Berettas turning the corner, catching him off guard. You can see that they instantly dismiss it from that first kill onward.
Yeah, I was a little surprised with how far Lency had got up ahead of RZK with the bomb on his back and that they hadn't accelerated together, but I guess all's well that ends well. The distance between the rest of the Ts was, you know, just close enough to where they could react without the CTs having time enough to either reposition or maybe even find more map controller info. So the fights were there, all good at the end of the day. Looks to be a technical timeout that we're taking right now as Praso claimed that first round. Mile, you know, they have some decisions to make because this is a map that you could absolutely go in for a viable second round investment, as you can see pretty deep already into that is Leo Monster, and yet follow Zillion Squad are slowly but surely investing their pieces, and I just want to know what they're going to do with it more than anything else. See that they have MP9 as the only non-pistol vested into it, and they drop their utility in trying to get closer up and personal distance, and that smoke will at least stall out Praso for the time being, but I wonder, does Leo Monster try to aggress with a teammate's utility? There's no flashes left.
Gonna have to make a quick move here and into A-Mate or T-Con side of things. They're gonna try and force them back with that deep smoke, and I like this aggression. I like this idea coming through from the CT side, but that then is going to queue up the next step in the flow chart there, which is to retake it for the T side. They're just all standing behind the smoke, though. So this is a lot of players that aren't making any moves right now throughout the map, trying to regain T-Con control and taking a lot of the time off the clock.
That shadow advantage, I mean, really powerful to where Pav has no idea how far exposed he actually is, and Leo can just play for his body at this point, can't he? I mean, he can have his teammates start to make a little bit of an enclosure on other points of the map, as you can see already, grouped at Ivy. It's Leo Monster responsible for the entirety of T-Con, and he's done his. He needs some teammates to step up, but they fall off. They instead get a little bit worried about this front posture, and Rilson takes his D-goal and rounds the corner to an unattentive T.
Yeah, just walking right into that headshot right there, and they're stalled out so rough in towards T-Con. I think they're trying to escape here. That's being wrapped up by ZMB on the flank. 2 kills out of his pistol to cap it off, destroying this T side in every way.
I don't know if the word that I would want to use is like scared, but definitely really hesitant to go as a group towards any side of the map or Praso clan in that one. Just taking these duels one by one, and by the point where they get any foothold in this A site, it's just too little and too late on the timer to where they either have to go sprinting in or have to a little bit, you know, conglomerate and try and make something happen. And just too far gone by that stage.
Yeah, I mean, having 4 players right there outside of T-Con waiting out the smoke is a really rough position to be in at the end of the day for that T side. They're taking no control throughout the map, so they have no players on the default, spreading themselves out.
Yeah. Their Ivy guy even fell away, actually, having pretty forward space.
Yeah, I mean, you've lost that Ivy control as well. You can see it wrapped up by ZMB in the end. You're constantly concerned about the idea that there's flanking presence throughout the map as well while you're at it, and just a really tough position to find yourself in the mid-round right there.
Flying back. Tasted their own medicine, perhaps? I mean, they only have the one flash to go ascending anywhere, and it's looking like a little bit of a sell for Pav. I mean, not exposing himself fully from the front side of the red train, but the back side already wrapped on by BNC. Ooh. I mean, surely they have to be aware.
Yeah, let me call out being made. There's a bit of denial in information. They do have Bit of a gap being slipped, but you can see Remix is repositioning effectively. He spotted out right there. Does lose out the duel, though, so an equalizer manufactured. Here by the T side. How much can they overwhelm this B site, though? It's a big question. Leo Monster in a quick recovery. Good with the multi. Good to provide some security here. Forced by it, not going to bear too much fruit here. Maybe some extra damage from Dottie. Timing is looking good, but no, ZMB turns back in time. Business handled, and there's the end of the Force by Horse.
Yeah, that's consecutive rounds pulled together before, you know, we get into an awkward conversation of how is this happening. But, you know, I mean, Remix being a little bit of a consolation prize at that point in a duel that very many a time goes traded after Remix gets his one, although he didn't. So communication is good on the wrap back B, not compromised all too quickly. We get into this one with a bonus for Uno Melee, and this is going to mean a lot for their economy going down the stretches, because that last round being close to flawless, I mean that they had already picked up AK-47s off the bodies of their opponents, and Remix is taking a bonus in so many ways looking for that op in the next round. It's a Tech 9 is all that he'll use, and they're actually going on the aggressive. They're going so far deep into not only Ivy, but Brown Halls too. Reelson collects on 3. He had a teammate just behind him, but unneeded, as the last left remaining is once again left to be Dottie. Hopefully that doesn't get into your head, as psychologically it'll be another snap down. All 5 removed before even a single casualty for Uno Melee.
It's just a big momentum building round here early on. As I said, you have to come in with that T side out of the gates.
Yeah.
You have to be able to offer up that success when you pick into this map, which already we talked about was a bit of a risky decision, one that I liked. But right now, this default here, the way that they're working out map control, seems like they have the first phase, but it requires a lot of resources to try and take T-Con control. I want to see them be able to spread out and work the map, punish some aggression, see what sort of ideas they have for that. Nice HE to slow them down a little bit, but it is right back into Uno Melee, pressing the issue on this gun round.
Trying now Pop to just send some shots through the smoke, maybe collect onto a lucky kill. Not going to be given anything there. Instead, he'll just be rewarded with another smoke to his face. Silence will around the map, but another walk through IV. There's no fear from ZMB on this one, man. He is giving them no respect on their choice. He's going to call that this one's looking pretty decent on the A site to, you know, fall away without much of a hitch. And that's exactly what they're going to do. Exner, they're going to walk right into this B site that's been already read upon in full. And in turn, they're going to really require some shooters. Because, I mean, at least they have the numbers advantage. But having to clear each one of these angles is the problem.
Yeah, you're going to have to shoot your way out of this one in a big way. That is not going to be an easy task. See how good the execute is to try and get past this utility. As the flash is not quite catching. Angle too strong from Reelson. There's just too many numbers at the moment. They still managed to fight their way through, though. And a couple of kills fill the feed. There's still so much more than that they bargained for, but the presence on this T side holding up to the task. HE to blow open that smoke, and denial from ZMB to further aggress. So it's up to Dottie and Lindsay to slow this one down. Molly doesn't flush him out just yet, but Dottie under hot water. Playing in between these oil tankers does get blasted. An adjustment from Remix. They didn't do it the easy way, but they got the job done eventually.
Yeah. I mean, Remix had to kind of turn into a combat opera at that point. Like, if he wasn't going to find the player lower, which he did, he was going to have to turn down low to where ZMB had done the work for him. So, you know, timing really is everything in those duels for Uno Melee. They'll never have known it, but still very patient and passive in their fights, I will say. Proso Clanner successfully making that one look competitive. A little bit exposed there at the end of bottom side of Sidewalk, but I mean, not really expecting it to just be blown open, in all fairness. But another one to where Uno Melee can kind of make them look a little silly on their pistols and continue to build up this repertoire that they have with their investment banker. The B site pop with a smoke already off spawn and a molly at their toes. The incendiary smoked, but not going to be a wall. It's ZMB, who typically at Ivy has actually taken up residency at B.
There's too much resistance right there. It's handled comfortably. No problems, no troubles on this T or CT side for Uno Melee since the pistol loss. handling these, anti-half buys ecos in dominant fashion, and then shutting down these gun rounds with a little bit of Z&B aggression that gives them all the information. That's why you have to be able to earn the respect on this T side, which is a difficult task for any team, don't get me wrong, but certainly finding their difficulties right now. Look to recover. Quick utility. RZK in position to deal with Leo Monster, who's been so good at the multi-kills. Gets leveled out without getting one. Now they try and pick up the pieces right there, and this is a big way to do it. Shutting down every facet of this aggression all of a sudden.
The double-edged sword of the playstyle being put up by Uno Mille right now, honestly, that they've only just now really faced the repercussions of. They've finally bit the bullet on their walkthroughs, and on their desperation re-aggressions in through main, you can see that they're just left kind of sitting on their hands at Ivy, left wondering what the next move could possibly be. ZMB, typically the one to aggress towards Ivy side's been dealt with, so still holding on to it is, I believe, Dottie. And beyond that, should just be a free plant, as they've got full lay of the land. They don't know that they have B, so I wonder if they'll go hunting for that first. It seems that that will be the case. Actually, giving it a sniff, his wheels in too. If he could get a kill and then kind of get out, maybe give his upper room to fight back, it would have been a world where that pullback was certainly a possibility, but now timing has since dwindled, and Remix is going to be fighting for his life in a moment. Life really lit.
Not too long right there before getting shut out. Not a big concern just yet, but that CT side economy isn't a reserve that you can keep pulling on forever. That can quickly dwindle.
That was a good shot.
A big round there from Brasso that managed to pull them back into this T side and then do just what I asked there. Gain a little bit of respect. Gonna keep Uno Mille's aggression just a little bit slower. Potentially.
I mean, one more loss from Uno Mille here, and they'll be on their last legs of buys. But, I mean, a little bit more coordinated in that term of aggression than we had seen kind of just walk-ups in previous. This one, maybe a little overzealous at IB side, though, on a swing that didn't really need to be had. It was Hez who was holding for range, and it was Dottie to hold up. They wanted information, but the flash is just off the mark, frankly. And I hope given vision enough to take that duel. So right back to square one.
Yeah, gotta pick up the pieces there, and a 4v4 now. Remix trying to sell flash. I feel like those don't oftentimes go well.
No.
Especially in those close range, well, I guess long range angles, but as that you can hold behind those walls, dodge out on that flash effectively. Good positioning from the op of Hez. Gets them through. That's gonna allow them to provide a little bit of relief here, especially putting a lot of pressure right now onto Reelsin. Under fire on B here very shortly, it seems. They slowly crawl their way towards his location. They are getting the rotations necessary just in time here. Molly's effective, but somehow CMB threads a shot in. Partially blind. I think he had vision before he takes the shot here. Reelsin still trying to fight in the back of the site. Unidentified just yet. Finally revealed, and they get off the bomb. So now it's going to buy even more time for Reelsin to reposition, for his teammates to get involved. And this one could go from bad to worse here. Anything extra from Ez. He's going to fight for his life, but not for the round.
Second, try and save this one, and can't believe he's been given this many chances. But all good. Triple kill from Reelsin in the back of the site, realizing he's got no utility to solve. He just waits for his teammates instead and plays off their contact, and rightfully so, and well done. And then 3 to him. EMB has been caught up to. This one seems well into the wheelhouse of Uno Mille, who might have been caught off guard by the veto process, but certainly in the server don't look to really be that a fool. I mean, to be honest with you, I feel like they're really deeply leaning on these aggressive plays to the point where I feel like that's all that they have prepped on their CT, which is all well and good, but when these don't work out, I feel like Prosso haven't really given Uno Mille the chance to play into their own hands. In this round, it'll be RZK trying to go out for a wider swing to double up and bring it back, and nearly doing the trick. And frankly, kind of a necessity at that point to where you can't blame him for going one step further beyond that. But Lency will finish the job that he had started, but take significant damage as a result.
Yeah, under fire right there. Kind of a trade that you maybe can afford to make with the advantage, but still gotta recover some lost space. I'm with you though. The CT aggression, they have so much different, ways to throw it down though. My thing, so
True.
it seems like they're just going through the cycle of how they catch also off guard. One step after another here. Smoke goes in, pop, I believe, and now they're kind of discovered around the corner. So scaling into this A side is a challenge here. Triangulated setup here at the moment for Uno Mille.
That second molly used, I mean, that's fine, but they now need to start isolating duels on the other angles that they haven't used their utility on. This pop position, which ZMB, talk about catching players off guard, that's another moment in doing so. And the molly is not going to last long enough for Remix as he takes his timing. And just seconds after it's subcision? I think that...
Incision? I don't know
like,
which word.
Like subsiding, like when something subsides.
Oh, okay. Subseeded? I don't know. I don't know.
Google it actually, because that's a cool word if I did use it right.
I like succession. I know that.
Subcision. Subcision is when... Oh yeah, it's a minor surgical procedure, so I was wrong.
I was going to say, it sounds
You were
medical.
Right. You were right, yeah.
Sounds medical. That's all I know here, but
Yeah.
a nice procedure going on the A side for this T side as they make it into the bomb site, finally being able to force back the more passive setup at the moment from Uno Mille. As they get access into this site, left behind the smokes right now, but good utility evading the bomb plant just yet. See what they do here in this retake. There's, again, plenty of money to go around for the rest of the half, it feels like, but they do need to be careful. 4v2 might feel out of the realms of possibility unless you can get something rolling here. Let's see, peeking into the AWP and RZK. Just the same, it's going to shut things down with quickness.
The word I was thinking of was subside.
There you go.
Not subside. And to secede is to retreat. Oh.
Learning so much.
Learning so much, and I mean, talking about treating, they're kind of crawling back into their shells a little bit here now, Praso, in a good way. And on the late pop towards A, they can go that 1-for-1 and know that they've at least maintained control of this position without much in the way of response from Uno Mille provided. I mean, there's no angle for them to slip in through. It's this ladder smoke that's soon to fade that might give them a chance at a duel favorable for them, but until that point, the bomb site is relatively open to planting, and ZMB, oh good lord, he might be, lined up for a multi, but turned on, yeah, giving a little bit of a scare. I mean, it's not going to give them the round, but gives us a jump start to our hearts. Is still on every angle they will be crouching. It's a siege from all different angles. Praso are going to be pressed. RZK is going to need to fight off from the wall, and once he does, he repositions just out open enough to E-Box to Relency. He will be able to refrag, but in exposing himself, is given over just as easy as a pullback as 8 is secured.
Just a small detail right there, but Leo Monster being able to stay alive instead of chasing that kill in a panic to try and, make the retake happen, but letting his teammates finish the job that he was looking to start. It's a really key detail. That ZMB flank arriving just in time. It's back to winning ways here for Uno Mille when it comes down to taking proactive control towards T-Con and then pushing the issue in Ivy. So overall, looking like they got every last detail of the CT side nailed down when they need to level up.
It's been a pretty fun one. Oh, he's already gone past. I don't think they have any idea. RZK, he's got his crosshair trained as if he wants to round the bend. Unbeknownst to him, there's already somebody on him, but Lency, he snaps back a frag into where maybe a little overzealous on the sit and wait, as he didn't want to find himself too open to that upper area, though. I guess it makes sense. Reels in, though, getting his one. Is that going to be enough, or will there be more to come? You can see their CT's walking up through this position, this pop dog. Lency holds down Mouse 1. A pair of kills follows his initial entry, and from that point forward, this is where the downtrend of that aggression can be seen, and ZMB makes known of at least one more. No way, dude.
Oh, he might have just threaded the needle. You can get in towards Pop, which is really interesting. It's going to require a little bit more impact out of Remix here with the AWP, but now it seems like the squad's being called over to the B side instead. They hit that walk, denying any sort of information, denying any noise. And this is a great decision made in the late round from Praso. Make sure they don't let this one slip, heading into an open B site. Now, you are seeing ZMB also on the move once more. Back into Pop and then through. He's going to look to flank things off, and now hearing the noise being made, it's his cue of the information. He's going to have a very fast flank.
Oh, but shows his toes to Pav as he takes his teammate down at the side, and now with the AWP, there's very little in the way of reactions that you can make after a single shot has been fired off, and Dottie takes his last kill of the half at 6-9. It's the half that goes 8-4. Definitely really deep in the playbook, entrenched in their forward stance for Uno Melee, and it does them some good. Praso Clan only catching them a full twice over in that regard. We go the flip-flop, and I wonder if just that is what we'll see kind of in mirror reflection from Praso Clan in an attempt to try and maybe make that same game plan their own, in a style to where they want to test how Uno Melee work up against their own plays.
We'll see what sort of effort Praso can bring to the table. I mean, knowing what worked so well for Uno Melee, we'll see if they bring some of that same energy into this one.
Dish it out. Can they take it? Pop flash for upper B. Didn't see anything though, Lency, so that's going to be kind of like a false sense of security.
And you see them play a little bit lackadaisical as they delay the B play here just a little bit. Oh, Lindsay going and double dipping though. He's going to catch him with utility up. No one covering the long side. And Remix falls with the utility belt, which is so key. There goes a huge part of your execution. Just a molly left. Smoke to be picked up as well. They still fight their way forward. Into the site they go. And they managed to overcome P250 at range right now from Reelsin, helping him out in a big way.
Got to be kind of frustrating if you are the one setting up utility and upper being shot down like that, but you know, a little more satisfying is the fact that they don't get away with his life after that, and made known as the one over towards oil. And hop goes ZMB and BNC still undetected and unknown, and now they know he can just play ring around the rosy, making movement work, and ZMB gets himself in the right angle in seconds after having been spotted. Dottie, how in the world could you have prepped for that? Dude. What a ZMB game.
It's just been playing unbelievably well all the way through. Just fantastic stuff. At distance, finding those flanks in the first half, and being able to dance around the bomb train right there. It just looks like he's so comfortable on train. That's going to lead to a force buy. They're going to need a big one here in return. Just like it was dished out in that last half. Holding out for this aggression. Oh, it's a lineup for Leo Monster. It looked like he was using his teammate as a meat shield. And it works wonders for him.
Sees now. A little bit of a pause from the rest, maybe hoping that someone else will walk into them, which Hez kind of does, and okay. That's still very clutchable territory for an MP9 Exner. 27-3-5, that's where the HP lies. Dottie, not so far off from them, would take liberties in timing, but just to wrap around back. Respawn perhaps, second guessing whether or not they'd committed an HE in hand. I mean, now that he's heard that plant, does he even know? Does he go? I mean, if he does, he's going to have to be swift about it. Like, he doesn't have a kit. He can't really afford to walk through brown holes this snail's pace that he's put forwards. I mean, he's just going to go for a save? Oh, that's such a shame.
mean, he has to know how low some of these players are, but not that interested in giving it a go. It's just the perfect weapon for the job as well, but
You watch that demo
Still-
back and you're like, damn.
yes. So winnable. If you don't know what you don't know. Uno Mille gonna take 10 for it. Likely 11 now. Is this risky pick that they lean in on, trying to challenge Uno Mille on train? Might just blow up in their face here in terms of how successful Uno Mille have looked, how aggressive, and how many ideas they've had on this map. Versus what you prepared for here if you're Prazo.
Dottie, the Loon Ranger, as far as the investment goes, with any oomph behind it, I say that, but the 5-7 surely did do that damage. Now they're just playing as deep as they can in this A site. Locked in it is Pav in a moment. He's going to be locked in, hitting that shot and eating a nade as a response. There's a boost to be called for. One man down. Needing to react off of it. They do so well, and elevated is the low HP of Pav, but how much can he really get off before even a single piece of lead is entered him? That's pretty much it. I mean, Dottie and Lency, they're going to be playing for that buy in the next round regardless, so losing this Galil is not that big of a deal. Some damage is okay, but 11 for Uno Mille is even better.
A little bit of a extra kill on the way out here for Dottie. Can he make it a clutch though while he's at it? That's a big question. Dancing around here, running a little bit low on time before he's even tapped the bomb just yet. And eventually that's going to cue him up to fall out of this one after trying to make it happen. Some good damage on these rounds, but again, that's, you know, maybe not exactly the thing you're looking for right now with the deficit that they currently face. And even finding the chase down here for the T side, hunting him out.
This pick of Train quickly falling into the hands of the Brazilians. They look to be pretty well drilled on these moments. They're very rarely, I think, scattered and separated to a point of no return. And now with Remix's AWP, I want to see just how centered they are around that. See that he's playing the group trio, trying to walk down to what looks like Pop Dog. That B site late, but they look at, oh my gosh, they're just front to back right now. Pav and RZK playing high and low. I love this setup. This is awesome. I gotta use that.
Write that one down. The high-low works well once again. T-side unable to really trade or do much damage in return, just taking some victories into stride. Walking out of this one. Now the setup can afford to be much more passive, not going to get any more aggressive. There's a 8G from Hez as well, tossed in. Capitalizes on the low HP bar, still looking good to close here. Dottie going to hold the line just the same and doesn't get punished for it while he's at it as well.
Dropping big flies at this point. And Remix, the man who had kind of just set up that play at Pop early on, he's alone. To reflect on his mistakes, perhaps. Not necessarily mistakes, but definitely calling them into their doom unknowingly. I believe he's the IGL of this team. He would be, right?
Counter-terrorists win.
Maybe.
Remix?
Yeah,
Actually not sure.
maybe not. I'm gonna look into it. want to spread misinformation on the internet more than I already do. ZMB has been in IPL. I don't know if he's doing it first. Either player can't be surely is see he had Showtime on Bounty Hunter. So yeah, I'm gonna stick with my little bit of information that I have and say that it's ZMB then. But if that is true, then bro is shooting hard for a caller for this team at this point in time, I will say.
Yeah, no good doubt. Be interesting as well. I feel like while he has taken a lot of initiative in Ivy, I feel like sometimes it can be hard to call from Ivy
Sure.
on the CT side. But yeah, I mean, if he's taken that initiative, it's probably a lot easier to call. If you look at how he played that last half. May not be as difficult as you think, and experiencing a little bit of success here in terms of the map control, trying to hold on to this utility, finally forced to dispense it though.
A little bit of a change of tune there from Uno Mile to head back. Gotta wonder where the play with what utility they have is going to be, whether or not they route through the backsides of red or try and slot in through box with Leo Monster there as well. A flash off that wall. He will be trying to make the first piece made available to them in kills, and there is a bit of a way to play off that on the left and right sides of Sight Train. Nothing really spotted for the CTs other than bullet fire straight to the face, and to get running shoes on now as Lency does get one in the back line.
Hit the Jets here. Remix holding the line with the AWP, but repositions out of there. Might not be able to quite catch the aggression just yet, but oh, fights into it there, and it gets blasted by Dottie. Now just leaves his teammate low on HP and also not planted for him here. BNC has to make the move out. And he's kind of slipped a gap for now. Getting covered though. Does he get the kill on the diffuser? Not quite. Can't thread that one in, and it's going to end up being a victory there. Brasso holding the line.
Good stuff. Just sit for 6 before map point can be reached by Uno Mile. You know, we're not really at that drawing distance to where they have to worry all that much. Pressure isn't, you know, fully mounted. So, inflammation cut down just by tad there. They get their op onto Hez. Playing against the T side that doesn't really have a whole lot that they can break out on this slow buy, where they're just staying above that $1,000 mark roughly. Attempt to get themselves back in equal footing. Pretty audible up in Brown Hall. I mean, Dottie actually is going to keep walking it up, and he's going to get a freebie there as the bomb and try and trek back over towards A. B and C doing them some good with the tech, but even still, this distance will be Hez's way every single day. And even with a micro adjustment following being dinked, Hez is able to keep the right side of this site clean and clear, and Pav will handle the rest of them swept right from under the rug. Also, 4 alive. I mean, could have been a little bit worse. It's pretty solid.
I definitely can take that right there. They're starting to slowly mount this comeback. Looking good in doing so.
Not bad.
Got 4 rounds to close the distance. You're consistently having these AWPs in play. You're also, you know, when required, being able to win some very key post-plant situations. Some of them not even advantaged. So, trying to let loose here. B-Rush. No one's spoken the molly just yet. A little delayed, and Lindsay locks in. A 3K, whips the Tech 9 out for 4. Denied access. A quick gun round swiped aside by one man.
I'm gonna call that their 1. That was Uno Mile's 1 to try and rush B. You know what I mean?
You get one every game.
Yeah.
I mean, especially with that sort of lead, you get one of those calls there where you just try and, you know, get a freebie, I would say, more than anything, especially when it comes to trying to call around this half and call through the adversity that they're facing right now.
Yeah.
You like a freebie. You like being able to just say, let's rush B and see if we can just out-aim them for a round real quick, and then we have 12, and then it's easy to close, but No freebies here. In fact, it's just more confidence being built for the CT side.
Yeah, then it's just gonna be gun round save, gun round save, gun round save. And that's where they gotta break out the the big calls. That's where they gotta go deeper into that strat book.
How deep does that go right now? Because at the moment, looking like they're shut out, struggling to find new ideas. Meanwhile, great HE for that. Flashbang is perfectly placed. Tech9s can't close the distance, and RZK lining up a couple of kills there. Gives them a 4K of their own as they try and run out T-Con this time to about the same success.
You get a 4K, you get a 4K, you get a 4K. oh, dude. Dude, if you got an ace off the ladder, that would have been some FaZe Clan stuff, man.
Gotti, RZK, and Valencia have combined for 10 kills in the last 2 rounds.
I'm out. There is definitely conversation to be had in addition to the technical timeout. Imbi having disconnected Shadow Realm. He'll be rejoining us soon. They got money enough, like they can get it all. There's gonna be no shortage to complain about here. And it better not be a darn B rush. You don't get 2. Said you get 1.
It's so easy to say at the beginning of the round.
It's so easy to call though.
And what if it works and it's so awesome? Because then you don't have to call anymore.
You could just call it over with. Guys, keep doing it until it doesn't work.
Just one. Just only one. You're only giving them one B-rush, a half.
One. Unless they're on pistols or something, like next to nothing by. That's a different story. A gun, you get 1 gun round B rush call. That's what you get.
I mean, that's very fair. That's very fair.
Otherwise,
not ridiculous.
I mean, the distance between these two teams is 2 rounds at this point. So where Uno Melee, they get this round, right? Let's say they lose. Go to 11-10. They're going to be on another save. 11-11. They get another buy. And that's where they can continuously still try to, like, whittle down Praso as much as they want. But Praso are able to comfortably invest until the end of this game, right? Like, they're not really in that distance anymore where Uno Melee can take the little victories in these rounds. They kind of have to just mastercraft 1 round to pull over. And certainly within individual range of being able to make some of these A-pops work. But I think the push and the pull hasn't really been there so much as where Praso Clan, the rounds that they were winning, kind of sat on their hands a little bit. I think they need to take some of that same advice, or at least, pressure up Ivy a little bit more heavily. Doesn't really feel like that there's really a reason to believe that they're even heading in that direction yet. How do you feel? Feel good?
I'm feeling great. I'm with you. I mean, again, it's about kind of using your resources correctly, and that target not really being put in towards Ivy, not being able to execute out T-Con even. It does feel like leaves him with a pressure. Look at this deep line being maintained. A huge surprise there for Leo Monster and a big name to take down early. Just making the job a little bit easier.
Dropping
4v5. Smoke in.
It's so crazy. There's just no world Uno Melee walk through that. Like that is like as close to a wall as a smoke gets.
Yeah, that is when smokes are walls, you're right. Can't get past that one. Still remains pretty passive in the setup, but in a 4v5, and I don't think that's that big of a deal. You already kind of maintained on an off angle. It does reposition, interestingly enough.
Oh my god, he faked it. I think he faked the runaway, and that's going to draw ZMB in. He's not going to unclear this. I mean, he's not going to leave it uncleared, rather. Oh my god, he actually manages to find that kill onto Pav, who had the drop on him.
That's a tough fight to win right there. That's big. Fantastic work. Dottie steps in for quick threat and a kill. They still don't know about a second here, and Lindsay does still surprise. After all of that, just BNC left standing. Looking to offer up the resistance, trying to figure out a way to plant the bomb. HE doesn't do him in just yet. And goes for the headshot angle, but he just will take care of him with the wall bang.
He's been pretty reliable this game, I have to say. In the pistol rounds, and the mid rounds of their rifle buys, and the late stages where he just has to play his own. Pretty comfortable in his own shoes against these individual duels. And I guess you need somebody like that, because, I mean, I was kind of singing the praises of Pav, whilst also saying that they rely on him a little bit too much. And if they were going to come away with this win in a comeback or otherwise, they kind of needed somebody other than Pav in addition to him. So now, you know, Dottie's playing pretty decently in supportive late round positions. Pav has yet to really even been given a really major chance at doing much of anything. And Lenzy's been playing his game and now given room with the AWP is Hez to give them that man advantage short-lived.
Uh-oh. Is this the time to come alive right now? Dancing in the flames, ZMB managed to find
not
more
like
impact
this.
and reels in. Knocks 2 down. Just when Praso scale their way back in, it all just gets shut out.
It was the B rush.
That's that dang B rush right there.
But it was a save. But it was a save.
It was a save, and you said they can keep up with that.
Yeah, that's okay.
They want. That's that is passable.
I'm alright with that. I'll give it to him. And they'll take it. I mean, hell, 12 in a fashion like that is what you were describing before. Maybe a little bit later than that point, but better than never as they just kind of walk it out into A with the flashes. It's perma-blind is RZK, but Pav has jumped through the smoke. He's found the both of them backs turned, and there's nobody who's gotten any further positioning beyond him to where he can hold his own with a man advantage. What a freebie for him, but also not one that's easy to call up. You know, like saying to yourself, I'm going to jump through this smoke is a little mad, but it works.
I'm willing to get a little wild. We got this position still held from ZMB, though, trying to take charge, and A side is relatively weak at the moment. Just a long-range position from Lindsay, and then Pav playing deep inside of Z. Eastside utility not great to flush this out. CMB's got to clear it, but not going to do so. Pav too tricky with the positioning right there. Remix in a very challenging clutch considering he's going to get wrapped up on the flank and not given the time to open up any more fights from that point.
Oh my god, I don't know why I thought he hit it. But there's Praso to finish it off in big round from Pav, who I said didn't really kick off this game with craziest of starts from a little while, but certainly here in the server now. His name known, finds himself even keel in terms of kills and deaths, and Uno Meal at least get this one last purchase. They get that next chance up, despite their shortcomings in the previous, given another chance at it, and no fast B, no fast A. Lenzy taken down into the red and blinded. Lucky that nobody was swinging wider beyond that as the smoke was just open enough to be seen. Now he's going to be playing for the rest of the round in a much more defensive position. And
Oh no.
oh no, bro.
Is that gone?
Oh, it's gone.
Oh, it's so gone.
So gone.
Oh my god.
That's such a shame, dude. You should be able to press E on those darn things.
That's nuts. Yeah, well, having low HP on this B set, especially when it comes down to having less utilities, it is going to require you to probably just need to have an extra bit of support staff there on this site. So it's going to keep numbers on the B side no matter what the case is. As you can see, that's kind of how Praso are leaning. A heavier B setup and a quick rotate from the AWP, and as Melee silent around the map right now. You still have a player in spawn. they've got to take some initiative here as soon as the utility finally coming through. And this is that execute to try and cap things off. We'll see how effective this is at isolating these fights. The flash is not out yet. Not quite catching Pav either. They look to make it on in here, waiting for their teammates to scale slowly but surely. ZMB looking to throw him off, and that's exactly what they'd hoped for. Threading the kill in, distracting every which way, taking more fights into Z. ZMB looking to close it out, dropping the bomb though, with 10 seconds left. Able to be recovered. ZMB punching in the digits before Lindsay can have any say about it. And just at the buzzer, BNC comes in to close it out. It seemed like Uno Mille had one more trick up their sleeve.
After all that work, after all the effort put forth by these guys, just short of the closer on Train, their pick and their choice to turn an upset, not going to work. It's Uno Mille who do walk away with it after all, and then take a little bit of a stroll into Mirage of their choice with some, you know, maybe tight moments to where tense and inside server discussions had to be had perhaps, or maybe even these mid-round clutches getting to the nerves, but pulling away with that win is going to give them a much easier mind, in my opinion, with Dust 2 being on the horizon, even if they do fumble on this second hurdle, which is going to be a hard ask, I think. They looked pretty good across the board, and starting on that T side, I assume, with Proso Clan getting their choice of sides, you know, that aggression is something on their CT side that they kind of masterfully honed, and seeing that on Mirage, if we can see that on both the offensive and defensive, it's going to be hard.
I'm right there with you. It's going to be a difficult task right there. What we just saw, crucially out of Uno Mille, is that, first of all, they know how to B-rush effectively with Tech 9s and Mac 10s. And second of all, that when they got to 12, they had one more trick up their sleeve. They had one more strat to close. That was the best-looking T-side round that we've seen from them, being able to default take map control and then throw the execute to win them the game, or map rather, essentially. So a very good adjustment there coming through from Uno Mille. They punished that risky pick there. And now, as you said, Mirage on the line there. But before we get to Mirage, we're going to be sending this one off to a quick break, guys. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? Running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back here to more action in CCT South America. We're looking forward to carrying over second map. It's going to be Mirage coming up here shortly, and I'm looking forward to seeing if Unamilla can keep up the performance there, keep up the strength in which they closed out Train here into this next map.
Yeah, I mean, there's more B rushes to be had, actually. It's another
There's
map.
more B rushes.
It's got it. We're going to have to give them 1.5, 2. I'll give them that much, maybe. But that's it. That's all I'm giving them. Gun round or not, okay?
You know what the best round to rush be on? The
Good
pistol round.
Yeah.
It works
looking
all the
over there.
time.
4 of them are looking that way. Hold on.
We got the classic, smart smoke market window, couple flashes in the mix there, and we're golden.
ZMB's
Oh way.
It's a pop. It's a pop. It's okay. Maybe it's actually around the world. Going down through lower. Remix is holding top side to see if anybody from Proso Clan is looking for some information. Note today. Criminal is the fact that the incendiary on CT pistol has somehow become a standard.
So that they stop the B rush.
Yeah.
They certainly have stopped the early aggression at the moment towards A, or towards that A side there from Palace. And Pav has done a great job in that department. A lot more resistance left to deal with. We'll see how they handle that. As the rest of the rotations arriving very effective. They're just about getting shut out here. It's all on reels, and we shouldn't be able to have too much impact unless he can capitalize on some of these low HP bars.
It's caught between a number of them. Oh my god! Even through the vent, being able to find the head of RZK. Not to be the case 2 times in a row. Dottie will eventually put him down, but still a nice little skill shot to finish out what is an otherwise unremarkable Una melee pistol. And try and slow your way towards A with not really having cut off all too many of these angles. He actually might have killed him if that vent piece wasn't there. It looked like he was right on his head.
Good look. That goes on the money here. Not much money invested into this one, though. They only buy the Deagle here for reals, and that's just about it. There, he got the kill in that last round. Just hoping to wait out the utility. Take it slow. Try and get these impediments to maybe over-aggress. Bait them in with the idea of hunting ecos.
Sweet, sweet egos.
You want them. You love them. You'll chase them, even.
I will. True. Okay. Well,
Exactly what they wanted.
yeah, I mean, that's alright. Not too happy with having seen that unfold. At least there's a kill back, but I guess it was the SMG of all things. It's whatever, but you know, now they've got room to where they can absolutely get a plant off at A if they just use their sheer numbers, seeing as B has been pretty stacked on and window is the other. It's a CT retake. It's going to be Lency just keeping an eye on it, but seconds they're going to be pressured.
Pav just in time here, getting into position, spotting out the Palace Flood. Crucially making sure that things don't get out of control there. Comes through just in time to cap off the rest of the squad. They handle business pretty comfortably.
Ain't no fang, as the kids say.
What a chicken wing. The kids don't say that.
No,
It's more of an old person thing.
Yeah, that's back in my day.
You used to add that second part.
That was I remember that was like actually really weird. Like the thing to say in 2nd grade. I remember in 2nd grade everybody was saying that at the lunch tables and we were all like, ah, and then like the next year somebody would say, I'd be like, dude, shut up. Walking out to be those ZMB shuts up Lency and his chances at making any damage any further beyond the 95 he inflicted onto his assassin. It seems that they have still very open opportunities to find kills before the retake commences, but losing one deeper in towards spawn side, it's RZK who's got to pick it back up with the MP9, and at a distance, the nade will soften and he'll finish the blow.
Yeah, Rilson really wanted that one a little too much right there. Ends up biting the bullet against the MP9. Not healthy here for ZMB, but running a little bit light on time. They gotta make a move on in through CT. That's just not gonna cut it. Trying to jump past Leo Monster. He's too quick on the draw. Pav, though, with a couple of chaos creating kills, and the spam is just not connecting. The knives are out. He's gotta get it off, though, but no, the defuse just comes through. BNC too late.
That stinks. That was everything that they had right there, ready in a post plant that they garnered after a good number of kills and forward positionings, and that timing is just barely off of him missing out on the even chance to go for a ninja defuse. It was on its dying seconds.
I gotta see. I mean, look how small the margin. Like, how do you? There's almost like less spots you can even miss at right there.
Yeah, honestly.
I don't know how, but that's a lovely blowing up of the smoke right there on the top side. Unfortunately, doesn't leave him with any more fight. A little overexposed right there.
We had seen, I mean, ZMB has bomb right now, but we'd seen ZMB pick up the AWP off of his teammate's corpse in the last map, put it some pretty decent use. I wonder if he is going to try and extend his hand outwards to grab it, because he's going to need somebody to go out with him if that is the case, or to drop the bomb back, but even then, he'll be overexposed.
Interested in redirection back towards middle after that early play. Little jumpy right there, but steady hand is has. A knockdown, very comfortable kill. This one falling to pieces. This bomb hits the floor there on the catwalk crawl. BNC down low. 40 seconds left and not a lot of activity out of Rilson just yet. Means these next seconds gonna matter a whole lot. They even want to make a move on in. BNC looking to take the high road here, but not giving the fight any longer. I wonder if they spot it out. Yeah, now they know. Dottie misses his chance to capitalize right there. He falls because of it. Side access gained. Rilson looking for the duel, and BNC just barely survives the HE. So does Rilson. So low on HP in this 2v2. There's a molly. That's going to maybe burn one. No, it's a CT molly, so it doesn't spread far enough. And under hot water, a missed op shot. Not going to do him any favors. Hez falls with his pistol draw. And somehow BNC and Rilson still standing. Another chance at redemption, but they're so low. Lindsay running a little low on time. Gonna see if they can double swing him. And they do just that. They get him out in time to close the round some way.
That is a round pulled out of the hat, frankly. That's some magic right there that probably going to reinvigorate Uno Melee a good bit in this map. Start things off a little rough in the rocky road that they had drove on. Now, much more manageable way to fight back, to which Praso Clan have no response here. I mean, got a singular FAMAS. They're just keeping their money even in keel, as they know that they were going to have to take a save in the following regardless. It's a double. One with not very many options in the late round for them to play for a retake. Realize that much, but forward stance it over at A. A little bit of eyes in mid, to which nothing has really been seen, and RZK's Deagle has made note of at least a singular SMG over at the B end, where Bomb is just behind him. They're not really grouped up towards B, committing to it, so it's not all sold. It would have had to have taken an absolute stunner from that pistol to get them spiraled onto something.
I need to hit some big ones here with the situation that they're put in. They've got decent setup here on this each side. Moss is going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting, and RZK is still going to be required of some success here, and immediately flushed out of this position as the utility reigns in. How diligent are they on the clear? ZMB already scaling. Who's still unidentified, but finally being able to figure that out. A nice headshot from RZK, who made the initial retreat. Another one out of RZK, putting it into action. And now a panic set in for Remix. There's a pressure put on him, trying to recover the bomb, running into walls and running out of time. It's a slow crawl out from Pav. One more deagle shot to seal the deal, and he nails it. RZK, though, with the big 3K. I thought he was going to be the one setting up the bait and switch. It turns out the FAMAS is left dry on the site there. Only a single kill. The RZK, who retreated back in towards this empty pillar, gets the setup. And he knocks down everyone challenging him.
He looked like he had a little bit of a hot hand ready for a fight as soon as he spotted that head in the window, honest and truthfully. And, I mean, he'll get it eventually. It's not instant, but good things come to those who wait. As you say, even appropriately falling back. Himself that triple. Unfortunately relegated to the MP9 while the rest of his team are pretty well off, and Dottie hasn't put his gun to that great of a use already, letting one slip and slide. That's something that can be retrieved for these pistols. They've just actually gotten past that HE. The timing might miss the mind of Pav, I'm unsure, but soon enough, it will be made known that they're making a move, and the Cat player is going to look for it, but BNC, so too, with the better weapon at a distance, will take the kill. They're all three in con right now for Grasso. This is wild.
They're getting blasted. Trying to hold up a little bit of resistance, but BNC is such a surprise. Pav so low here, gonna have some difficulties. Hop taken away right in front of him. You can see he looks to use it against him. And this time, just gonna be steady as can be to close out this one. They lose out on a big opportunity, losing out that last round. But come back that much stronger up against the guns. Force by War is going to wage on here.
Bang on with the Deeg again, RZK. See what kind of consistency you've got with that. Take you and an army. But, I mean, left to his own devices, they've given him full faith. Full trust. On a slight off angle, one that should still be easily enough red after potentially one kill. It's going to have to be a meteoric connection, even so. It's passive over towards this A bomb site they hold. I mean, 3 of them are low enough to where one shot, even not to the head, could be everything for them. But yeah, there goes dispatched of the pistol. Scout, tag and bag, but pushed to the corner, flushed out of the round.
That's probably the best way to deal with RZK and his deagle right there. Throwing up flashes on him, he can't even shoot it.
True.
Sure.
Utility's good.
Yeah, that's a, I know, bold statement right there, bold claim, but being able to avoid that deadly deagle has to be such a relief.
Ancient strategy.
Use utility, win round. But why use utility when B-Rush?
B-Rush
Use
good.
less words.
Use less nades.
Yeah.
I get the reference. This is good. That's definitely something to be workshopped. What is it? Why use more words when less words do trick? Is that it?
Yes.
Why
Yeah.
use more nades when less nades do trick? This is a big 5-man alive win, I will say, for Uno Melee as well, entering the later stages of this first half. So, you know, bomb plant after bomb plant, they can take a little bit of reprieve in knowing that Praso are less off once more. They've forced themselves into a corner. And, you know, props to Praso, I will say, though, is when they do have money, they're making these rounds competitive and then some. But more often than not, without money, it's not as easy to say. CT side B a B. Times.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, Dottie!
Ouch! Youch.
Fire hot!
We're surviving. Maybe not thriving, but still doing a lot of damage here in return. They really look to put the pressure on BNC. He is low. And he gets blasted by the USP. We're knife out. Leo Monster's knife out, and Hez doesn't get traded. Oh my god, what is happening? Oh, what a tap right there from Hez. Reels who doesn't know what hit him. Remix now, not the tool here with the AWP. And it falls to pieces here. Uno Mille collapse at the seams.
Somehow, some way, these rounds still manage to find themselves even less predictable. And I guess Praso making fools of Uno Mille more often than not in those kinds of turnarounds. This certainly isn't how they expected that to flop over, that conversion unseen. See if they can do it now against weapons. Better against them, I guess. I don't really know to make what Uno Mille have put forth in this half thus far. It's not very easy to notice any sort of patterns, gaps. It's just kind of like moments where untraded kills or spaces between repositionings of the Praso players just are hard to break apart. I can't really tell if it's the credit of the CTs, the discredit of the Ts, or maybe a mix of both. I'll go with a mix of both for now.
Easy cop up, but I would say Uno Mille making a lot of very clear errors up against the ecos. And then when it comes up to the gun rounds, they maybe patch those up a little bit.
Oh!
Leo Monster getting aggressive into CT spawn. Not retreating at all here. Wants to take the fight forward. Main's in a bit of an off angle, but this is dodge flash setup. Chasing things down though. Hez comes through with the AWP. Needs a little bit more to his name and can't quite find it. So a 1v3 asked once again. Once he finds the first, almost gets a second as well. Almost a follow-up a chance, but gonna be denied. And again, it always feels like, despite that 5v3 looking a little bit awkward, they end up closing it out. It just feels like Uno Mille, when they're in the big advantage, don't quite respect the opposition, which, when you are losing, maybe a little bit of a concern, but they then come through stronger on the gun rounds. So that's good.
Yeah, I mean, I guess at least there's some, clear plugs that you can gap or bridge rather. I mean, certainly a scary sight whenever they have pistols up against them that now I'm going to be questioning for the rest of the game how they're going to hold up. But yeah, as long as they're taking gun rounds, I guess those are the more important. So easier to turn around a low eco conversion than it is if you're losing on those. So silver lining, if you want to call it one. Call it like a bronze lining. Copper lining. Dropping out our utility at this A site. It's RZK who, once again, left short end of the stick on this Praso team. I mean, he is the newest addition, so he's got to go through that initiation process. He's got to prove himself worthy of a gun. And today, though, looking likely, but so much information being granted by this lack of mid-presence, into where BNC finds and snaps a kill out in jungle side, which is susceptible to an A hit even still would be Praso's A hold in general, you would expect, but there are 3 players in that area still. Taking their sweet time right now, Uno Mille, and maybe for good reason, but get the drop on the player up through con smoke. Dottie, what a read. That's going to give them little bit more room to wiggle, and maybe even catching off the player amidst the window as Hez is off will only take one shot needed. There's the 3v3. A-site compromised? Not quite. They're still very much so here, and they're even playing off of one another to where RZK doesn't even need to activate until late. They've done it again! Just when they thought they were out, pull them right back in.
Get pulled back in. Not a pretty look either, right? It's just really rough. Running out one by one. First, it's, connector. You understand that you want to have your connector prong kind of activate a little earlier if you can get towards stairs. It's a very powerful position, but not being able to follow up much off of that. Hez starts it off well. Just a little too isolated in that last round to capitalize. This time, whenever they're on this bounce back, it always looks that much stronger, but they're in a 4v5. Leo Monster just walking right into the op scope right there. Hez can't believe his luck.
As they may, though, take a lot from these lesser weapons of the T's to get anywhere in. The AK not really even given much of a shot. Actually, here's the end of our half. Here's the last of these rounds that Praso needs to squeeze by. Or Uno Mille can at least say to themselves that, alright guys, the worst of it just might be over. Splits. I mean, this map isn't one that I would have given Praso in prediction myself following that first map's conclusion. But, oh, that's going to be a round reset. Not live. But back to my point in that, with how they've looked, just taking advantage of each and every misstep by Uno Mille is one thing on the CT side, so gaining that lead is going to be really cool. An 8th round would be even greater beyond that. Just give themselves such a massive buffer to where Uno Mille, I mean, they go on their CT side, and that is where they look to be the better of their two halves on train as well, I would say. Expectedly so, perhaps, but even still. Something that has to be noted is it's been a while since they've been there. A bit of a technical issue as the round is restored. Should be swinging out in no time. Been a pretty unified effort, I think, from both teams on this map to try and keep things into contention, though. Just most notably, it has to be said that Hez versus Remix is a head-to-head that just really isn't even close.
Yeah, Remix has had tough go of things here, and CT side opping wasn't really a big piece of the puzzle with how aggressive Uno Mille were with their CT side. It always felt like they were just flying forward. Rifles were going to get the shine in that case, but Remix has sent himself aggressive with that good utility towards top mid in one of his op kills that he has, and one of these kills in this map. But these numbers are really low for an opper. So, I mean, we've asked him the question. I really hope he's calling for this team. At least in this series, he's been having a tough go of things. And if that is the case, looking to step up here quickly so that they can try and secure things a little quicker.
Up towards that A side, a pair of players over towards B. I mean, they've been in typical offenders of that pair play on extremities in this game so far. Talking about DNC and Leo Monster as they look to group up through under and clear it out. The last time they had tried that, it didn't really work out all that well, frankly. But try again. Succeed. And this time a little bit more in the elevation, actually, and a swift pace from BNC might be able to give them a little bit more even, as they will, in good timing, try to snap out towards A. They've smoked off their 2 other prongs of the assault. It's Leo Monster who has a gun and makes good use of it even without vision and through that smoke, and trying to find yet another, he at least locates him.
Well, it's a big spot.
Oh!
And dancing away from the HE right now. Dottie feeling a little bit aggressive going to fight for a main. Leo Monster left to his own devices right now. He is all alone, and he's going to escape. Going to be given that chance. Bomb's going to go in towards the B side. BNC's going to potentially be able to capitalize on some cutoff. How do you work this retake right now with this positioning from Leo Monster? Very difficult to even start the conversation. You're really going to have to lean on this flank opportunity, and now you have to lean on the flank opportunity. That's all you have left. Remix has got it covered somewhat. And he hears the footsteps of Dottie, capitalizes with the P250 to close, and Unamile, again, I don't think made it this half the easiest, but they managed to escape it at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's a really, really good, I think, mental note to leave off on at the end of this first half as well. That's something you can look back on fondly, especially if you collect yourself a nice, easy pistol. Gives you... Could have very well have been a much more down and dirty game at your hands. Only, you know, 2 rounds at spread to finish off. It's not the worst thing in the world whatsoever. This is pretty typical as far as Mirage goes, and it also needs to be said that looking back on those rounds that they had fumbled against the Ecos, sure that they lost them, but they were rounds that by all measures should have been converted, generally speaking, in the first place. So this is a little bit less of a Praso masterclass over top, I would say. And I want to see now in a more comfortable zone how Unamile do perform. This is their map pick, let's keep in mind.
Oh my god. What a shot, VMB! He's playing a retake on A. That was the game plan at least, but no, he's just taking everyone down instead. That's the game plan that he instills right now. No ammo. RZK does manage to finally silence a couple kills, actually, before he is charged out. What a hold, though, from ZMB, not allowing any sort of access from Bresso and completely shutting things down. This is how he starts it off. He's sole on A. He's the only player here, and this is what he does in defense of the site.
That was insane. This guy's just taking every duel at his leisure and winning them, no problem. What a stunner out the player of apartments, too. Holy moly. A little bit of that flash that we had seen from Train to where on this map he's been relatively quiet. I mean, he was 5 and 12 before that round, Exner, but certainly starting things off with some speed to it. He injecting some life into his play, into where Leo Monster is the anticipated fragger of the team in general. Now a little bit of ecos. We get a farming range and we get some confidence boosters before we swing back to 7-all.
And a knife kill as well. While they're at it, which is quite nice there for ZMB, who continues to do some damage downrange.
What you said?
Yeah, I don't know where it happened, but ZMB got one.
Yeah, all right.
Farming up some quick cash right there.
That is got to be a little bit of a chuckle in the team speak too.
I think with things already going well alongside it, knife kill, definitely cherry on top. See if they can keep on winning ways here on the CT side. It's a quick scale out towards A. Dottie leads one quickly. Out of the Palace. Rotations arriving on the scene, but Pav remains elusive. An unknown quantity just yet. Remix has been fighting for his life in CT spawn for so long. And able to add a kill to his tally, but limited very quickly. And that is a scary looking around there. Contacting out towards A and getting that amount of success.
Making quick work of every peak thrown their way. Wasn't like they were labored fights at any point. It was kind of like Repraso had seen you, you're dead within 5. The only other moment where that isn't true is where it's an awkward peek through a smoke at Palace and Remix catches one, and that's it. I mean, where else is he to go except the extremity of the smoke, and well held that round. Flounders just a little bit to finish. No melee to get into their next investment with no op for Remix even yet. Slightly better weapons across the board otherwise. 4's on all but reels in. But they've sacrificed utility in that endeavor, and in the double ramp walk, it's Remix and Tux, and it's Dottie who doesn't really give a damn.
A quick dismissal of that from Dottie. Gonna move past this one very early. Quick 4v5 to work off of for this. T-side's got to feel good to try and break the economy as well. They can capitalize on this motion.
Very, very still.
Stacking things up here because of this deep positioning into apartments is huge. There's a lot of information being given over to this CT side. Remix still yet to be seen in towards Firebox, but they're still finding the kills on access. Have offering up a couple, and even Remix gets blasted, so just a little too late on the uptick. This defense doesn't have anything.
Talk about, I mean, the way that you worded it as being perfect, blasted that player at Firebox. I mean, Remix had an idea, a concept of one. He had concepts of a plan.
He doesn't know.
But he just doesn't really,
He doesn't know. He's not IGL yet. He could be. That's just... That's fake news.
That right there is the greatest of all fake news. It's the false sense of security that he has in his position to try and snap back onto everyone back's turned, but even still wiser to it, it's RZK to clear. If he doesn't, there's a very real world, 2 players go down, no trade, and there's a CT on the way, but not the world that we live in, unfortunately, for Una Melee, who now find themselves on the brink of being forced to a third in Dust 2, to where both these teams, as mentioned, have reps on it, but better for it recently have been Prosso Clan. But I say recently, I mean, the last time they played on the map was with a different lineup of one player swapped out, and that was 3 months ago. Closer to 2.
Officials looking just a tad dry. Is for sure. That's kind of the position that this Prosperous Clan roster has been in for a little while here. Haven't had a lot of opportunities to get these tournament invites.
Sure.
Which then makes it difficult to gain in the VRS, but they're back here for the CCT South America and looking to make sure that they capitalize on this opportunity is really key for the squad, so trying to win this map out, get back into the series to start things off. Looking good on doing so, making no mistakes up against the pistols, very cohesive. And no casualties.
Something that Melee couldn't very often say on their CT side, all things considered. Take those wins where you can get them. Little ones do eventually build up. They're flowing with confidence right now, surely, Prosso Clan. Look at how just aggressive they are in mid, though, right now. Leo Monster sent up. Oh, actually just giving a little bit of a peek. And now he knows that they're at least not across his box. But, oh, surely not, Bob. I was going to say. I don't really have all that much faith well placed in them being able to recuperate in a B pop here with Lency not grouped up with them. If he can get a kill and then they can maybe slot their way back, maybe there's a world. Leo Monster is well attentive to it.
Well positioned on the CT side. So it can make things a little bit interesting here. Loud running about. Trying to scale up towards Galwalk and put the pressure on this B side. Punches a hole in the smoke and gathers a visual on this play. RZK putting the pressure on B right now, but under hot waters, BNC can't catch any visual on the Apps player because of that body. And Pav still fighting forward. Another kill at a BNC, though. It's going to buy time for rotations. And ZMB on the scene when he needs to. Is able to slow this one down. Put it into their favor.
Need a little bit of that ZMB I was talking about. And, you know, like, round by round, CT side, give him a chance. You might regret it. Right now, that has to be something that they're feeling. A little bit of regret giving him the opportunity to fight back into this map. Time left between them and that tie game once more to where 7-7 was a danger zone. I think 10-10 would be even more so. Seeing where their cash is at. Able to buy back and back again. AKs for Uno Melee, though, pulled over from that previous. Gonna be pretty potent. Pretty thin spread from Proso Clan is just testing the waters to see what they're going to be thrown up against. If there's going to be any sort of an early round creative maneuver, or if it's going to be that pullback and already having wasted a good amount of the utility that Uno Melee had, it's going to be a much more retake-oriented play to where they're split far enough where they still could just get their one and pull back and be pretty comfortable with, 3 flashbangs, 1 smoke, probably less by the time an execute fully comes through to try and fight back towards the site.
So they have here on the ready, doubling up in the connector. That smoke soon to fade. Leo Monster definitely spotted, but still able to succeed here. Running around on stairs. But eventually gets tripped up. Traded out by Pav. Looks to continue to cut things off through connector. BNC not going to let that slide. Looking to constrict on this A play with a lot of control towards CT spawn. CMP not flushed out. The Molly is catching him, but he denies the bomb. A sacrifice of his life for some panic. Setting in on this T side.
Oh.
And they do just that. Remix. Keeping his teammate nice and healthy. And they still think that ZMB is alive, I think. But no, ZMB burned to the Molotov. You've got it covered and they never really recognized.
Funny. One after another trying to funnel out that clear and hard left, and players just sitting on the trash bin like,
You got him.
Guy in the trash bin is just hoping that his teammate kills him before he gets cleared, but he was never to be cleared in that direction. They do still think he's there. Oh, it's so funny, man. Actively being shot from 2 different players. Can't make this up. Oh, okay, and superficial opening frag. Sent right back. It's Neo Monster who's let loose early, and Lency suffers the same fate, but there's much more of this round left to be played, and forward mid control is well and truly attained. Realistically, go back wherever they'd like on this map and call it a hit. More likely than not, find some success. They lose out on the catwalk engagement, to which BNC Molly is off the back end. There's no split. Now they're going to need to make something of a regroup at some point in time.
And again, I think this puts more focus on Reelson and his availability on this B side. Looking to offer up some challenges. Up against 3 jump spotting as well, so Hez with a chance to make this op work. Peeks. Springs into action. Not going to have a chance to take a duel right there. Reels in, blasts him, op already in position. They know what's coming, and they shut it down effectively. Hez forced to retreat as well.
Back up, Jack. Shots in. from the back ends to where a save looked to be course of action. Quite. At that stage, it's just a hope and a prayer to be able to fall out this time. This is where Udo Miele can start to really rev up their engines. Nice shot there. And still a nicer shot from the AWP, maybe on adjustment half blind, if not more so. Here's that 10-all I was talking about to where Praso were to be broke. I mean, we've seen them make it work over on the defensive, but this is a different story entirely.
Oh. Looking to take the lead off the back of nice opening pick like that. And nasty position from Reelsin. Looking at contact all over the place, but walking through smokes all over the place into the open arms of Uno Miele. Mission number 1 here, make sure that there's not too much damage to be done for the remaining T's. Well, let's see. Senses his time to strike, and I think he senses it correctly. Still holding back. Looking to be captured from Uno Miele could be huge.
Cooling right now. Starting to heat up now as he walks up towards the site. Lines he's seen by Reelsin, and a readjustment up towards that smoke, anticipating there to be yet another in opposite, and spam into the body, but not retrieving the AK-47. Okay, I mean, maybe Brodish doesn't prefer it.
Just don't even care about all that.
Just don't even care. It reminds me of the guy, and I think it's TikTok, who does like the videos of him in like the classroom, and he like does impressions of the kids from his classroom. He's like a bigger, heavier set guy, and he's like, I don't even care. like the little kid talking to him about whatever. Dude, 11-10. Amelia managed to claw this one back, and much better look from everyone across the board. I think everybody has actually started to step up where they needed it most, and no longer are we witnessing some of those same scenarios where kills go untraded effectively. I think the only real instance of that I had seen in a gun round, where even then I think they won it out, was where Leo Monster dies in bottom mid, taking that con fight in the first 30 seconds or so. We haven't seen anything even close to that, though. The Nightmares, half one. Unix takes a long-ranged post from the sniper rifle in a round where he will not be contested by one on the other end.
There's a blowing open the smoke from Catwalk right there. Catches Pav completely off guard. Huge mid-lurk to take down right now for the CT side. See if that offers up any relief as this A scale is coming through, and it's coming through quickly.
Oh.
Nice adjustment from Lindsay, and followed up by RZK. Still problems to be had, but pushing that smoke a little too fancy right there. Much dip on Lindsay's chip, but this drop heard certainly from RZK. Still in a powerful position to cut off. Shadows spotted. Bomb looking to be planted here. All they need is coverage from this deep positioning. Op tag gets him off for a split second.
No!
HG comes through, but no, not protection from Reelsin when it was necessary. And a 1v3 put on his shoulders now.
It was the right play to make. He had it in the palm of his hands, man. He let it loose. Split second too late is his limp body that lets it roll. And that is going to be a painful way to drop out what could very well have been series point. Here, Praso Clan, not exactly lucky. I would say that the fights, individual movements, specifically over towards Connector, would net them that. Anything further beyond, man, and it's just like, if he catches the leg not through the box on that shot, he ends up letting that nade loose. So many if, ands, and buts and hypotheticals to what could have turned that one over, but, you know, I guess I can at least take some solace in realizing that playing up against this round, one of these two teams have to find themselves on map point, and they've got to buy to fight up against them with. not all hope is lost.
I still have a lot of fight left in him here. Keeping this game as close as can be, just like last map. Uno Millie were able to power up towards the tail end. See what they have in their system now. Reelson. Oh.
Oh my.
Rare T-side molly not working moment. At least not working as effective as they had hoped here. It's still going to be a caught with aggression from Reelson. He really likes this angle. He's going to get up there once again. Steps forward into a duel and catches RZK off guard.
That's a big one. That clears out a good deep portion of those apartments. And also kind of incites his team to go for maybe a little bit of hunting or posting in these angles to where they now have to pull out of. And that's an absolutely massive pick from Remix just as well. They know that there were more than one player in apps now. Okay. I don't know what Pav was doing. It was a little bit of a crazy move to try and walk up dry there, even with Remix missing out on his. The catwalk player, not quite. Reelson takes the timing inside of the molly to fight up, and he gets the kill no matter. As Hez is on back with the bomb, it's still a flawless round so far from Uno Melee. This is quite literally the best case scenario for them, having gone into what will be 12-11. Doesn't get better.
No, it does not. It's just going to leave such issues here, especially if Hez can't hold on to this AK, actually. So we'll have to keep an eye on. And absolutely not. Walks into BNC. From up above. Knocking down that final kill.
It was actually really quick.
I mean, as you highlighted, though, it's a huge detail. It's just the worst case scenario for Brasso to lose out in this sort of fashion.
Yeah. Look at it. Look at it. Two Galils, Tech 9s. That one AK-47. I mean, RZK, he's been paying his dues for this entire game, really, in the lesser weaponry department while his team were superseding him. But out through the ramp, he will go in trying to make them an opening, and he will instead fall to his doom. And there's a player still unknown to be not only at Sandwich, but under the balcony after ZMB's contact, and BNC on a swivel. He can just turn his head back and forth against pistols at ranges that they are not well suited enough for. It's going to be still so many crossfires to break through, and Reelson unknown. He'll be the final linchpin for this one, realistically, to where if he'll drop without trade, Praso Clan right back into it, and they'll actually pull back.
Oh. Top stairs peak, I think, caught him on the fadeaway. So they start to spread themselves out a little bit, but there's still a little bit of life left. This Praso Clan not done just yet. They're crossed into apartments, is cut off from this position.
Tua?
And Remix here, gonna be challenged. The AWP now spotted out. One shot popped off from each way. And into the apartments. Leo Monster goes. Okay, he does hit the shift key crucially, and that's gonna provide him an easy kill. One more required and a huge clutch opportunity for Hez if he can get past this op scope, but he can't. He just can't. And that'll be how they close it out. Uno Millie to seal the deal.
That is kind of a game where they're going to look back on Praso Clan at 13-11 and 13-11, be a little bit maybe frustrated or disappointed in themselves for the inability to close and the inability to exceed what Uno Melee put up against them. I mean, also, I mean, benefit and credit to them. They had a lot of good going for them. They looked really solid in a lot of these instances where a lot of teams might fall short, but, you know, they get it done in at least a close enough fashion there, Uno Melee, to where they can wipe the sweat off their brow and walk up the Swiss 1-0 and probably pretty happy with that result, regardless of whether or not it was close or not. A win is a win, and you at least avoided map 3.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. So very close for the side of Praso in multiple maps and multiple situations, but you know, I do think that's where we did see a little bit of a level up in Uno Millie and their game plan, just when it was required the most. So that's also, I mean, a key detail here for them to be able to bring out, right? It's that extra edge as soon as you you get close to that finish line, being able to bring in some creativity, some new game plans. I mean, I mentioned the execute on Train in the 24th round right there, that setup on A in the 24th round of Mirage.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, very well put together victory to start things off. It's very close to 0, but starting the Swiss stage off correctly.
Yeah, starting things off with a bit of a bang there as they move past and get a little bit of reps under on Train just as well. You know, they can at least have proven that it's a map that they're willing to play and that they look pretty decent while playing just the same. I think that moving into our second, Velox versus Yawara, that's going to be one where I'm a little more in the dark on, having not seen Velox play, I don't think, ever, and it's been a good while since I've seen Yawara on the field, and that was with Lash, who has since departed the roster, and Nardes is now in his place. But that's, you know, that's a discussion for later on when we get to talk about those guys, because we have about an hour and over before we jump into that one. But the depth of the maps between these two teams is one thing that I hope to see recreated for some of these others going down the line, because although I might not have seen Velox play, I do very well know that Yawara have a wide range array of maps that they're willing to go for, and you'll see them on all 7 at one point or another.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big detail here, especially in these Swiss stages where sometimes you get the challenge, the inexperience of some of the teams. I think that's where Yawara can really level up their game at a big opportunity in that department. So interested to see that. But as you mentioned, we're going to be tossing this one off to a bit of an extended break, guys. So make sure to stick around for a little while. Go get your snacks while we wait, and we will be back here shortly with some more action.
A brief refractory period for you and for us on the desk here. Casters, Exner, and Why Not looking to jump back into CCT for Game 4 of the day. Technically, I guess Game 3 seeing as the first of the forfeit. But it's going to be Yawara, and it's going to be Velox. And Exner, before we do jump into the deep dive into the rosters and the veto, talk to me about who you're leaning towards in general on this one.
I mean, well, if you're looking at, again, a kind of battle in between some serious talent in Brazil and Yawar and what they bring to the table versus some old school names in the Argentinian scene, it's really interesting. It's kind of surprising for me to see these guys still putting up some work and kind of developing and building in this scene. But Velox has been around for quite some time, and watching, whatever, Johnny Boy has an opportunity to play with his squad, I always get excited about the scene and what he brings to it, and the sort of talent that he's been able to develop. Unfortunately, though, it doesn't oftentimes come with big results versus more proven rosters here. And I think Yawar, over the last couple of seasons, have proven to me at least that they could do some damage and that they could challenge some of the better teams, not only in the Swiss stage, but then when it comes to playoffs, they are also very capable of punching upwards.
Yeah, if possible, if we could pull up the Velox roster first before we talk about Yawara, that'd be appreciated if that doesn't skew things over. But I do actually want to talk about that team a little bit here, because I was talking about Praso before as the younger brother of the Argentinian team, so to speak. Well, I mean, if we're going to talk about family lineage in the Argentinian scene, then Johnny Boy is the grandfather of their Counter-Strike in general. I mean, he's got ties with two of his teammates, NBL and Tudahin, not sure how to pronounce it, but that goes as far as back as 2015. Like, these are players in obviously a long time he's played with, but there aren't very many players from his country that he hasn't played with at this point.
Yeah, that's the really interesting process here for him, obviously. As you said, I mean, you're definitely on the money when it comes down to his history and the building up an Argentinian scene. So many of those key players have come and played alongside him. So, I mean, again, it has helped develop a scene that is now, today, flourishing quite a bit. And sure, maybe he's been kind of left behind, but he's been a key part of building that scene and building up new teams. So what I like about this roster and what they've been bringing to the table here is that this is usually how it goes. You typically see some of these older guys play out with some very young talent. So you got this old core, and then you've got some very raw young talent on this Velox roster, and that to me is what I like about what Johnny Boy's doing and why we see him here today.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting point. I think you mentioned that. I think I'm going to write that one down for maybe a discussion at a later date, maybe even a video concept. But yeah, just talking about that core three of older guys and then just add the two younger guns. Like, that's a thing that we've seen redone. Maybe even in most instances, I would say, done with two older players and then three younger guys who are lesser known names, less proven. And this team is definitely one of those instances as well, where I think that certainly still one of the heavier hitters this team has is NBL, as one of their oldest players, just the same. But, I mean, these players, they've seen the top side of Argentinian Counter-Strike and the top side of South American Counter-Strike, at least regionally, before. Like, they've been at these local lands for these other rosters that maybe not your MIBRs or your Furias, but certainly as far as competition level goes and as far as Counter-Strike as a whole would go, those are teams that you probably would never even get 3 rounds on if you're an everyday Joe Schmo on land. So let's be realistic about the fact that they have walked the block. It's just been a while since they've been to that point. It has been a little bit further down the rungs that they've had to unfortunately step in order to get themselves into competition level in general, but still competing in CCT, still getting the chance to get their reps in, and still getting the chance to maybe prove themselves as maybe just that one last dance kind of shot, or at the very least make these players at a younger age look more their while. And I mean, talking about that roster, which we already did, it's Yawara now, who are also pretty solid and relatively unknown names as far as South American Counter-Strike goes as well, and Nardes in particular.
Yeah, I mean, it's very similar concept on the other side. I mean, you do have this core that's been sticking together for a little while, at least I would say core and Stax and Chow and their coach, right, as
Sure.
well, in Nero. So that three has been together for quite some time. They start to actually, over last year, I think definitely needed to start to make some roster changes into the mix and see if they couldn't elevate their game. And so far, I think they're playing better Counter-Strike than they did throughout last year, where it was pretty comfortable to talk about this roster being kind of a Swiss stage elimination team, but a lot better results since then. I mean, they're still looking to make deep playoff runs, which I think is always going to be a challenge for this team, but they have been able to lock in more playoffs more frequently. And I think that most importantly, they look good doing it. So I think that's an important factor to bring up when you talk about what this squad brings to the table. But yeah, I mean, definitely some interesting rosters being built here in this matchup, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they have on display when they get into the server and have to just prove it.
Yeah, and I want to talk about this edition of Nardes a little even deeper beyond that, because he's a player who hasn't had a team on HLTV before this one. It's his first HLTV picture in a jersey, no less. This guy has already gotten the steps in the right direction at a young age, and dealing damage against significantly better opposition most recently, hitting pretty hard against at least individually, teams like Fluxo, Solid, and Crew, and maybe a little bit less off against teams like, say, Swingers or Elevate when he had first been introduced into the roster against their former teammate Lash. That's going to be, growing pains that they've pretty quickly got over as an individual, in my opinion, to where looking down the stretch as their AWP, he's somebody that you want to see on the board. He's somebody that you want to see putting up numbers. And alongside the rest of this crew, as they integrate him more and more, that's pretty cool to see that he's not only a little bit of an unknown factor, but is starting to look, at least, at a toe-to-toe level against these other top CCT teams, pretty serviceable. And I think that's important to their development and his as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. It's also about being able to gather those reps and then quickly succeed off the back of it. And I think when you do make it into playoff runs, it's more experience to play up against top level talent, which is a very key detail. We'll take a look at the vetoes though, and see how things shape up in that department as we look at those bans taking place there. Inferno, kind of a classic for Uara,
Yes.
and then they also get the train pick coming through from Velox, which, makes sense when you talk about the history of this team. You got a couple of old school players on that squad, and they pick out an old school map, but it's a whole new front that you have to show on this map. So be interesting to see if they are still able to operate well on it, and then decide to run Ancient.
2 trains in one day? That's pretty blessed.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. I don't remember the last time I got train in general, let alone 2 times in one go. Never.
I mean, I feel like last time around, I didn't see it almost at all on the Swiss stage. People were pretty heavily avoiding it. And then in the playoffs, it did come out every once in a while.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, it's interesting to see that now this Swiss stage, after a, turnaround they're a lot more eager to pick into it. And I'm liking it.
We've got a little bit of a distance to go with that first map of Inferno, though. We will be jumping into that one. Ancient in the absolute backlog, if we can see them push that far ahead, as Velux are going to have that work cut out for them, though, on this starter. The appetizer, so to speak, for Uara, as they're certainly not going to be counted out in this game, or rather from Inferno Velox. It's going to have to be an early start to see that these quote-unquote older guys can hang with the shots. Juggling 2 pistols towards
Sure.
site. Back calls for retake, maybe? That's so weird. Interesting.
He's starting out with the USP at a little bit of distance, right? No, he has the
P2K,
dualies
but
right
yeah.
now. Okay, P2K. So that makes sense. So you have the distance, and then they're like, okay, we can rush. It's just a P2000 that he has. And then bam! All of a sudden, you're surprised by the dual Berettas. And that's the setup right there. It's genius.
It could be.
Just watch it in practice.
Fire shots through smoke if they put one up in front of him. See, yeah, now he's just popping off a couple of freebies, seeing if he can catch one on the way in.
What
Now he
about
picks up the
this?
dualies, and he doesn't even get to fire off a bullet!
That didn't go as planned right there. What happens if they flank you? He didn't think about that. Oh,
What if they picked it up behind him? That would have been
that would
funny.
have been so hilarious right there. They just stole his dualies. He's out there looking head down. This retake's still on, though. A chance to make things happen. This could get interesting quickly if they can land the shots to back it up. There you have some Tele-G following up with a kill, but Narda's never checked, and he gets them off the bomb quickly. Saving the day right there. Never got cleared. And second oranges and able to survive for it. Like, imagine he's just looking down at his dual Berettas and he just gets flanked. Oh.
That's such a shame, man. I mean, I like the idea. I like there being a little bit of novelty to the start of this matchup, but that was a flurry of shots coming through at the ends of that round to wrap it up for Yawara, it has to be said. It could have gone either way with the pace that they were taking, and good clears just as well, just missing that one, and that's all that it'll really need to be. Yawara collect. Just the round looking good. They get to play their range, and Velox are going to be letting them, but what is this? A double boost over top? Is this what is this? What is this?
Nade stacks?
Nade stacks.
Fun
New
with
nade
nades?
stack just dropped.
Wow.
Oh my, and a flash for the fight. There's one player turn, and he's in the red too. The Heat is going to find them both. What is going on? Madness.
Oh my god, they're getting crazy right now with this one. AK trying to recover it. But they definitely are innovating here. There's proof that you can teach old dog new tricks here. Is Tele D looking to save them here. A quick tap out. Another smoke tossed in. That's a bit awkward though, because there's a player right beside him inside the smoke. Such a smart move. They eventually scale out into this fight. Johnny Boy still able to capture a kill on the Tele D eventually. AK's recovered. Being planted now as well, and Yawara still looking to operate in this 2v3.
I mean, they should be able to hold this one still as they're separated just that little bit on trying to make their way up through Archway, and Nardis will catch him. The AK looks good, and a clean transition onto the next in the back end, knowing there may be one more amidst that smoke. Fires off some warning shots, backs out into towards pit, and really plays this round to absolute perfection. Look at this guy go. That was really, really well recovered from the newest member of not only this team, but of the scene as far as CCT goes in many ways.
It's back-to-back rounds where he has to show a lot of composure. And is able to do just that. One with the pistol where they all run in. And the other being able to close out. Dancing in between those smokes.
He's their man right now. I mean, keep that up on the rifle. I'm very excited to see what we can do on the WP. And frankly, I think in modern day Counter-Strike, you can't really afford to be an opper who isn't proficient on a rifle in some capacity, right? Like, there aren't any oppers anymore of this day and age that are like that. I think you can think back to time periods where, say, I think you could argue that Chris J was a much better opper than he was a rifler at one point, although he turned into more of a hybrid. Argue that Searson and JDM are some of those players who still hit very high heights in their careers, but were less than proficient when given a rifle, Skadoodle even for that matter. Nowadays, you gotta have your ability to hit strides, and I'm not even talking about your Zywus and your Simples and your Monacies. I'm talking like baseline, tier 2, tier 3, tier 1 oppers need that. Unless you're an IGL. Then I guess everything is forgiven. You could be bad at offing. So very slow on the walk in, but slow and steady wins. Right now, Timo's just trying to get himself up and above. Will eventually be dropped. Things have returned to normalcy for Yawara.
I like that P250 skin.
Yeah.
210. I haven't seen that one all that often. Looks
Whoa,
pretty.
what a cool use. Speaking of skins, what a cool use of those absolutely
Ooh.
boring major stickers.
Yeah, those are PGL stickers.
Yeah. Kind of rad. I never use those things. They're always instant sold. So I'm glad to see somebody's getting some use out of them, and it looks great.
Yeah, that is actually pretty sick right there. A little glitter action. Well, that looked on. Have you seen the Bigu models coming into popularity?
Yeah, I've been seeing them long before he got, like, quote-unquote exposed, I guess, for it. I call it the Doom model. I think I said it on broadcast before, but we haven't cast it in a while. But a lot of players using the Doom model.
The first person I've like seen do it is on Davy's stream, where it's just like
yeah.
so atrocious. But you know, Davy before his time.
He's a trendsetter.
I think so.
He's been doing it for a long time, too.
Yeah.
So. Already, though, as we change the beat this round with a little bit of a faster attempt at fighting topside banana, it's going to be forfeited momentarily by Velox, looking to swing back in moments to go. But you are going to keep them away. They drop the utility at their toes, make sure that they're not going to be walking in willy-nilly on them. And Johnny Boy's AWP has gotten a little bit elusive on the map right now, not yet made all too known onto where he is either repositioned to or stuck around at lane side, to which he will sit under this porch and really rely on the fact that nobody's going to swing him and hopefully hit that flick if they do come in from porch.
So far, a lot of these opening duel attempts have been limited. Nice dodge flash right there, and Johnny Boy connects with the op shot. Move that crosshair out and back in just in time. A little more damage done. See if you can keep it up. Look at him trying to regress a little bit. Still in a bit of an awkward position and definitely couldn't survive a miss right there. So eventually falls out. It's up to site defense right now. Quick trade needed, but yeah, misses out on the opportunity right there. So a tough loss puts it into a 2v3 where they won't be able to really start a post plant. Nard still yet to fall, and another headshot. Standing tall, he's clotheslining them.
Bro.
They don't stand a chance. Not an opportunity to even start that retake right there because they can't get past this guy. 10-0.
This is getting a little bit silly what this guy is doing to them right now, and can't really put a whole hell of a lot of the blame on the Velox guys when he's doing what he's doing. Guy's effectively the Terminator.
Okay,
Oh my god.
it looked like he just shot through the wall.
Somebody check him PC.
This is not normally.
So not normal.
It looked like the bullet like clipped to the wall, but there's no wall bang.
Yeah,
But
I don't know, man.
A CS2 moment, if I've
Could
ever
be.
seen one.
It's a artist moment.
True.
At bare minimum. But rounding that bend.
Couldn't have been where the molly was meant to go, but it is where it is at the moment. Nice headshot with that 5-7.
Fade away.
Bit of distance on that one, but yeah, gets it on the retreat. And there's those smokes to wrap up this site, at least attempt to do so. They're starting to run into a bit of a brick wall here. There's a whole lot more than they bargained for. They still have to deal with this guy, though, and a missed spray not going to do him any favors. Gets it done eventually after a short delay. Finds his kill for 11-0.
Back to your regularly scheduled program.
Oh my god. Timo. We'll offer up a little bit of resistance in the meantime. Is there anything extra that he can manufacture? Gonna be a bit of a difficulty in that department. And 12-0 now for... No, there's yet to fall, and Yawara just standing up to the fight here for Velox. You have to really have an answer at the moment.
I wonder if drastic times are going to call for drastic measures on any one of these early duels that they may look to initiate. As certainly with that off, try to do something where I think Johnny was doing about as much as he could towards topside A. Is actually it's the nades. Some shots down from Timo that get it done and get them in and up for it, but hadn't been here before. Johnny unspotted previously. Knife, though, actually a nade pulled for Max, and he can't get his gun out, and a swift double from Telly. And the A side is looking very nice, as only it's lane side they need to be worried about, or arch side rather, while they wrap through lane side, as a smoke will completely negate BL's potential in this round. He's got 0 kills to his name as of right now, and it would take a lot for him to get activated in towards this one as he's been made known.
being able to take down all that damage early with the utility. That A side crumbles off the quick reaction now. NBL spotted out, still prioritizes getting that molly off. Not gonna do him any favors. Time ticking against him. Retreat being called out, and there's gonna be even more rounds here. I mean, the good news is at least you've been able to shut down Nards, but bad news is it doesn't really provide you much relief, does it? And the rest of the squad just shut them down.
Solid opening attempts at the bottom side of mid. It was sideways just seconds afterwards, though. I mean, yeah, that just stinks. That just stinks. Pulling utility, I guess, to maybe just molly them at the steps if they look to walk through. So, but my thought process, though, is that, okay, for one, maybe that window room swing comes through and Johnny should have been ready for it. Either way he dies, that's fine, whatever, right? But hypothetically, what if they do just walk up those steps and Max has a nade pool? They could A, just walk right through that CT incendiary and find Johnny Boy pants down, or he just gets caught off guard like he did there from the swing in through balcony before Johnny's even arrived. So, I don't know, it feels a little bit, either panicked or inexperienced in that moment from Max, who hasn't really been looking all that out of his comfort zone in this game, generally speaking, but in the pit, doing as much as he can on that refrag with Zhao quickly through. Smoke, no safe place for Johnny Boy, and it looks to be yet again another man disadvantage in which somebody needs to spring into action and can't do it.
He just trades
Try to
so
take
efficiently.
that round in conversation, but...
Oh, it's okay. I mean, you just look at the way things go right there for Yawara. I mean, you get your kills on the CT side, on that A side. But when the trades look as good as they do, there's no availability for multi-kills. You are going to take those trades every day of the week. And that is something that they certainly do have right now. It's just very swift, efficient trades.
Yeah. I wonder, I mean, you're a player of your own caliber. You understand what this feels like, but I wonder what they feel like right now, having everything going wrong everywhere. You know what I mean? It's like, how do you focus on an area of the map to where if you're playing with randoms in a matchmaking or a face-it game, you can very easily just say, well, whatever bomb site isn't mine is the one that needs fixing. Right now, you're all on a team, and you're losing A and B both pretty consistently in the mid-round despite opening picks.
Yeah, I mean, right there, it just feels like last round, A just got washed. It was left with a little bit of less resistance, and that's what I give Yawara a lot of credit for, is they are identifying where the numbers usually are here for Velox, and then going the opposite direction super quick, where they can't react in time. So, I mean, if I'm Velox, I'm maybe trying to get more of that utility damage effective on Banana, and then immediately transition back over towards A. But even then, I feel like Yawara, that was like a one-off round where they get caught by this utility. They've learned, they've adapted, they've adjusted, and that just means it's even harder for you to plant your feet on the CT side.
Johnny Boy, sliver angle. Wow. Did you hear the zoom? I mean, that's just... I'm like tilted off the face of the earth. On the collar, no less. Gotta keep composure.
Well, sort Johnny Boy a little frustrated, but he's still got some teammates living up a bit of a fight here. Need a second, but Revolts manages to land the headshot just in the right time. And again, it's trades onto the site. It's a big multi-kill, a huge step up from Revolts to try and activate in a post plant in which you have Nards with the AWP ready to back it up. So plant gonna be safe. They're gonna try and double up around this smoke at the moment. This is where the AWP has somewhat coverage at the moment. looking to peek through, cover out his backside before he looks to maybe help out his team soon. There you go, spotted out now. Noise being made though from the drop from Revolt. He still lands a headshot though. Now goes for the headshot angle. Can't quite capitalize, can't close this yet. Not quite fully planted for the op either. And out in the open with his Glock out. Looks to close it out, and it feels like nothing can go wrong for Yawara right now when that's what a clutch looks like.
Nothing can go wrong, man. I mean, Revolts does everything in that round to get them into a winning position. Still, it manages to crumble in one of the first instances that that'll really happen. But even so, block 1 versus 1 there, man. I mean, the guy didn't even tap the bomb yet, and Nardis is activating and shorter to the jump, and even still, that's just, oh my lord. Oh. Yeah, I mean, this one's getting a little bit painful to watch at points, and that round is probably the culmination of everything at one time. A train wreck in the 1 versus 1, as even the walls are unstable in Inferno right now. Shaking and vibrating. 8-0. They win out the half by, at bare minimum, 4 rounds. And there ain't really nothing left in the financial reservoir for Velox to say anything about it yet. A half by, perhaps. Should get some guns out. Maybe sneak around out from under the nose of Yawara, but it would take a miracle to get back into this game. We're going to need everyone at the same time to step up and step online, because top performer typically in NBL isn't here.
And look at the other side of things. It just feels like everyone has the capabilities of showing up on Yawara.
Whether it's anyone.
Whether it's the clutch factor, you know, just you name it, they have that in their bag. And you know what? At the end of the day, I think, as I've highlighted, Stack's calling up a bit of a storm there as the icing on the cake with the adjustments and you know, getting where they need to be in time, making sure that Velox are never able to plant their feet with advantages.
This one spots now yet to make a call for investment from Yanni Boy. Everybody's still awaiting the resolution of what this actually seems to be a high ping issue. Somebody right now and get that evened out, because if you do want to make your comeback, well, probably want to be at your best form for it, and there's no real time to wait. You don't want to just throw rounds to the wayside if things aren't in absolute peak condition for you. Wonder though if in good time we can see the elevation of Johnny Boy's AWP, who hasn't really been given many chances. He's been kind of predictable in his placements, abused even on 2, maybe even 3 occasions.
Yeah, he's been. He started off hot with that AWP. He got that opening pick, and then he tried to go back for some more, and he's ever since then kind of lost his step. But he did have a very good, you know, as soon as he got that op out, he got a little active. It looked like it was going to work well, and then a bit downhill since.
Moving around a little bit, getting active.
Yeah.
That's what you like to see when Nardis was also kind of just creaming them for the time that he didn't have it. So that was like a moment of maybe a little bit of hope being instilled into us that there was something to be done about him. Now Nardis gets his op, and I mean, I don't actually remember there being any high impact kills with that op just yet. But I mean, he's done his work on this half and this game, to be honest. I'd be fine with him going quiet at this stage, because like getting to this point alone in of itself is a pretty big facet for one player realistically in the first few rounds that he had gotten them.
He did
and that 1v1 clutch.
So much with his Glock, I was gonna say, that 1v1 just to make sure that things would continue to be a bit rough. And That's what he's been able to put on display so far is when he's needed now, even though he's taken a little bit more of a quieter approach. He had such a fiery start to this one, winning them those first 2 rounds essentially. Saving them from the like crazy boost on the anti-eco and then or anti-force buy, and then he just wins a 1v1. So anytime you need him to step up clutch, he's just shutting down Velox and their hope. Although seems like Johnny Boy's still yet to be able to stay connected. So we're gonna be sending this one off to a quick break, and once we come back, we'll be ready to carry forward more of the action here.
Welcome back. Take all too long. See, there is going to be a buyback in half. They've gotten a shotgun for 2 to him. It's MP9 for Max, and the rest doing whatever they can with these potent 5.7s and ranges that a map like Inferno will offer. And the same play that had netted them a couple of kills the last time around that they had run it will actually see nobody up towards topside Banana, still inflicting damage deeper beyond that. But how much more vision can they gain? It's Stax who goes up and above and excels in his individual duel, which player is no longer available to refrag upon with the smoke at the corner.
They look to run it down Banana. And JL will make sure that no casualties take place there. All this round, quick dismissal. Yawara continue winning ways here.
Yeah, that one was as smooth as it needed to be. Could have been worse. Worse. Rein in the troops, though. Double digits is already here before Velox have hit 1, and that is a danger zone. This is Yawara's map pick. I mean, like, there's only so much of a talking point that can be when you're this far down for Velox, but looking towards that next map of Crane we'd already witnessed being picked today is a little bit of an upset potential move, which definitely got there. It definitely got close at the finishing line, but couldn't do it. See if Velox will be any better for it. Right now, Inferno is looking almost to be a thing of the past near instantly.
Yeah, looking to put a pretty swift into this one, from what it seems. I don't think they'll have too much troubles if this keeps up. This T side has been nothing but dominant. And they've got themselves in good positions once again. Johnny Boy's up, steps forward off the flashbang. They want to collapse in. Setup going to handle this collapse. Blinded up, yes, but the trade's available. That's when Johnny Boy steps in. Steps up to the plate with the quickness. Still, those trades are so effective into the B side here. Not fully ready. They try and get that deep smoke, but now Jiao will be able to spring into action off the back of it. Johnny Boy trying to thread a high angle, but no visual given. And they've got deep positioning here. They try and flash by. Might be able to see something there.
Yeah.
It's going down as the gap in the smoke capitalized on.
Zhao with both of them here, one of them having fired off the op and just behind. They're going to line up in the worst possible way as Zhao had taken the step forwards and plays an off angle. Oh man, it's plot armor at this point.
That's
Main
really
character
what it seems
syndrome.
like. Nothing can go wrong. This is a great setup, though, here in terms of punishing the aggro. Trades are so quick as well. Look at that from Stacks, just instantly ready to respond. And then this is about worst case scenario. Johnny Boy, I think, just struggling to connect because of the lineup there as well. Oh, good utility damage. It's gonna mean something if it wasn't for the fact that Stacks can just shoot right past it. Offered up kills in return here. Pistols brought out, and Stacks ends up winning a crucial one.
That needed to be. That would have been utter chaos otherwise, but getting the drop on the mid player with the op is even more important perhaps, because low with the bomb itself is Stacks, who had doubled back, and they're now separated across the map to where I wonder what the game plan must be. It's one bullet for Stacks. Is it just going to be a B fake sold by Tele and then maybe a rip through spawn? I don't really know, but Stacks, one way or another, is very heavily relying on the success of his lurker. As NBL is elevated, will he be cleared? It's a pretty common practice to just see him swing up high and make sure that nobody's nearby. Well, he actually might burn him off of a spot if he's got two. Not quite.
You could see this flank come through. Johnny Boy. He's safe. Not the case. Oh, he just manages to avoid. I don't know what happened there with
Good
Stacks,
Lord.
but he was a little too jumpy and missed his freebie. What felt like a guarantee goes awry. And now, no longer as safe as they would hope here, but still, they've been so good in these moments. They just haven't budged at all. And now Tele-D gonna prove that fact. Piece by piece, tooling up against it. And it's just Johnny Boy that was left on A to offer up the resistance, who doesn't last too much longer. It really is plot armor. This is ridiculous how many just what feels like impossible clutches get converted, and how things can go wrong for Velox so quickly.
Or I want to make this one a quick night. They're not messing around no more. In and out, Swiss round. Quickly, the very beginning stages looking a smooth sail for a team that is described as one of those just looking to get into playoffs, really, as like their bottom line goal. This is a hell of a start where they're going to be giving themselves a buffer. Velox, on the other hand, less than inspiring. As it is to say. Feels like it's a little bit of a fortune to be foretold if they hit the you-know-what scoreline, but I'm not going to say it out loud. I don't want to spoil that for them. They managed to make that. They're close. Imo is just stuck behind this smoke with an MP9 trying to duck, dive, and dodge, in which he will flee enough to get out into a slip to another duel, but an elevated CT leaves that man advantage in the favor of the T's regardless. And here comes Teledi, who's just gone so unknown for so very long. And that's the A site. Absolutely clean.
Mopped up as soon as they need a path out of this one. Is available. Number's going to be punched in. Going to go ahead and give this one a go on the retake here, but going to be able to do much with it. Stacks. It misses out here on the back turn, but not going to be too much of a concern. Still just watches the time ticks. Tap out from Teledi. Timo with a couple of sharp shots in return, but running a little low on time and low on health. This Revolts will make sure that that does not go his way any longer.
Would have taken an ace, dude, and I would have been a fan of seeing it, but I'm sure Velox would have as well. We're one away! We're one away! Again, I can't say it, but you know where we're one away from. That would have been...
We went away from the 13-0?
No! Oh, we're going overtime.
OT it is.
Damn it. I can't believe you do this. Everyone get your bets in now. Dual Berettas, I mean, they're used as anticipated this time, so it seems. Actually in the hands of the CT.
It does seem important. I won't lie. That's
Glad to hear
oftentimes
that.
where I like to see the dual Berettas. See if they can have enough impact. Either way, it's maybe not going to have as much attention here. Taking in the molly is an interesting start. Nardis continues to be so efficient on these pistol rounds in particular.
Come on!
The heat of the moment. Chow
Come on!
keeping them at bay. 13-0. Close. And it's going to close out there from Nardis. He's going to deny any sort of curse and bring home the bacon. 13-0 for Yawara. And they just dominate Velox in every fashion.
Yeah, I mean, I expected that to be a Yawara win in some fashion or another. What I wasn't anticipating was for it to be flawless. They make an absolute sprint to the finish line with nothing in between and barely anything to be broken down, as timings don't go the way of Velox, the individual fights don't go their way. They get caught off guard even sometimes, these players on the side of the Yawara guys, and even then, still manage to find their frags. They still manage to get their one, Exner. I don't really understand how. It didn't really feel like Velox had anything going for them. A curse, maybe not in terms of the finishing of the score, but a curse in terms of what any of these rounds in terms of potential had going for them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very impressed with the way that, you know, obviously at the start, I think a lot of it coming down to game planning and a really good read on the situation, but later down the line, it was just straight constant success and what felt like a lot of impossible clutches, I'll be honest with you. So, you know, very impressive with what they were able to do. They got to be happy that they closed it out. And in this sort of fashion, you know, a big deal to make it look this easy in a 13-0, setting the tone now for the rest of the series. But, you know, still trained up next, which is going to be a bit of a challenge for Yawara. And that's going to be the map pick of Velox, of course, there, Tony. So we'll see how this goes for them. We're going to be sending this one off to a quick break. And once we come back, it's going to be Train. And hello everybody, we're ready to hop on into our second map here shortly. We're looking at Train as the next map, and again it's one of those situations where we see a pretty steep underdog trying to head into this matchup. Looking maybe for Train as an opportunity to pounce, but after Inferno I really, don't know what to make of the availability of this this Velox squad in this head-to-head in particular.
Yeah, I'd have to side with you on that one. I think that what we'd seen earlier today on Train was, a little bit of a glimpse of hope as to maybe a potential upset in that regard. But I mean, if that map as to what's to come, it's not looking great. It doesn't look like that there is any fight left in them. It doesn't look like there was any fight in them in the first place, really, to be honest with you. It was just nothing was going right at any turn. It was just so many different opportunities to either convert man advantages, convert openings, or maybe even site advantages, and it just never really seemed to pan out for them. And obviously, that's to say only a very few rounds, because a majority of them were them getting swept.
Yeah, they're going to need to do some soul searching here on Train and really just close out on any sort of moments where you have the advantage. That's going to be a really key detail here. They cannot afford to have those really frustrating losses like they did in that last map. Yeah. Quit fooling around, lock in. Whatever it takes to capitalize here. And again, you have to do it with this T-side start, which can be a bit of a difficulty.
Yeah, I think already getting it towards these brown holes could be a good move for them, seeing as there is only one directly inside B, but otherwise they've got a bit of a pincer maneuver coming in now with Revolts taking that first point where Nardis can swing out wider than that with their attention taken and back and away as they go 1-for-1. There still looks to be a little bit of a fight there from Tele, not with a teammate in tow, and now things get all the more problematic when the both of them are dinked.
A lot of low HP bars here, but for both sides, becoming a bit of a predicament. We'll see what the motion is from Velox with plenty of time to try and think things through. Gonna try and run it back towards this B side though. That's the end goal at the moment.
Still sticking to their guns on that one at the very least and keeping to their same tune. Trying to fire off with minimal area to do so is Nardis, and successfully so. Slips out a headshot real quick as the P250 snaps down one just as well on 8 HP. It's looking very sharp as Nardis wants more than even that. He's exposed. Giving himself away to Timo, who's still up top and high with this pistol popping off with 3 already. He's done it all for them, but the bomb to be planted. What more can he do? He covers the bomb. Only a fake and only a tap to where now Stacks may actually catch Johnny Boy in transition between trains, as he's got to go for this 1 versus 2. He spots out the in-game leader, knows Timo was here before, and he's got no time to do anything but go for the peek, and it's an ace from Timo to kick off this second map with their first round in the series.
It just needed Timo. That's all they really needed. It seems they just needed him to close out a round for him. And by God, does he deliver it with an ace, stepping forward in a big way and being able to bring this round home for Velox. And, well, there's a moment to capitalize on a situation, not necessarily fully advantaged either, but needing someone to have some impact here to change the tides of the round. And perfect guy for the job seems is Timo.
There may be no I in team, but there's an I in Timo. But will Timo have a team? Will it be just him? For their sake, I surely hope they can follow up on that.
Yeah, Timo definitely want to have some backup here for him. Support him. He just supported you through that round to start you off well on the pistols.
Yeah. Be some legs to stand on. Train. Yeah, I was disconnected. That pistol round from Timo needed to be all that it was, as his HP was so very low, and trying to play the time game, CT just can't escape him. That might be the tune of a multitude of rounds for this game to come. see how effective their dance is, as we do have a little bit of time before we jump into this game in particular. Leaving Zhao outside of the server and waiting for him to reconnect. We, so too, will reconnect to this game in just a few. All right. All right. We're back. That locks up 1-0. They're so back. 13-0 for them. Going map 3.
Whoa. We just going back and forth right there. 13 zeros.
See why not?
Could be the move. Could be the move. Now, though, looking to deny that. There's a bunch of USPs. Unfortunately, CT side, they're going B.
Shoot.
Got a chance there for Stack somehow. Demo gets his 6th kill in a row, though, for his team. Just feed Timo. Keep feeding the beast.
Feed Timo. Timo hungry. Timo eat. Down at the bottom side of this ramp with Tutahin up higher. And he wants to keep going. You better believe it. He's got the SMG. He wants to farm up that cash. I think he got that one. The second, the outline disappeared. That one wiped away. Nardas and Revolt are very far disengaged. Teemo's on the loose.
Oh yeah, going feast up even more eeks. The Lux continue to find their way. Now it's going to be the real test here at the moment, though. Got a bigger challenge at hand.
Fish to fry.
Up against the guns.
They love taking this forward space, so it seems, and it's not going to be doing them all that many favors between two mollies, and lucky to be honestly getting away with the HP that he did. They get T-Con, and they get a really, really deep point where I think Max doesn't realize how deep it could be, and he's spotted on the cross back with bomb. Doesn't guarantee that it's going to be, considering there's always the possibility that they head back down, either right back to T-Con with that smoke being there for them to do so, or down through the ladder. Former ladder, now pop. It is going to be the B committal after all.
Oh, just execute too strong, and Teemo too good at the moment for them to hold the line. Overwhelmed quickly. That's going to be access into the bomb site, bomb planted as well. Deep positioning. But they do capitalize on some extensions here. They still don't know about Max though. Waiting in the backlines, his perfect chance to strike is now. Arden's still offering up some resistance, still kicking, just not enough time here with the kit. Lack thereof, rather. Gonna call it a day eventually.
Team Teemo. Throw at the lead at the charge. Very quickly up into the faces of any defending players. Even though he only does get a singular as far as I'm aware. Might have gotten a double. Was it 2? Might have been 2.
Got 2. He got 2. No, just 1, because I think he had 7.
I think he burned out after that. But either way, he'd pushed them so far back by that point and dealt just that little bit of extra peppering. Very good stuff. Renard is going to be the only line of defense for this round as the loss bonus swells. They're going to have everything they'll need soon enough. Not everything, maybe, but Nard is at least saving up for that sniper rifle to put into the hands. He's very capable player in Nardis who will go down. The first to fall for the CT side, but at the very least they've claimed the life of MBL. Weapon not yet retrieved and not really in a position to beat. Teemo to play a little bit of a point guard here.
Right now, taking all those kills here. His teammates looking to offer up that assistance, but 9 locked in. Do they continue this aggression? This is a crazy amount of patience rewarded for it. Is huge. They're going to continue to run it down here. Sticking around maybe a little too long. Cost him his life. Quick headshot of the Deagle, but gathering that amount of info is going to quickly turn them in the direction of that B site where they head a little bit of pace. They can charge, and now having to deal with a close range 5-7. How much can you get out of this? Revolt's just good for 1 before the trade comes through. Needed that, and they deliver.
Pele is just a little bit hopeless in his way back. Trying to do much of anything here. I think he's going to have to have hit an instant stunner on an off angle of a Sentry. And even then, Johnny Boy up close and personal. Leave much room for discussion about that. Here is where we're going to have to see the best form from the CT squad to get back into this map as it is, because, frankly, I think my 16-0 prediction isn't looking all that crazy now. I think it's coming to reality. I think it's actually coming to fruition. I've willed it.
How do you make it happen?
I don't know. I wish I could do it more. I wish I could be right about things more often. Maybe someday.
Yeah, just keep working.
Keep at it, buddy.
You know, you keep on making predictions, and they keep being right. You have a winning formula.
Wow, that's how I do betting. Like, if I just keep betting, then eventually, right?
Yeah, that's how it works.
I'm due.
You're due. What do they have cooked up here? Looks like some decent utility being lined up. I like this idea. Interesting to see the vision right now. See how much they get out of this one. Again, trade's just so quick. And they're completely folding over this B site once more here. Sidearm whipped out, but that's where Stacks falls to the HE. Some damage being sent downrange. Looking for the kills, though, is a whole other story. It's going to make their lives difficult. 2 HP, but still kicking. Now Max spotted out. Dancing in between the flames. Doesn't tick him down, though. Doesn't leave him with any room to escape. Still looking to offer up some distraction. And he perfectly routes away. That is brilliant timing there. The eternal clock ticking and doesn't find him. Zhao Max still able to find impact.
What?
He finds everyone. Or at least helps in doing so as Velox completely shut this round out.
Again, I'm telling you, they've got a little bit of that plot armor, dude. Really not far off from how it felt in that last map. That's the kind of round where that trade really feels like it has to come through there, flushing him out from the site, not having him held from his exit, even not being able to catch him in transition on refrag. Shout out refrag.
Shout out refrag indeed. Take myself a bit of that.
Love myself a little bit of refrag. Especially when it's my teammates doing it. I love it when my teammates trade me. Ooh, I love it when my teammates trade me.
It's nice.
So warm inside.
See if they can turn up that a little bit for Yawara. Said that plot armor remains true, but you don't need a trade if you just land the entry. Like that from Stacks. So now it's the T side looking for recovery, but great work coming through from the coverage of that AWP. We've got this pretty big flank coming through from Tele D that you're hoping can activate, but it's being watched. Still wins the head-to-head. Johnny Boy doesn't know what hit him. That opens up a realm of possibility, at least here for this retake. Recovery. That's a bit of a tough push in the smoke there. Doesn't give him any room to work with, and they continue to fight through. These post plants are strong. Trying to level them out is going to be a whole nother story. From Pop, there strikes quickly. Revolts needs one more. Gives him a shot, but no kit. Means that it has to be a 10-second defuse, and with that headshot, Tuda Hen going to close out the 1v2 and continue to work wonders.
That was yucky. Ew, yucky. A nice little shot. That first. Bro never stood a chance. Gotta get involved. That one to hold off the defuse. So well and Velox are back at it again. Denying the attempt at an upset and around lesser weaponry. An investment here with the op on a Nardus and 0 rounds so far at a tie to the half at minimum for Velox. They've gotten themselves well and truly into this best of 3 at this point. Needing to hold on to what they've got until it's gone.
See if they can keep holding on. Keep winning these rounds. Keep fighting through. So they show up in a big way in these late rounds, just a fashion which was completely missing last go around. But what about early rounds that they show up in as well? As MBL turns around the corner, takes some serious initiative.
Spot on the backside of Pop for MBL to see if anybody's going to try and walk it up. Reaction. Looks actually like they're going to try and pincer this A site to where the numbers still reside with 30 seconds left. Way back to B, they would have to be extraordinarily loud. Line up through the glass to halt the momentum of the incendiary and burn out anybody close. It is Revolts who will be just on the other side. This angle from Zhao is one that's still very hard to clear and also be wary of as you're entering pathing. The site goes a little bit more towards T-Con, but there goes another round for Velox, dropping only 2. It was the full buy. That was their shot. And Yuara pretty much slapped down almost instantaneously with nothing to write home of. Nothing to come from their early round fights. Pain and misery.
Oh no, it's the CT side of pain and despair for Yuara. But it is a taste of their own medicine. Velox are being able to dish it right back out. So far flawless. We'll look to keep it that way, but Stacks puts up a little bit of disruption. It's the MP9s that create some chaos there. Zhao capitalizes on that chaos. Tudin trying to be a hero, and I understand why, because Teemo has made his moves and 3 kills just when you need him the most. He can be called upon.
A little bit crazy with it there. As he has been known to do. Don't really know where you go from that point. Yuara losing out like that, despite early successes and being cut down by one singular name. Not the ends of the half, but still an attempt at a clutch. So many to break for the Revolts. Not a chance in the world. Guess who? It's Teemo. The kill feed once again and doing his best Nardas impression from Inferno. If there was anybody to challenge them now, his name is the top contender. These young gun guys, or at least I assume he's young. Hope he was young, based on the composition of this team as it is. Cooking. Max is 22.
I'm with you. I assume so. Looking into him this round here again, it's more early impact here, setting the tone, giving them openings on this gun round. And my god, it's just looking so dominant. This is a T-side of train right now. It's
That
over.
doesn't have an
That's a
HLTV.
full gun round. It gets sideswiped, and he's gonna get one soon if he keeps playing like this, and those stats are gonna look real pretty. He keeps it up.
That's insane. Okay, fine. The next up, get Johnny Boy. Do it again. Take it to the major. Apps. That's a brazen peek at Ivy with that AWP against lesser weapons. Sure, maybe not a full investment, but still drops the hit nonetheless as he gets another one gifted to him, is elevated to the sight side train. Adios, and a triple for the caller made almost summoned by what I had said, as the fourth is even there at the back end of Olaf. One after another, they reveal themselves in their positions. Stacks is the last, and he looked like he was on par to post on him, but might be Teemo's responsibility instead.
Got a little bit of fight left in him. Stacks gonna look to fight his way out of this one, but leveled out by none other than Teemo. Johnny Boy, though, being able to have a lot of impact with his op now. Looking to provide some extra assistance here. Velox 10 and 0 up. Looking unstoppable.
Dude, I can't believe I did it. I think I did it.
26. Oh my god. What is happening? It's plot armor in full effect. We're right back to this madness.
If he hit that.
Oh, if you got the no scope, that'd be absurd.
I thought he had it. My heart of hearts told me that he did, but I can only will so many things into existence today. Right now, willpower of these T's, just unbelievable how they've flooded this game. Made Train look like their own. Their map of choice, of course, but like, there's only so much that you can really prepare for as a caster when you see this unfold. Not ready for what's being dished out, or you are. I mean, that third map, they're gonna have to start thinking about that one soon. If Inferno was a quick write-off, then this has to be something even crazier than that, seeing as it's the turn that Velix needed following that disaster class. They're back. They never left.
This is exactly what they needed to come back into this series looking stronger. And the trades out into the site just go about as good as can be. Into the A side they go. Gonna now follow up here at the MP9 at range. Could they look to activate? It's gonna come down to a 1v1 with Max involved. Unknown location. So Zhao has no idea. That's gonna prove to be a big problem. 12-0 on the half. Absolutely absurd.
Absolute cinema, or like. This is peak. If you haven't seen peak till you've seen this. Back on
Back-to-back
Titan?
12-0 abs.
Yep. Only us. The treat. 2 13-0s back and forth would be really, really funny. I don't remember the last time that I've seen that. Ancient where they really trying to take this one. Production saying that players are dying to do it. They actually just really, really wanted to play it.
We're so excited for Ancient.
I'm so excited. Dropping smoke down at the deeper ends. This IV train with a gap in between. Very easy for tap down, but the B site still looking relatively open. Deep, they find their first frag to where NBL was already spotted. It all on the line. It seems that it won't be the 13-0 after all.
No way.
Momentum crashed.
No. It can't be.
I hate to tell you.
No. How could they do this to me?
Kind of bummed. Kind of bummed. Would have been pretty cool. Story to tell for sure.
Truly unreasonable.
It's kind of, yeah, I mean, it's kind of rude.
Think of the funny screenshot that could be taken. You're not thinking about that.
They're not. I think there's, yeah, a little self. Whatever.
We'll see how long they can hold up against this fight. They got
Watch they
a
lose
force
this,
fight to
bro.
deal with.
They lose this, that would ruin my heart. Get cooked by a couple pistols after ruining the funny.
That'd be textbook though.
They're actually going to come back. And lose in overtime.
Johnny boy, no visual. Smoke holds up the test. And in fact, shot right back through it. Great check from Revolts as well. These pistols start to crumble, as well as the MP9s.
As could have been expected, but goals in this investment have fortunately come up short considerably. One to go along with. The Mac 10 you got in your hands, though, in your red health. You have to hope that it was worth it. dropping one more gun could be considerable victory enough. But I mean, not even really. They full went in for this one. Left it all on the line. Relatively low as revolts. Closer and closer around this corner. 3B player back turn. That would have been a huge AK. Not today.
Have to hold out for the future. When you're up 12-0, though, I always like a good force buy just because likelihood full eco in this one, and then you're looking at a full gun run with an AWP. So
Force
you
buy
give
never
yourself
hurt
a
nobody.
chance. Trying to end it off 12-1, you miss out on that chance. At least when you get those guns out, you're gonna have everything at your disposal.
Hang on to this site. Swiftly amidst the smokes, they fire some shots through to try and pepper some damage for free. Lo and behold, it'll work. Okay. Potential for a knife kill there almost. That spells a investment finally long overdue. One of this caliber. See them strong. Maybe a preview of come for the rest of this half if Yuara can get a shot or two in early and then claim their advantage in their conversion. Be a round by round affair to get back into this game, and that's how they're going to have to look at it. Can't look at it as we need 9 rounds. They should look at it as we need this round. Now we need this round. Now we need this round.
Ooh. I mean, that's definitely how you gotta kind of visualize the comeback. Piece by piece, otherwise it gets overwhelming. That's gonna help out right there. Little tag onto the head. Not the kill, but plenty of damage onto a very key figure. Making Timo down low's gotta be nice. This B-side resistance doesn't quite have the full squad here. Just a couple riflers at range. So scaling out here definitely a possibility. No utility. It's a contact approach. And in fact, that flash actually blinds up the T side instead of offering up help. But still, that AWP strikes. And the trades are good onto the site. So this one remains interesting here.
Dropping down low the sniper posts for a wider swing deep and towards the site, which won't come anytime soon. No 2 players were low, despite that fact. These would have had to have taken such a sprint in order to get back for it. One they weren't well enough equipped for. They'd love to keep these weapons in which they do have. Wealthy enough. Drop over maybe Moss here and there. Moss bonus now hits 4. Even an M4 if they're willing to sacrifice a piece of utility. Scattered opportunities, but so many of them for Velox to just clean this one up. Dust off their pants and brush themselves onto Ancient. A wild win this would be, honest and truthfully, as a series for Velox if they manage to pull the wool over their opponent's eyes on their pick. This has been maybe a mainstay explored for Velox, where any other team is going to have to make it exactly as we discussed earlier today, one of those instant bans if they're not even comfortable on it. Which is funny considering Yuara play this map, or have played this map. Pretty solid teams to pretty decent distance. It's just the same. the smoke. Really give them much vision or anything like that. It was more so to inflict any damage on players come close. Here comes the action.
That smoke didn't go where it needed to. Yeah, a bit of an awkward oopsie, although not a chance to really capitalize off the 1-2 punch because Max instead falls off the angle. Watching T-Con like a hawkish Johnny boy, though. And they're not going to escape here. Looking to cap this thing off. Requiring a massive clutch. And not going to happen in the end. Eventually closed out by Max. And we go to a third here. 2 very dominant map picks into dominant victories. And we head into our decider. That's a surprising finish there for Velox after getting 13-0'd. What a response.
Yeah, absolute clapback. Something that we weren't anticipating in the slightest, as a revitalized Velox looked very, very solid in this one. In a pick to where they are certainly justified in going for it. It's that third that we still have to keep on our minds, as this is going to be a back and forth to where obviously I would say that between the 2 of the maps, it looks a little bit better from the side of Yawara, having at least gotten 4 rounds before their ultimate demise on that train pick. It's going to be a flood back in terms of confidence for Velox to say that they've gotten themselves well and prepped proper for that finish, as it will be Ancient in just about 10 minutes time. You and I, Exner, will be joining everybody, but they're going to take a little bit of a break just as we are catch our breaths from what was a very fast game, followed by a very fast game. We'll see if Ancient it will be the same.
And we are back here to close out the night with one more map of Counter-Strike. Looking forward to seeing how things are all capped up here as we look to see how Ancient fares up in between these two squads. Looking forward to it. Obviously, you're requiring a decider after two very one-sided maps. It makes me think that we should get into things a little bit more even in the decider, but this is two teams that are riding waves of momentum throughout the first halves of Counter-Strike. So we'll see if this trend remains true here in our decider.
Yeah, I mean, Timo in particular, he goes from a 0.8 rating on that first map, despite being their highest performer with 93.9 ADR, 9 and 12, but still dishing out damage, to the second map with a 2.15. He was 130 ADR almost, plus 12, and overall in this series, he's blowing everybody out of the water thanks to that one train game alone. So if there is a player that you're going to look towards for the side of Belloc, it's going to be him. If you look towards anybody on the side of Yawara, history will show it'll have to be Nardas as well. We're going to see him at peak performance, with Tele also putting up some pretty decent numbers here and there with some shots to be remembered, but this is gonna have to be the culmination of everybody doing their best. It's a matter of time before we get to see that much, because interestingly enough, despite Timo having 22 kills and 10 deaths, Max had 13 kills and 8 deaths, and despite being 9 kills a difference, he was just behind in ADR by about 29 or so, which is not that crazy, but even still, I think that he's a player that you have to look towards as well to put in that those numbers as the young gun.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely looking to just kind of carry that forward here into this decider. We'll see what they're able to bring to the table. Look to close out the remainder of this series and see who's going to be progressing 1 and 0, who's going to be falling a little bit behind in that department. Hopping into the action. See how this thing shakes up.
Totally down.
So down to cast this last map.
So down. So down.
You know who
Yeah,
wins
no
the
bet.
pistol wins the next 11.
It's actually
I don't
true,
make
I've
the
heard.
rules.
Yeah.
Timo
I mean-
starts it off. Hold on. Oh, Timo with another. These T-side pistol aces here. Can he
Timo
do it
time.
again? It's Timo time right now. It's Timo time right now. Unstoppable with the Glock. Let him eat. No one else can fight. No one else can succeed. It's only Timo. It's Timo's world and we're living in it.
Cook them, Timo. Cook them. This guy seems to be unstoppable.
Oh, can you get the
away
trade here? No way. Finally shut down. Nard is equally as strong right there, dancing his way around that fight. Fast flank up Donut. Oh, and what a read right there with that opposite plant, changing his direction behind the box. Gray screened a little bit by the smoke, but Johnny Boy fires at will. And we'll close it out. A little bit of assistance for Timo this time around on the pistol, and that's exactly what he needed.
Shoot to kill. Get him warm. Activated into this game. Telling what he might be capable of. Wild dude turned his sensitivity up to 1,000,000. Or threw his mouse across the room. Good combination. There, and a culmination of what has been small hiatus from round wins. I mean, a couple strung together there by the end of Yawara attempt in the map before, but not all that crazy. Out here with money looking alright. Be playing up against these SMGs, a scatter. Nobody directly implanted towards the A site means that it's going to be free for the taking, and that a retake with a single flashbang is going to be what Yawara looking for. But the kit still as well onto the Nardis, that could be something. The 1-for-1 and tanks and damage, and even shots through the A main flank is in, but no more than a singular frag is still caught off guard. He will at least get himself from 1 HP another frag, so luckily for him, to be honest.
They're going to be able to escape for now. For how long, though? Sidelining Timo's quite nice. Walking out with the Galil's even better. And no more fight to put up here anymore. Even picks up a kit. Really scavenges his way on the tail end of that round. Velox win it. what they're concerned about there. Don't lose too many numbers either.
It's going to be a pretty big part of this. Keeping those numbers. Ancient's kind of a map I feel like where, I mean, I have not looked at the stats for this or anything, and I don't know if this is actually true. This is just me going off what I feel like. That this is a map where more often than not you'll see rounds come down to like less than 3 players surviving compared to the other maps, you know what I mean? This isn't really one where you can call like instant saves or anything like that. Really brutal some of these fights, and this one just the same. It's a 1-for-1, and already this gun making itself useful enough. So many in the back lines ready to swing back in for it after their teammate had gone down.
And then dropped again. Joe, you want to pick it up? Not quite. Not as interested all of a sudden. Going for the Galil. I don't know if Timo registered that. Still looks aware. It's a wide swing with conviction for another freebie. Well handled. Ability in the backside of B, interestingly enough. They're very cautious, but they will potentially walk into Teled. And he immediately rotates over off the back of that. They're going to walk into him potentially. Fortunately, Timo's up to the task of eliminating him, providing no further damage from that point forward. Velok able to get past that one. I'm with you. I think this is a maybe partially because of the bomb damage being kind of absurd on this map, and the necessary fact that you just have to run away very far. You just have to get away very far away from that bomb, and then that'll usually lead. Yeah, definitely makes it like this. There are a little bit less saves as well.
Maybe one player saving, 2 at most. Always just like so many gunfights that have to happen for that to be the case. This one, it's gonna be a quick work of this A site again. Honestly, truthfully, they lose the 1 to the offer, but oh my god, they have no idea.
I think the HE noise was too loud. They didn't register it. He's going to have himself a field day. Keeping donut control is enough for his team. He got nothing?
Nothing.
Wow, Teled, how did you just get him straight through the smoke right there?
Him and his teammate had actually backed out of donut and deepened their angle. So interesting, but effective.
Timo now. Under pressure. They eventually peek forward here into Jiao. And they're ready with that. Open arms. Johnny Boy left to escape. Never were able to plant the bomb or stabilize on the site. And we might see our first round in return in the first half. Can you imagine that?
I can, but I've imagined a lot of different things in this series so far. But all right. No more left up to the imagination. Reality.
This is what it's like.
Or never changes. This is a little bit of a crazy one. But whatever works. Going, keeps it moving is counter mid. Going and flowing and unblind revolts will catch side head turn in an attempt to dodge whatever flash would come. Unfortunate that doesn't work out. Towards top side shelf, no one really in position to respond. They're cut off. Given away. Now maybe actually they have a timing to kick back, but nope. Revolts is unseen. He just cuts them down to size each and every turn that they take.
Nice little double there, quick and easy. To cap it off there, no one surviving on that T side, that's for sure. Iwara, with that flawless round, going to move forward. First of all, punishing their opponent's economy. They're finally breaking their backs, but also being able to stabilize in their own fashion. This is a chance to build back into the CT side, build up a lot of momentum off the opportunity.
Been a long time coming. Competitive game like this.
Yeah, I think this is kind of what more of I would expect here in this third map. With how one-sided we've seen the map picks be. You know, good game planning into some success. And now you have to do it on a map that both of you are pretty comfortable with. Revolt, a beautiful spray down, 3 kills. Making it look easy.
Tie game? What is this?
There we have it, we're all tied up.
Full of surprises. Curious to see how long this holds up for. Money busted for Velox. Gotten out of the danger zone in that regard yet. Really even close. Okay. Bolts, who has been kind of frying these engagements in the mid-direction, will do so once more. He's going to need to rely on his Patriots to close out everywhere else. And I suppose personally, these pistols might be able to do something, but I doubt it.
Limited. Big time there. On the close from your squad there. No troubles getting past it there. Velox kind of into that back-to-back saves. Going to concede a lead here to Yawara. They do bring out back the tools. We'll see what they can bring into the mix now that they have this going in their favor. This mid control's been pretty dominant. Revolts has been good in this position, offering up some multis. But that's a huge opportunity right there taken. Max, as you right around the smoke, gets an opening pick there, and MBL pointed up, gets 2.
That's something. A little taste of what we've come to know from the last map. And Velox not really needing Teemo to do a whole lot of the heavy lifting into that one. MBL stepping up plate, and Revolts, who has seen success in his own right, continues to see it, but a little later than he would have hoped for that to be. As a war of attrition has begun, we get to see the latest affair that we could have anticipated, that we could have asked for, given a third map. And we're looking at their recent results on Ancient in general. It really hasn't been great from either. Not a whole lot of official reps from Velox, but I mean, Yawara, they've played it a decent number enough times without really having seen fruits of their labor realized. But most recently, a very, very tight game a week ago against Fluxo on it. Definitely a team that you're going to be looking back on fondly, a result like that, even if it is a loss. But they were playing with their coach, so nothing wrong with coaches.
Oh, coaches are really cool, all of them. Especially ones that cast as well.
Yeah, I can agree to that.
Revolts.
Non-biased.
Revolts, though. He's back to his ways in middle. Being able to offer up that opening pick. This is a bit of a sacrifice. They take this B-bomb site control. They take long as well while they're at it here. So then find themselves established into some decent little post plants, taking further ground towards CT spawn. HE to blow over that smoke. Oh my god.
All right.
A little flick of the wrist right there from Nardes, and we'll be able to break this one down. A chance at the retake. Spam through the wall will help while you're at it. And Teemo left just scratching his head as his whole team gets snapped out of this round. It's just him left standing. He fights. he fights for this round, but will eventually be bested and shut down.
Telling how any of these rounds will go at this point, but there is one consistency that I'll bring up again and again so long as it provides itself as a statistic that Revolts in mid has just been unstoppable and undeniable in so many of these fights, and without even having vision and trying to retake, he's getting it done. Those are pretty fast op shot, needs to be said again as well, but I mean, Revolt's being able to find these early and mid-round picks and even the late-round kill to really cement that take. 15 before we've even closed out onto this first half. That's momentum that's hard to ignore, but maybe also a little worrying in some ways when they're really not that far ahead. You know what I mean? If you know what I'm implicating, that how long this can keep up is questionable, but even more so is if anybody else will be able to do something for it.
They seen the big swings, so definitely a interesting prospect. We'll see if that is going to remain to be true here. I like this positioning, this setup in towards A main, and Bellox on the other side of things, very passive, very worried, I'd imagine, by the control that has been established in the past. Pushing into the fight there, freebie. Offered up right there from Revolts. Another opening pick. This time it comes in a late stage of this round. It's going to force her hand into Donut now. There's no real rerouting. You're getting crunched in on. So you got to hope that this A play can work and that your B flank can at some point have impact. But how on earth do you try and plant the bomb? Johnny Boy under stress, under duress. Going to get destroyed there eventually.
Destroyed. Destroy, build, destroy. Did you ever see that? You know about that?
Yeah, I know about that. Well, that's some old school stuff right there.
Classics.
I feel like it wasn't very popular though. It got canceled pretty fast. Bet you it was expensive to destroy all those things.
And build them. And destroy them.
Yeah, you know, it's like pushing up the boulder right there, but in TV show format.
Myth of Sisyphus. Is that it? Is that the right reference?
I think so.
Yeah, that must have been actually quite expensive. And talking about expenses, it's none afforded to Keys right now. Them trying to make do with what they've got. The Deagle on entries. Crazy work. Anything for it just yet. Instead of blow up the smoke and AK spam to go along suit. Bomb to be planted. The spread of the incendiary won't connect. Okay. That was one way of trying to get back into the bomb site, into where the two CT players behind were not in any sort of position to trade out. Luckily for him, Donut is much more so. Now they're going to try and flush out these positions with the utility left remaining. They've got one smoke, one flash, with one of these smokes already having been deployed. They're both at A main. Full stick not through. They've yet to activate, and when they do, it's stacked to collect onto the both of them as the defusal can be finished off with full confidence and a lead can be claimed by Yoara.
Continue winning ways for the remainder of this half here would be a huge way to close out. We're going to do just that. They look incredibly comfortable on this defense, with Revolts finding so much impact here. You know, he's got 16 kills, but a lot of these are just, you know, first picks as well. So immediately putting the favor into your team. Part of that factor. HE's avoided. Aggression going to continue here. We'll see another one of these very slow played out rounds. This T side as they wait out the utility and try not to lose in these opening duels. I think they have been every once in a while.
Dropping out the utility to try and keep positions. The CTs to swing on timing. Stacks, but only to find his one. Made nearly right to the toes of Teemo as he'll just be barely able to stick out and alive. Not much longer. Self-useful with the belt of utility that he's yet to spell. Soon he'll start to use that as they can trek forwards into one direction or the other. But Revolt is on activation, swings out towards mid with the offer getting closer, and Teemo will pin him with 3. He has elevated to the level that Revolt has showed the right time at the ends of this half.
Just when he needed him most. He had impact. He arrived. A big close.
If you could be any of the benders from the Avatar, who would you be? Not like character-wise, but like which of the benders?
Which power to have?
Yeah.
I mean,
I would do water bending.
I was thinking water, because I don't know. I feel like fire's a little too destructive to be like... Fire would be cool, though. Imagine you're out camping and you're like, I can start a fire.
Right.
But without a lighter, like, that is something really cool that I can't do.
What if you start a fire on accident, though, and then you can't put it out? You can only make more fire. You have to fight the fire with fire.
Well, that's what they say you should do, I think.
That's an interesting concept that we'll have to shelf. Bring up another time, because this time is all meant for the second half of the final map for Velux or Yawara to prove that they deserve rightful first Swiss stage round win. Out into mid, they're going to go popping out a little late. Smoke towards Donut side deep, I believe. Flash out for a main. Actually towards the A site where that smoke goes deeper for it. But Johnny Boy on these flicks has been kind of silly with it. What is that? A double! Claiming the life of every single man, woman, or child that attempts to slip in through Red Room.
He's been just breaking them down. We're looking at a much more composed matchup here. Johnny Boy with another. And this pistol here, looking to close it out. Strong. Overwhelming eventually. Jiao can't fight forward against the whole squad. A big chase coming through. A big victory.
Holy ghost, these shots. Johnny
Got
Boy,
five.
you're rolling it back.
Got 5 in this map on pistols already. But yeah, it's great news.
I can't find
Sometimes
what
I feel like...
sensitivity is, damn it.
What's that?
I can't find what his sensitivity is. He doesn't have it listed anywhere.
Gotta keep it high to make sure you stay limber. There's a full eco, but Johnny Boy doesn't buy a head Kevlar, gets a headshot, scared off. Still has, fortunately, the MP9, which you'd much rather have these kills on anyways. And Max is gonna feast up some ecos, gain a little bit of confidence, and most importantly, that cash flow as well.
Last updated, it says that his effective DPI is like 680. He plays on 400 DPI at a 1.7 in-game sense with a Windows sense of 6. So that's
not
pretty
crazy.
low. Pretty low, actually.
Yeah.
Considering how kind of jittery that looks. Got that shaky aim about him. He's just like me for real. Like the second coming of PRB most days. That's okay, because I can opt. Fine.
And then
I'm like
you can still shake.
I'm like Woxing, yeah. Ooh, this walkthrough, main. This is the Velox drop. Unannounced as Johnny Boy swings low as the SMG from up high as they combine. It's an easy enough duel to where the smoke at the bottom side of mid keeps them clean and clear from trading, and at no attempt at it, there's a gun to pick back up and make himself more useful. Johnny Boy actually stealing it away. He's got the higher HP though, so, and he's been cooked.
And he's continuing his flank right now. A bit of a tough duel, but he just catches him by surprise, so Stax doesn't know what hit him. And into the site they go. Tele-D quickly transitioning back to cover off the flank. It's a pressure relieving kill that they can operate under. With the pose plant now, we'll see how much impact that kill does have. No one coming through on the flank. Everyone coming through from one direction right now. I guess two directions now split up. A fork in the road, forcing them forward here. And that molly suffocates Nardes out of the round. Even though they don't have that extra impact there, it's all on Tele-D to try and save this round. Flashbang finds up Timo, but doesn't save his life.
Get that bomb plant, which will get them some pistols now if they'd like it. It's gonna take a lot to get over this hump. This round, good time. Perhaps they can get there, unless they get this A site for free, and Revolts is the one to deliver it to them, but they're nowhere nearby. He's just selling a fake, selling product, which he's still going to be firing forwards for kills and forcing them to pull more and more numbers over in this direction.
Yeah, that's one effective fake right there when you find 2 kills all alone. Now, rotates are not quite fully sold on this, and they do get back into position right now. Still around that could be saved, but long-range Tech 9 duels favor the T side. NBL gonna have a tough time fighting out of this one. Utility starts to be dispensed, but trying to push his way past his smoke. Gonna back out. Another smoke in. So you gonna still give this one a try, or save that AWP potentially. Oh, he's hanging around here. No fights given though just yet. Eventually steps forward. He stinked immediately though. No chance to make this 1v3 happen. Wanted to give it a go, but you are strike back in a big way.
Look at that. Maybe it wouldn't be all that long after all. This game is just not really let up in how neck and neck these guys have been at each other's throats, continuously giving a run any which bomb site take or retake or anything in between. Up towards shelf side with not really much utility to stop him from doing so. Gets a speedy switch in towards the bottom side of mid as they trade places, and Max actually unable to escape with Kelly having gotten that far in, and no one on the CT end really given the room to shoot, really giving the vision.
He slides up straight into the fight there, but also burns in the molly. 2 to hand. Looking to get loud here late. Trying to have some more impact, but this is a map constantly in motion for Velox. They're not really staying put. After they get that pick off, they start to continue their aggression. But this time over towards A bit of a gamble call to try and retake some mid control. It's going to leave an empty B bomb site. Now it's about that CT side and their, or T side and their initiative. Do they make it into B in time before Velox can get the pieces into place?
Feel it. Walk through. Alongside. Slow. Still in control. Trying to get closer and closer. It's Jao who's taking up a corner angle. That's not exactly an off angle, but as well as really having to hold his short. If Revolt can do it for him, can't kill those, he backs out and away. Tukin will escape with his life barely, if you want to call it that, as he's naded down and disrupted as this clutch. As between Revolts and Nardas, the latter not even being required. It's one player time and time again, it feels like. Revolts, man. Cooking them every chance that he gets.
That he is. And just a fantastic time to provide that resistance. So now the economy broke here of Velox, having this level up. A different player here in Stacks, or rather Revolts, like you said, and you know, where Nardis leaves off, Revolts can pick up here for map 3, it seems. Flash is good. LOD has also been good on this T side, and he just keeps things under control.
And Nardis, man.
Complete shutout. Nardis has his backup as well. Nico's farmed up, and they gather double digits now.
If Tella didn't do it, rather, it would have been Nardes. It looked like when Nardes had killed the 2 that he did, the bullets would have killed them anyway from Tella's weapon. It looked like the tracers were there. Right at head level, no less, actually. And, you know, that's kind of kick in the pants that you can't really recover from without an immediate round win response from Velox, or you're left broken, battered, bruised, and up effectively against map and series point. After you have to take that one. Round break. There goes Johnny Boy's pick towards A. It's the typical lurker in towards bottom, mid, or A in Revolt, who's been seen many a time in the lineup with the smoke having faded and betrayed Stacks. He'll be dispatched of, frankly, no issue, but when BL, he dedicates himself to this corner. Uncleared bomb, actually walking further beyond the site's boundaries. At that point, 2 teammates are left to fight shoulder to shoulder. They're cramped, but still it work well enough. There's no turn to the guy at short walk up though, and that's going to be the undoing of Jam. More likely than not on a tap out, it's Johnny Boy to get a multi.
Well handled right there. Closing it out and offering up a little bit of a fight back in return. Crucially able to shut down Revolts, who tried to do it again. They try and do this B-side fake, get the rotations over, and then back, or well, A-side fake, and then get the rotations over to A, and then go hit B silently with that contact, but Revolts this time not as effective. He doesn't get 2 kills and sell the fake, so they don't rotate, they don't really budge all that much. A fast A play here, called up. Max needs to get ready here. The molly's fantastic. And the counter flash is coming through, offer up some resistance, but those trades are swift. And they're looking to gain access here. Johnny Boy put on notice, stepping in and out of the smoke. Does he want to double dip? Enough resistance provided to slow down this T side.
Pause for only a moment. That slowing down now becomes tactical. Not by force. They transition into a new phase of this strategy entirely. I mean, worrying about Tutin, who hasn't been made seen in Donut yet. Typical player in that area. Johnny Boy had gotten his 1, so aware of where his abouts are. Yell also yet to expose himself this round, but still close enough to a rotation to where this can culminate in them allowing a bomb plant, more likely than not. Further beyond that, it's going to be difficult scenes, and smoke retrieved. Nardis sends out another, and Johnny Boy needs to be patient about this one, or he could just spam straight through the smoke with the audio cue, thank you.
Location. Another tap on that bomb.
Fight through Donut?
That's what he's looking to do right now, but that's a very advantaged duel. And Velox fighting right back here.
It doesn't end.
Tied up once again, looking for another lead change as well while we're at it. And compared to our first 2 maps, I mean, again, that principle remains true here. That third map decider not only becomes a mental battle here, but one that, as you step into it late now, becomes a bit of a marathon with these momentum shifts. 2 AKs in the mix. About all that they could muster up before. What I call it. A lot of damage done onto one of those AKs. Make D's job pretty difficult. Artie's on the other. Gonna take a fight up ramp. Any access granted. They can't make it past the molly, but Zhao still fights with his P250 at range. The AK does not have the shots to back it up, but Zhao continues to fire up. Zhao providing new life here. Still, D's never activated. Still waiting for his chance to shine. Will he ever get that opportunity?
Zhao get away with all the HP that he has. That might be their biggest failure. Jujin looks to maybe discover what's going on in that direction. No, instead he kind of just looks to group up with Teemo. He gets some info himself. Timing onto this flank. Jujin's to evade. And still, his teammate will lose his life out on it. And left guessing the bomb was still over at B this whole time.
A long 1v1 for him to try to transition into. Leaves all the time in the world for Zhao to get into a position. And does he hear the footsteps now? He certainly knows. But he steady himself, peeks into the fight right there at the right time. Well handled to capitalize and close off this one. Jawara manufacture another lead change back into their favor. And do it with 2 rifles invested into. That's not even a full force buy. Just 2 guns invested there from Jawara. They are living on these moments throughout this map.
Replays of rounds old. Or Jawara, I mean, it cooked up. Real world where following their downtrend on map 2 against the revitalized Velox now looks all the more pumped. USP's God, this is just so painful. They know that they've got to budget every piece of money that they have left. This will not be live. This tele will disconnect from the server and we will be starting it, but no big deal really at all. We've come this far and waited this long. Reset won't hurt nobody.
No, will not. See, it takes any extra distance here. We do get that quick reset, as you said. And again, the tough concession here has to be that you call this one a bit of a save, and that's not a position that you'd love to find yourself in if you're Velox. Conceding over series point, or at least having to lean into that idea. Without the full buy coming up, they're going to make sure that they have all the tools to fight for their survival and regulation, but past that point, you are going to feel comfortable with one more round.
Okay, down to mid. Long trudge, but they're still managing to shut it down. Very fast round to get us onto map series point for Jawara. We've made a statement in that one, not letting this one run too far amok.
Or they got cooked up here. This all-important round. On the edge of this smoke here, Johnny Boy with the AWP and invested into with the priority that they could get this out. Looking to have a lot of impact with it, and that's a just unbelievable start. Huge pickup right there from Dude to end. Snap stacks out of the round. He's having to call from the sidelines now.
Should just be now the walk back of shame. The opposite end where Revolt's not having activated at A as he's done so very often, to some success and some failures. Have to really just be the spearhead of their last-ditched effort. Maybe Zhao to sell a kill or two, or at the ramp he has had a little bit of a sweet spot just as well. But Velox are frankly perfectly spread to deny either of those two things. Johnny Boy op. Post on any line he really wants. Blows the smoke, sends some shots, sends his body in lifeless now. The ramp. They've walked into A in that meantime. Ability to force them deeper and deeper, and Johnny Boy, I mean, try as he may on that fire off. Should still be the rifle's duty. Bring them back towards it, and a spray well collected from Timo to find both players in line, one after another. They go again, and they get a bomb plant to where they didn't really need it in order to buy up into this next round, but it sure doesn't hurt.
I'll take that for sure. It's a smile on their face. Timo with the big round there. Tutin just snapping someone out of the round through the wall. That's how it all kicked off. But Timo makes sure to finish it. And if he could be a big difference maker in these late stage rounds, that would be the cherry on top that they would need to get through 24. He's been trying to match the energy that Yuara bring to the table. Can he keep it up in the final round of regulation with this series? Chow taken down very low once again through that utility damage, but still managed to find an opening. They've walked through the edge of that smoke, and Timo nullified to just a single kill this time. And everyone able to trade out effectively, collapsing that B bomb site, pushing forward with the bomb in tow. Ready to punch in the digits, keep them at bay, and cut off the cross. Tele-D with a sharp shot, giving himself room to grow with that. Now looking to close it off with just one more kill needed. A quick flick from Johnny Boy, not ready to give up on this one just yet. Looking for that wall bang. Not going to be given the chance there. Johnny Boy just so low on HP. Gonna have to survive 3. Feels like an unlikely story will be an unlikely story as Tele-D closes it out and ends it off for Yuara, finishing the job and putting them through 1-0. A nice start to the Swiss stage for them. Meanwhile, Velox, who put up a fantastic fight after a bit of an awkward kickoff, managed to make him work for it.
Yeah, I mean, getting thrashed on map 1 and then being able to bounce back in maps 2 and 3 to push us the full distance in regulation is nothing to scoff at, and Velox certainly keeping their heads on, and the fortitude of the individuals experienced is to show, as well as the youngsters, and particularly Timo, to show that he has what it takes to go, in which anybody, I think, would say that he was potentially like a front runner for what could be like a game MVP, despite losing out on that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I mean, we saw a lot of impact out of Timo in the maps that they were able to do damage in. The maps that they were able to fight for, Timo was a huge facilitator throughout Terrain and Ancient, which, yeah, I'm right there with you, man. It's an exciting prospect, but on the other side of things here, as you can see, our winner, Yuara, closing things out, bringing home the victory in the end. It felt like a very lovely combination of Tele-D and Revolts, being able to push that one through into the end. I mean, all the way through that third map there for Revolts. A lot of impact in that first half, fighting for mid control, bringing those multi-kills,
Yeah.
lockdown defense consistently.
I'd say Tele-D is probably the most consistent of the players in the server for this one as well, just putting up good performances across all 3 maps and being able to say that he at least gave it his all right. Definitely not falling and shying away from these fights individually, whilst also being able to multi-frag and find opening picks on a couple of these maps, Inferno in particular, and now you talk back to this map, and Revolts was doing that same kind of thing on an extremity that's similar to how Tele was operating on Inferno. And I think that that's a very big piece to their puzzle. And CT side being able to shut down mid practically single-handedly, at least when it comes down to the kill matrix, that's a pretty big piece to your puzzle being already nailed down, to which makes it a lot easier for everyone else to function around the map.
And they're going to be last team to start off the Swiss stage today in the right direction. going 1-0 here for Yawar Velox. Meanwhile, well, I'm excited to see what this future looks like here for this team. I think they could do some serious damage. I think Demo, if he gets more opportunities to fire up here in the Swiss stage, he's definitely going to do some damage. So looking forward to seeing that, obviously, as they look to bounce back. That being said, guys, I want to thank you all so much for tuning in here for the entirety of that best of 3. It was a fun day of Counter-Strike here in CCT South America, but of course, there's much more to come. We have some more action that's kicking off at the same time and at the same place tomorrow. So make sure you tune in tomorrow. For tonight, though, that's all we have here. So on behalf of myself, Tony, and of course our wonderful production squad, we wish you all a wonderful rest of the night, and we'll see you tomorrow.